The Rajah's Emerald. With a serious effort, James Bond bent his attention once more on the little yellow book in his hand. On its outside, the book bore the simple but pleasing legend, "Do you want your salary increased by £300 per annum?" Its price was 1 shilling. James had just finished reading 2 pages of crisp paragraphs, instructing him to look his boss in the face, to cultivate a dynamic personality, and to radiate an atmosphere of efficiency. He had now arrived at a subtler matter. There is a time for frankness. There is a time for discretion, the little yellow book informed him. A strong man does not always blurt out all he knows. James let the little book close, and raising his head, gazed out over a blue expanse of ocean. A horrible suspicion assailed him that he was not a strong man. A strong man would have been in command of the present situation, not a victim to it. For the 60th time that morning, James rehearsed his wrongs. This was his holiday. His holiday? Sardonic laughter. Who had persuaded him to come to that fashionable seaside resort Kimpton-on-Sea? Grace. Who had urged him into an expenditure of more than he could afford? Grace. And he had fallen in with the plan eagerly. She had got him here, and what was the result? Whilst he was staying in an obscure boarding house about 1.5 miles from the seafront, Grace, who should have been in a similar boarding house, but not the same one, the proprieties of James's circle were very strict, had flagrantly deserted him and was staying at no less than the Esplanade Hotel upon the seafront. It seemed that she had friends there. Friends. Again James laughed sardonically. His mind went back over the last 3 years of his leisurely courtship of Grace. Extremely pleased she had been when he first singled her out for notice. That was before she had risen to heights of glory in the millinery salons at Messrs. Bartle's in the High Street. In those early days it had been James who gave himself airs. Now, alas, the boot was on the other leg. Grace was what is technically known as earning good money. It had made her uppish. Yes, that was it. Thoroughly uppish. A confused fragment out of a poetry book came back to James' mind, something about thanking heaven fasting for a good man's love. But there was nothing of that kind observable about Grace. Well fed on an Esplanade Hotel breakfast, she was ignoring a good man's love utterly. She was indeed accepting the attentions of a poisonous idiot called Claude Sopworth, a man James felt convinced of no moral worth whatsoever. James ground a heel into the earth and scowled darkly at the horizon. Kimpton-on-Sea. What had possessed him to come to such a place? It was preeminently a resort of the rich and fashionable. It possessed 2 large hotels and several miles of picturesque bungalows belonging to fashionable actresses and those members of the English aristocracy who had married wealthy wives. The rent, furnished, of the smallest bungalow was 25 guineas a week. Imagination boggled at what the rent of the large ones might amount to. There was one of these palaces immediately behind James's seat. It belonged to that famous sportsman, Lord Edward Campion, and there were staying there at the moment a houseful of distinguished guests, including the Rajah of Maraputna, whose wealth was fabulous. James had read all about him in the local weekly newspaper that morning. The extent of his Indian possessions, his palaces, his wonderful collection of jewels, with a special mention of one famous emerald, which the papers declared enthusiastically was the size of a pigeon's egg. James, being town-bred, was somewhat hazy about the size of a pigeon's egg, but the impression left on his mind was good. "If I had an emerald like that," said James, scowling at the horizon again, "I'd show Grace." The sentiment was vague, but the enunciation of it made James feel better. Laughing voices hailed him from behind, and he turned abruptly to confront Grace. With her was Clara Sopworth, Alice Sopworth, Dorothy Sopworth, and, alas, Claude Sopworth. The girls were arm in arm and giggling. "Why, you're quite a stranger," cried Grace archly. "Yes," said James. He could, he felt, have found a more telling retort. You cannot convey the impression of a dynamic personality by the use of one word, yes. He looked with intense loathing at Claude Sopworth. Claude Sopworth was almost as beautifully dressed as the hero of a musical comedy. James longed passionately for the moment when an enthusiastic beach dog should plant wet, sandy forefeet on the unsullied whiteness of Claude's flannel trousers. He himself wore a serviceable pair of dark grey flannel trousers, which had seen better days. "Oh, isn't the air beautiful?" said Clara, sniffing it appreciatively. "Quite sets you up, doesn't it?" She giggled. "Oh, it's ozone," said Alice Sopworth. "It's as good as a tonic, you know." And she giggled also. James thought, "I should like to knock their silly heads together. What is the sense of laughing all the time? They're not saying anything funny." The immaculate Claude murmured languidly, "Shall we have a bathe, or is it too much of a fag?" The idea of bathing was accepted shrilly. James fell into line with them. He even managed, with a certain amount of cunning, to draw Grace a little behind the others. "Look here," he complained. "I'm hardly seeing anything of you." "Well, I'm sure we're all together now," said Grace, "and you can come and lunch with us at the hotel. At least—" She looked dubiously at James's legs. "What's the matter?" demanded James ferociously. "Not smart enough for you, I suppose." "I do think, dear, you might take a little more pains," said Grace. "Everyone is so fearfully smart here. Look at Claude Sopworth." "I have looked at him," said James grimly. "I've never seen a man who looked a more complete ass than he does." Grace drew herself up. "There's no need to criticize my friends, James. It's not manners. He's dressed just like any other gentleman at the hotel is dressed." "Bah," said James. "Do you know what I read the other day in Society Snippets? Why, that the Duke of... I can't remember, but one Duke, anyway, was the worst-dressed man in England. There!" "I dare say," said Grace. "But then, you see, he is a duke." "Well?" demanded James. "What's wrong with my being a duke some day? At least, well, not perhaps a duke, but a peer." He slapped the yellow book in his pocket and recited to her a long list of peers of the realm who had started life much more obscurely than James Bond. Grace merely giggled. "Don't be so soft, James," she said. "Fancy you, Earl of Kimpton-on-Sea." James gazed at her in mingled rage and despair. The air of Kimpton-on-Sea had certainly gone to Grace's head. The beach at Kimpton is a long, straight stretch of sand. At the end of a row of bathing huts and boxes, stretching evenly along the seafront, were a group of 6 huts, labelled imposingly, "For visitors to the Esplanade Hotel only." "Here we are," said Grace brightly. "But I'm afraid you can't come in with us, James. You'll have to go along to the public tents over there. We'll meet you in the sea. So long." "So long," said James, and he strode off in the direction indicated. 12 dilapidated tents stood solemnly confronting the ocean. An aged mariner guarded them, a roll of blue paper in his hand. He accepted a coin of the realm from James, tore him off a blue ticket from his roll, threw him over a towel, and jerked one thumb over his shoulder. "Take your turn," he said huskily. It was then that James awoke to the fact of competition. Others besides himself had conceived the idea of entering the sea. Not only was each tent occupied, but outside each tent was a determined-looking crowd of people, glaring at each other. James attached himself to the smallest group and waited. The strings of the tent parted, and a beautiful young woman, sparsely clad, emerged on the scene, settling her bathing cap with the air of one who had the whole morning to waste. She strolled down to the water's edge and sat down dreamily on the sands. "Well, that's no good," said James to himself, and attached himself forthwith to another group. After waiting 5 minutes, sounds of activity were apparent in the second tent. With heavings and strainings, the flaps parted asunder, and 4 children and a father and mother emerged. The tent being so small, it had something of the appearance of a conjuring trick. On the instant, 2 women sprang forward, each grasping one flap of the tent. "Excuse me," said the first young woman, panting a little. "Excuse me," said the other young woman, glaring. "I would have you know I was here quite 10 minutes before you were," said the first young woman rapidly. "I've been here a quarter of an hour, as anyone will tell you," said the second young woman, defiantly. Now then," said the aged mariner, drawing near. Both young women spoke to him shrilly. When they had finished, he jerked his thumb at the second young woman and said briefly, "It's yours." Then he departed, deaf to remonstrances. He neither knew nor cared which had been there first, but his decision, as they say in newspaper competitions, was final. The despairing James caught at his arm. "Look here, I say." "Well, mister, how long is it going to be before I get a tent?" The aged mariner threw a dispassionate glance over the waiting throng. "It might be an hour, might be an hour and a half. I can't say." At that moment James espied Grace and the Sopwith girls running lightly down the sands towards the sea. "Damn," said James to himself. "Oh, damn." He plucked once more at the aged mariner. "Can't I get a tent anywhere else? What about one of these huts along here? They all seem empty." "The huts," said the ancient mariner with dignity, "are private." Having uttered this rebuke, he passed on. With a bitter feeling of having been tricked, James detached himself from the waiting groups and strode savagely down the beach. It was the limit. It was the absolute, complete limit. He glared savagely at the trim bathing boxes he passed. In that moment, from being an independent liberal, he became a red-hot socialist. Why should the rich have bathing boxes and be able to bathe any minute they chose without waiting in a crowd? "This system of ours," said James vaguely, "is all wrong." From the sea came the coquettish screams of the splashed, Grace's voice, and above her squeaks the inane laugh of Claude Sopwith. "Damn," said James, grinding his teeth, a thing which he had never before attempted, only read about in works of fiction. He came to a stop, twirling his stick savagely, and turning his back firmly on the sea. Instead he gazed with concentrated hatred upon Eagle's Nest, Buena Vista, and Mont Désir. It was the custom of the inhabitants of Kimpton-on-Sea to label their bathing huts with fancy names. Eagle's Nest merely struck James as being silly, and Buena Vista was beyond his linguistic accomplishments. But his knowledge of French was sufficient to make him realize the appositeness of the third name. "Mont Désir," said James. "I should jolly well think it was." And on that moment he saw that while the doors of the other bathing huts were tightly closed, that of Mont Désir was ajar. James looked thoughtfully up and down the beach. This particular spot was mainly occupied by mothers of large families, busily engaged in superintending their offspring. It was only 10 o'clock, too early as yet for the aristocracy of Kimpton-on-Sea to have come down to bathe. Eating quails and mushrooms in their beds as likely as not, brought to them on trays by powdered footmen. Not one of them will be down here before 12 o'clock, thought James. He looked again towards the sea. With the obedience of a well-trained leitmotif, the shrill scream of Grace rose upon the air. It was followed by the laugh of Claude Sopwith. "I will," said James between his teeth. He pushed open the door of Mont Désir and entered. For the moment he had a fright as he caught sight of sundry garments hanging from pegs, but he was quickly reassured. The hut was partitioned into two. On the right-hand side, a girl's yellow sweater, a battered Panama hat, and a pair of beach shoes were depending from a peg. On the left-hand side, an old pair of grey flannel trousers, a pullover, and a sou'wester proclaimed the fact that the sexes were segregated. James hastily transferred himself to the gentleman's part of the hut and undressed rapidly. 3 minutes later, he was in the sea, puffing and snorting importantly, doing extremely short bursts of professional-looking swimming, head under the water, arms lashing the sea, that style. "Oh, there you are!" cried Grace. "I was afraid you wouldn't be in for ages, with all that crowd of people waiting there." "Really?" said James. He thought with affectionate loyalty of the Yellow Book. The strong man can on occasion be discreet. For the moment his temper was quite restored. He was able to say pleasantly but firmly to Claude Sopwith, who was teaching Grace the overarm stroke, "No, no, old man, you've got it all wrong. I'll show her." And such was the assurance of his tone that Claude withdrew, discomfited. The only pity of it was that his triumph was short-lived. The temperature of our English waters is not such as to induce bathers to remain in them for any length of time. Grace and the Sopwith girls were already displaying blue chins and chattering teeth. They raced up the beach, and James pursued his solitary way back to Mont Désir. As he towelled himself vigorously and slipped his shirt over his head, he was pleased with himself. He had, he felt, displayed a dynamic personality. And then, suddenly, he stood still, frozen with terror. Girlish voices sounded from outside, and voices quite different from those of Grace and her friends. A moment later, he had realized the truth. The rightful owners of Mont Désir were arriving. It is possible that if James had been fully dressed, he would have awaited their advent in a dignified manner and attempted an explanation. As it was, he acted on panic. The windows of Mont Désir were modestly screened by dark curtains. James flung himself on the door and held the knob in a desperate clutch. Hands tried ineffectually to turn it from the outside. "It's locked after all," said a girl's voice. "I thought Peg said it was open." "No, Woggle said so." "Woggle is the limit," said the other girl. "How perfectly foul! We shall have to go back for the key." James heard their footsteps retreating. He drew a long, deep breath. In desperate haste, he huddled on the rest of his garments. 2 minutes later saw him strolling negligently down the beach with an almost aggressive air of innocence. Grace and the Sopwith girls joined him on the beach a quarter of an hour later. The rest of the morning passed agreeably in stone-throwing, writing in the sand and light badinage. Then Claude glanced at his watch. "At lunchtime," he observed. "We better be strolling back." "I'm terribly hungry," said Alice Sopwith. All the other girls said that they were terribly hungry too. "Are you coming, James?" asked Grace. Doubtless James was unduly touchy. He chose to take offence at her tone. "Not if my clothes are not good enough for you," he said bitterly. "Perhaps as you're so particular, I'd better not come." That was Grace's cue for murmured protestations, but the seaside air had affected Grace unfavourably. She merely replied, "Very well, just as you like. See you this afternoon, then." James was left dumbfounded. "Well," he said, staring after the retreating group. "Well, of all the—" He strolled moodily into the town. There were 2 cafes in Kimpton-on-Sea, both hot, noisy, and overcrowded. It was the affair of the bathing huts once more. James had to wait his turn. He had to wait longer than his turn, an unscrupulous matron who had just arrived forestalling him when a vacant seat did present itself. At last he was seated at a small table. Close to his left ear, 3 raggedly bobbed maidens were making a determined hash of Italian opera. Fortunately, James was not musical. He studied the bill of fare dispassionately, his hands thrust deep into his pockets. He thought to himself, "Whatever I ask for is sure to be off. That's the kind of fellow I am." His right hand, groping in the recesses of his pocket, touched an unfamiliar object. It felt like a pebble, a large, round pebble. "What on earth did I want to put a stone in my pocket for?" thought James. His fingers closed round it. A waitress drifted up to him. "Fried plaice and chip potatoes, please," said James. "Fried plaice is half," murmured the waitress, her eyes fixed dreamily on the ceiling. "Well, then I'll have the curried beef," said James. "Curried beef is half." "Is there anything on this beastly menu that isn't off?" demanded James. The waitress looked pained and placed a pale grey forefinger against haricot mutton. James resigned himself to the inevitable and ordered haricot mutton. His mind still seething with resentment against the ways of cafes, he drew his hand out of his pocket, the stone still in it. Unclosing his fingers, he looked absent-mindedly at the object in his palm. Then, with a shock, all lesser matters passed from his mind, and he stared with all his eyes. The thing he held was not a pebble, it was, he could hardly doubt it, an emerald, an enormous green emerald. James stared at it, horror-stricken. No, it couldn't be an emerald. It must be coloured glass. There couldn't be an emerald of that size unless— Printed words danced before James's eyes. The Raja of Mariputna. Famous emerald the size of a pigeon's egg. Was it? Could it be that emerald at which he was now looking? The waitress returned with the haricot mutton, and James closed his fingers spasmodically. Hot and cold shivers chased themselves up and down his spine. He had the sense of being caught in a terrible dilemma. If this was the emerald— But was it? Could it be? He unclosed his fingers and peeped anxiously. James was no expert on precious stones, but the depth and the glow of the jewel convinced him that this was the real thing. He put both elbows on the table and leaned forward, staring with unseeing eyes at the haricot mutton slowly congealing on the dish in front of him. He'd got to think this out. If this was the Raja's emerald, what was he going to do about it? The word police flashed into his mind. If you found anything of value, you took it to the police station. Upon this axiom had James been brought up. Yes, but how on earth had the emerald got into his trouser pocket? That was doubtless the question the police would ask. It was an awkward question, and it was moreover a question to which he had at the moment no answer. How had the emerald got into his trouser pocket? He looked despairingly down at his legs, and as he did so, a misgiving shot through him. He looked more closely. One pair of old grey flannel trousers is very much like another pair of old grey flannel trousers, but all the same, James had an instinctive feeling that these were not his trousers after all. He sat back in his chair, stunned with the force of the discovery. He saw now what had happened. In the hurry of getting out of the bathing hut, he had taken the wrong trousers. He had hung his own, he remembered, on an adjacent peg to the old pair hanging there. Yes, that explained matters so far. He had taken the wrong trousers. But all the same, what on earth was an emerald worth hundreds and thousands of pounds doing there? The more he thought about it, the more curious it seemed. He could, of course, explain to the police. It was awkward. No doubt about it. It was decidedly awkward. One would have to mention the fact that one had deliberately entered someone else's bathing hut. It was not, of course, a serious offence, but it started him off wrong. "Can I bring you anything else, sir?" It was the waitress again. She was looking pointedly at the untouched haricot mutton. James hastily dumped some of it on his plate and asked for his bill. Having obtained it, he paid and went out. As he stood undecidedly in the street, a poster opposite caught his eye. The adjacent town of Harchester possessed an evening paper, and it was the contents bill of this paper that James was looking at. It announced a simple, sensational fact. The Rajah's emerald stolen. "My God," said James faintly, and leaned against a pillar. Pulling himself together, he fished out a penny and purchased a copy of the paper. He was not long in finding what he sought. Sensational items of local news were few and far between. Large headlines adorned the front page. Sensational burglary at Lord Edward Campion's. Theft of famous historical emerald. Rajah of Mariputna's terrible loss. The facts were few and simple. Lord Edward Campion had entertained several friends the evening before. Wishing to show the stone to one of the ladies present, the Rajah had gone to fetch it and had found it missing. The police had been called in. So far, no clue had been obtained. James let the paper fall to the ground. It was still not clear to him how the emerald had come to be reposing in the pocket of an old pair of flannel trousers in a bathing hut, but it was borne in upon him every minute that the police would certainly regard his own story as suspicious. What on earth was he to do? Here he was, standing in the principal street of Kimpton-on-Sea with stolen booty worth a king's ransom reposing idly in his pocket, whilst the entire police force of the district were busily searching for just that same booty. There were two courses open to him. Course number 1, to go straight to the police station and tell his story, but it must be admitted that James funked that course badly. Course number 2, somehow or other, to get rid of the emerald. It occurred to him to do it up in a neat little parcel and post it back to the Rajah. Then he shook his head. He had read too many detective stories for that sort of thing. He knew how your super-sleuth could get busy with a magnifying glass and every kind of patent device. Any detective worth his salt would get busy on James's parcel, and would, in half an hour or so, have discovered the sender's profession, age, habits, and personal appearance. After that, it would be a mere matter of hours before he was tracked down. It was then that a scheme of dazzling simplicity suggested itself to James. It was the luncheon hour. The beach would be comparatively deserted. He would return to Mont Désir, hang up the trousers where he had found them, and regain his own garments. He started briskly towards the beach. Nevertheless, his conscience pricked him slightly. The emerald ought to be returned to the Rajah. He conceived the idea that he might perhaps do a little detective work, once, that is, that he had regained his own trousers and replaced the others. In pursuance of this idea, he directed his steps towards the aged mariner, whom he rightly regarded as being an inexhaustible source of Kimpton information. "Excuse me," said James politely, "but I believe a friend of mine has a hut on this beach. Mr. Charles Lambton. It's called Mont Désir, I fancy." The aged mariner was sitting very squarely in a chair, a pipe in his mouth, gazing out to sea. He shifted his pipe a little, and replied without removing his gaze from the horizon, "Mont Désir belongs to his lordship, Lord Edward Campion, everyone knows that. I never heard of Mr. Charles Lambton. He must be a newcomer." "Thank you," said James, and withdrew. The information staggered him. Surely the Rajah could not himself have slipped the stone into the pocket and forgotten it. James shook his head. The theory did not satisfy him, but evidently some member of the house party must be the thief. The situation reminded James of some of his favourite works of fiction. Nevertheless, his own purpose remained unaltered. All fell out easily enough. The beach was, as he had hoped it would be, practically deserted. More fortunate still, the door of Montdésir remained ajar. To slip in was the work of a moment. Edward was just lifting his own trousers from the hook when a voice behind him made him spin round suddenly. "So, I've caught you, my man," said the voice. James stared open-mouthed. In the doorway of Montdésir stood a stranger, a well-dressed man of about 40 years of age, his face keen and hawk-like. "So, I've caught you," the stranger repeated. Who are you?" stammered James. "Detective Inspector Merrilees from the Yard," said the other crisply, "and I will trouble you to hand over that emerald." The emerald?" James was seeking to gain time. "Well, that's what I said, didn't I?" said Inspector Merrilees. He had a crisp, business-like enunciation. James tried to pull himself together. I don't know what you're talking about," he said with an assumption of dignity. "Oh, yes, my lad. I think you do." "The whole thing," said James, "is a mistake. I can explain it quite easily." He paused. A look of weariness had settled on the face of the other. "They always say that," murmured the Scotland Yard man dryly. "I suppose you picked it up as you were strolling along the beach, eh? That is the sort of explanation." It did indeed bear a resemblance to it. James recognized the fact. But still he tried to gain time. How do I know you are what you say you are?" he demanded weakly. Merrilees flapped back his coat for a moment, showing a badge. James stared at him with eyes that popped out of his head. "And now," said the other, almost genially, "you see what you're up against. You're a novice. I can tell that. Your first job, isn't it?" James nodded. "I thought as much. Now, my boy, are you going to hand over that emerald, or have I got to search you?" James found his voice. I haven't got it on me," he declared. He was thinking desperately. "Left it at your lodgings?" queried Merrilees. James nodded. "Very well, then," said the detective. "We will go there together." He slipped his arm through James's. "I'm taking no chances of your getting away from me," he said gently. "We will go to your lodgings, and you will hand that stone over to me." James spoke unsteadily. "If I do, will you let me go?" he asked tremulously. Merrilees appeared embarrassed. "We know just how that stone was taken," he explained, "and about the lady involved. And, of course, as far as that goes, well, the Rajah wants it hushed up. You know what these native rulers are." James, who knew nothing whatsoever about native rulers, except for one cause célèbre, nodded his head with an appearance of eager comprehension. "It will be most irregular, of course," said the detective, "but you may get off scot-free." Again James nodded. They had walked the length of the esplanade, and were now turning into the town. James intimated the direction, but the other man never relinquished his sharp grip on James's arm. Suddenly, James hesitated and half spoke. Merrilees looked up sharply and then laughed. They were just passing the police station, and he noticed James's agonized glances at it. "I'm giving you a chance first," he said, good-humouredly. It was at that moment that things began to happen. A loud bellow broke from James. He clutched the other's arm and yelled at the top of his voice, "Help! Thief! Help! Thief!" A crowd surrounded him in less than a minute. Merrilees was trying to wrench his arm from James's grasp. "I charge this man!" cried James. "I charge this man! He picked my pocket!" "What are you talking about, you fool?" cried the other. A constable took charge of matters. Mr. Merrilees and James were escorted into the police station. James reiterated his complaint. "This man has just picked my pocket," he declared excitedly. "He's got my note-case in his right-hand pocket, there." "The man is mad," grumbled the other. You can look for yourself, Inspector, and see if he's telling the truth." At a sign from the inspector, the constable slipped his hand deferentially into Merrilies' pocket. He drew out something and held it up with a gasp of astonishment. "My God," said the inspector, startled out of professional decorum. "It must be the Rajah's emerald." Merrilies looked more incredulous than anyone else. "This is monstrous," he spluttered. "Monstrous! The man must have put it into my pocket himself as we were walking along together. It's a plant." The forceful personality of Merrilies caused the inspector to waver. His suspicions swung round to James. He whispered something to the constable, and the latter went out. "Now then, gentlemen," said the inspector, "let me have your statements, please. One at a time." "Certainly," said James. "I was walking along the beach when I met this gentleman, and he pretended he was acquainted with me. I could not remember having met him before, but I was too polite to say so. We walked along together. I had my suspicions of him, and just when we got opposite the police station, I found his hand in my pocket. I held on to him and shouted for help." The inspector transferred his glance to Merrilies. "And now you, sir." Merrilies seemed a little embarrassed. "The story is very nearly right," he said slowly, "but not quite. It was not I who scraped acquaintance with him, but he who scraped acquaintance with me. Doubtless he was trying to get rid of the emerald and slipped it into my pocket while we were talking." The inspector stopped writing. "Ah," he said impartially. "Well, there will be a gentleman here in a minute who will help us to get to the bottom of the case." Merrilies frowned. It really is impossible for me to wait," he murmured, pulling out his watch. "I have an appointment. Surely, Inspector, you can't be so ridiculous as to suppose I'd steal the emerald and walk along with it in my pocket?" "Why, it's not likely, sir, I agree," the inspector replied. "But you will have to wait just a matter of 5 or 10 minutes, till we get this thing cleared up. Ah, here is his lordship." A tall man of 40 strode into the room. He was wearing a pair of dilapidated trousers and an old sweater. "Now then, Inspector, what's all this?" he said. "You've got hold of the emerald, you say? Well, that's splendid. Very smart work. Who are these people you've got here?" His eyes ranged over James and came to rest on Merrilies. The forceful personality of the latter seemed to dwindle and shrink. "Why, Jones!" exclaimed Lord Edward Campion. "You recognize this man, Lord Edward?" asked the inspector sharply. "Certainly I do," said Lord Edward dryly. "He's my valet. Came to me a month ago. The fellow they sent down from London was on to him at once. But there was not a trace of the emerald anywhere among his belongings." "He was carrying it in his coat pocket," the inspector declared. "This gentleman put us on to him." He indicated James. In another minute, James was being warmly congratulated and shaken by the hand. "My dear fellow," said Lord Edward Campion. "So you suspected him all along, you say?" "Yes," said James. "I had to trump up the story about my pocket being picked to get him into the police station." "Well, it is splendid," said Lord Edward. "Absolutely splendid. You must come back and lunch with us. That is, if you haven't lunched. It is late, I know, getting on for 2 o'clock. "No," said James. "I haven't lunched, but—" "Not a word, not a word," said Lord Edward. "The Rajah, you know, will want to thank you for getting back his emerald for him. Not that I have quite got the hang of the story yet." They were out of the police station by now, standing on the steps. "As a matter of fact," said James, "I think I should like to tell you the true story." He did so. His lordship was very much entertained. "Best thing I ever heard in my life," he declared. "I see it all now. Jones must have hurried down to the bathing hut as soon as he had pinched the thing, knowing that the police would make a thorough search of the house. That old pair of trousers I sometimes put on for going out fishing, nobody was likely to touch them, and he could recover the jewel at his leisure. Must have been a shock to him when he came today to find it gone. As soon as you appeared, he realized that you were the person who had removed the stone. I still don't quite see how you managed to see through that detective pose of his, though." A strong man, thought James to himself, knows when to be frank and when to be discreet. He smiled deprecatingly, whilst his fingers passed gently over the inside of his coat lapel, feeling the small silver badge of that little-known club, the Merton Park Super Cycling Club. An astonishing coincidence that the man Jones should also be a member. But there it was. "Hello, James." He turned. Grace and the Sopworth girls were calling to him from the other side of the road. He turned to Lord Edward. "Excuse me a moment." He crossed the road to them. "We're going to the pictures," said Grace. "Thought you might like to come." "I'm sorry," said James. "I'm just going back to lunch with Lord Edward Campion. Yes, that man over there in the comfortable old clothes. He wants me to meet the Rajah of Mariputna." He raised his hat politely and rejoined Lord Edward. The Oracle at Delphi. Mrs. Willard J. Peters did not really care for Greece, and of Delphi she had in her secret heart no opinion at all. Mrs. Peters' spiritual homes were in Paris, London, and the Riviera. She was a woman who enjoyed hotel life, but her idea of a hotel bedroom was a soft pile carpet, a luxurious bed, a profusion of different arrangements of electric light, including a shaded bedside lamp, plenty of hot and cold water, and a telephone beside the bed, by means of which you could order tea, meals, mineral waters, cocktails, and speak to your friends. In the hotel at Delphi, there were none of these things. There was a marvellous view from the windows. The bed was clean, and so was the whitewashed room. There was a chair, a washstand, and a chest of drawers. Baths took place by arrangement, and were occasionally disappointing as regarded hot water. It would, she supposed, be nice to say that you had been to Delphi, and Mrs. Peters had tried hard to take an interest in ancient Greece, but she found it difficult. Their statuary seemed so unfinished, so lacking in heads and arms and legs. Secretly, she much preferred the handsome marble angel, complete with wings, which was erected on the late Mr. Willard Peters' tomb. But all these secret opinions she kept carefully to herself, for fear her son Willard should despise her. It was for Willard's sake that she was here, in this chilly and uncomfortable room, with a sulky maid and a disgusted chauffeur in the offing. For Willard, until recently called Junior, a title which he hated, was Mrs. Peters' 18-year-old son, and she worshipped him to distraction. It was Willard who had this strange passion for bygone art. It was Willard, thin, pale, spectacled, and dyspeptic, who had dragged his adoring mother on this tour through Greece. They had been to Olympia, which Mrs. Peters thought a sad mess. She had enjoyed the Parthenon, but she considered Athens a hopeless city, and a visit to Corinth and Mycenae had been agony to both her and the chauffeur. Delphi, Mrs. Peters thought unhappily, was the last straw. Absolutely nothing to do but walk along the road and look at the ruins. Willard spent long hours on his knees, deciphering Greek inscriptions, saying, "Mother, just listen to this, isn't it splendid?" And then he would read out something that seemed to Mrs. Peters the quintessence of dullness. This morning, Willard had started early to see some Byzantine mosaics. Mrs. Peters, feeling instinctively that Byzantine mosaics would leave her cold, in the literal as well as the spiritual sense, had excused herself. "I understand, Mother," Willard had said. "You want to be alone just to sit in the theater, or up in the stadium, and look down over it, and let it sink in." "That's right, pet," said Mrs. Peters. "I knew this place would get to you," said Willard exultantly, and departed. Now, with a sigh, Mrs. Peters prepared to rise and breakfast. She came into the dining room to find it empty, save for 4 people. A mother and daughter, dressed in what seemed to Mrs. Peters a most peculiar style, not recognizing the peplum as such, who were discoursing on the art of self-expression in dancing. A plump, middle-aged gentleman who had rescued a suitcase for her when she got off the train, and whose name was Thompson, and a newcomer, a middle-aged gentleman with a bald head, who had arrived on the preceding evening. This personage was the last left in the breakfast-room, and Mrs. Peters soon fell into conversation with him. She was a friendly woman, and liked someone to talk to. Mr. Thompson had been distinctly discouraging in manner. British reserve, Mrs. Peters called it, and the mother and daughter had been very superior and highbrow, though the girl had got on rather well with Willard. Mrs. Peters found the newcomer a very pleasant person. He was informative without being highbrow. He told her several interesting, friendly little details about the Greeks, which made her feel much more as though they were real people, and not just tiresome history out of a book. Mrs. Peters told her new friend all about Willard and what a clever boy he was, and how culture might be said to be his middle name. There was something about this benevolent and bland personage which made him easy to talk to. What he himself did and what his name was, Mrs. Peters did not learn, beyond the fact that he had been travelling and that he was having a complete rest from business. What business? He was not communicative about himself. Altogether, the day passed more quickly than might have been anticipated. The mother and daughter and Mr. Thompson continued to be unsociable. They encountered the latter coming out of the museum, and he immediately turned in the opposite direction. Mrs. Peters' new friend looked after him with a little frown. "Now, I wonder who that fellow is," he said. Mrs. Peters supplied him with the other's name, but could do no more. Thompson. No, I don't think I've met him before, and yet somehow or other his face seems familiar, but I can't place him." In the afternoon, Mrs. Peters enjoyed a quiet nap in a shady spot. The book she took with her to read was not the excellent one on Grecian art recommended to her by her son, but was, on the contrary, entitled The River Launch Mystery. It had 4 murders in it, 3 abductions, and a large and varied gang of dangerous criminals. Mrs. Peters found herself both invigorated and soothed by the perusal of it. It was 4 o'clock when she returned to the hotel. Willard, she felt sure, would be back by this time. So far was she from any presentiment of evil that she almost forgot to open a note which the proprietor said had been left for her by a strange man during the afternoon. It was an extremely dirty note. Idly, she ripped it open. As she read the first few lines, her face blanched, and she put out a hand to steady herself. The handwriting was foreign, but the language employed was English. "Lady," it began. "This to hand, to inform you that your son is being held captive by us in a place of great security. No harm shall happen to honoured young gentlemen if you obey orders of yours truly. We demand for him ransom of 10,000 English pounds sterling. If you speak of this to hotel proprietor or police or any such person, your son will be killed. This is given you to reflect. Tomorrow, directions in way of paying money will be given. If not obeyed, the honoured young gentleman's ears will be cut off and sent to you. And following day, if still not obeyed, he will be killed. Again, this is not idle threat. Let the Kyria reflect again. Above all, be silent. Demetrius, the black-browed." It were idle to describe the poor lady's state of mind. Preposterous and childishly worded as the demand was, it yet brought home to her a grim atmosphere of peril. Willard, her boy, her pet, her delicate, serious Willard. She would go at once to the police. She would rouse the neighbourhood. But perhaps, if she did— She shivered. Then, rousing herself, she went out of the room in search of the hotel proprietor, the sole person in the hotel who could speak English. "It is getting late," she said. "My son has not returned yet." The pleasant little man beamed at her. "True. Monsieur dismissed the mules. He wished to return on foot. He should have been here by now, but doubtless he has lingered on the way." He smiled happily. "Tell me," said Mrs. Peters abruptly, "have you any bad characters in the neighbourhood?" Bad characters was a term not embraced by the little man's knowledge of English. Mrs. Peters made her meaning plainer. She received in reply an assurance that all around Delphi were very good, very quiet people, all well disposed towards foreigners. Words trembled on her lips, but she forced them back. That sinister threat tied her tongue. It might be the merest bluff, but suppose it wasn't? A friend of hers in America had had a child kidnapped, and on her informing the police, the child had been killed. Such things did happen. She was nearly frantic. What was she to do? £10,000. What was that? Between $40,000 or $50,000. What was that to her, in comparison with Willard's safety? But how could she obtain such a sum? There were endless difficulties just now as regarded money and the drawing of cash. A letter of credit for a few £100 was all she had with her. Would the bandits understand this? Would they be reasonable? Would they wait? When her maid came to her, she dismissed the girl fiercely. A bell sounded for dinner, and the poor lady was driven to the dining room. She ate mechanically. She saw no one. The room might have been empty as far as she was concerned. With the arrival of fruit, a note was placed before her. She winced, but the handwriting was entirely different from that which she had feared to see. A neat, clerkly, English hand. She opened it without much interest, but she found its contents intriguing. "At Delphi, you can no longer consult the oracle. So it ran, "But you can consult Mr. Parker Pyne." Below that, there was a cutting of an advertisement pinned to the paper, and at the bottom of the sheet a passport photograph was attached. It was the photograph of her bald-headed friend of the morning. Mrs. Peters read the printed cutting twice. "Are you happy? If not, consult Mr. Parker Pyne." Happy? Happy? Had anyone ever been so unhappy? It was like an answer to a prayer. Hastily, she scribbled on a loose sheet of paper she happened to have in her bag. "Please help me. Will you meet me outside the hotel in 10 minutes?" She enclosed it in an envelope and directed the waiter to take it to the gentleman at the table by the window. 10 minutes later, enveloped in a fur coat, for the night was chilly, Mrs. Peters went out of the hotel and strolled slowly along the road to the ruins. Mr. Parker Pyne was waiting for her. "It's just the mercy of heaven you're here," said Mrs. Peters breathlessly. "But how did you guess the terrible trouble I'm in? That's what I want to know." "The human countenance, my dear madam," said Parker Pyne gently. "I knew at once that something had happened, but what it is I am waiting for you to tell me." Out it came in a flood. She handed him the letter, which he read by the light of his pocket torch. He said. "A remarkable document. A most remarkable document. It has certain points," but Mrs. Peters was in no mood to listen to a discussion on the finer points of the letter. What was she to do about Willard, her own dear, delicate Willard? Mr. Parker Pyne was soothing. He painted an attractive picture of Greek bandit life. They would be especially careful of their captive, since he represented a potential gold mine. Gradually, he calmed her down. "But what am I to do?" wailed Mrs. Peters. "Wait until tomorrow," said Mr. Parker Pyne. "That is, unless you prefer to go straight to the police." Mrs. Peters interrupted him with a shriek of terror. Her darling Willard would be murdered out of hand. "You think I'll get Willard back safe and sound?" "There is no doubt of that," said Mr. Parker Pyne soothingly. "The only question is whether you can get him back without paying £10,000. All I want is my boy." Yes, said Mr. Parker Pyne soothingly. "Who brought the letter, by the way?" "A man the landlord didn't know. A stranger." "Ah, there are possibilities there. The man who brings the letter tomorrow might be followed. What are you telling the people at the hotel about your son's absence?" "I haven't thought." "I wonder now." Mr. Parker Pyne reflected. "I think you might quite naturally express alarm and concern at his absence. A search party could be sent out." "Well, you don't think these fiends—" She choked. No. So long as there is no word of the kidnapping or the ransom, they cannot turn nasty. After all, you can't be expected to take your son's disappearance with no fuss at all." "Can I leave it all to you?" "That is my business," said Mr. Parker Pyne. They started back towards the hotel again, but almost ran into a burly figure. "Who was that?" asked Mr. Parker Pyne sharply. "I think it was Mr. Thompson." "Oh," said Mr. Parker Pyne thoughtfully. "Thompson, was it? Thompson. Mrs. Peters felt, as she went to bed, that Mr. Parker Pyne's idea about the letter was a good one. Whoever brought it must be in touch with the bandits. She felt consoled, and fell asleep much sooner than she could ever have believed possible. When she was dressing on the following morning, she suddenly noticed something lying on the floor by the window. She picked it up, and her heart missed a beat. The same dirty, cheap envelope, the same hated characters. She tore it open. "Good morning, lady. Have you made reflections? Your son is well and unharmed so far, but we must have the money. It may not be easy for you to get this sum, but it has been told us that you have with you a necklace of diamonds, very fine stones. We will be satisfied with that instead. Listen, this is what you must do. You, or anyone you choose to send, must take this necklace and bring it to the stadium. From there, go up to where there is a tree by a big rock. Eyes will watch and see that only one person comes. Then, your son will be exchanged for necklace. The time must be tomorrow, 6 o'clock in the morning, just after sunrise. If you put police on us afterwards, we shoot your son as your car drives to station. This is our last word, lady. If no necklace tomorrow morning, your son's ears sent you. Next day, he die. With salutations, lady. Demetrius. Mrs. Peters hurried to find Mr. Parker Pyne. He read the letter attentively. "Is this true?" he asked. "About a diamond necklace?" "Absolutely. $100,000 my husband paid for it." "Our well-informed thieves," murmured Mr. Parker Pyne. "What's that you say?" "I was just considering certain aspects of the affair." "My word, Mr. Pyne, we haven't got time for aspects. I've got to get my boy back." "But you are a woman of spirit, Mrs. Peters. Do you enjoy being bullied and cheated out of $10,000? Do you enjoy giving up your diamonds meekly to a set of ruffians?" "Well, of course, if you put it like that." The woman of spirit in Mrs. Peters wrestled with the mother. "Oh, I'd like to get even with them. The cowardly brutes. The very minute I get my boy back, Mr. Pyne, I shall set the whole police of the neighborhood on them. And, if necessary, I shall hire an armored car to take Willard and myself to the railway station." Mrs. Peters was flushed and vindictive. "Yes," said Mr. Parker Pyne. "You see, my dear madam, I'm afraid they will be prepared for that move on your part. They know that once Willard is restored to you, nothing will keep you from setting the whole neighborhood on the alert, which leads one to suppose that they have prepared for that move. Well, what do you want to do?" Mr. Parker Pyne smiled. "I want to try a little plan of my own." He looked around the dining room. It was empty, and the doors at both ends were closed. "Mrs. Peters, there is a man I know in Athens, a jeweler. He specializes in good artificial diamonds, first-class stuff." His voice dropped to a whisper. "I'll get him by telephone. He can get here this afternoon, bringing a good selection of stones with him." "You mean—" "He'll extract the real diamonds and replace them with paste replicas." "Why, if that isn't the cutest thing I've ever heard of!" Mrs. Peters gazed at him with admiration. "Shh, not so loud. Will you do something for me?" "Surely." "See that nobody comes within earshot of the telephone." Mrs. Peters nodded. The telephone was in the manager's office. He vacated it obligingly after having helped Mr. Parker Pyne to obtain the number. When he emerged, he found Mrs. Peters outside. "I'm just waiting for Mr. Parker Pyne," she said. "We're going for a walk." "Oh, yes, madame." Mr. Thompson was also in the hall. He came towards them and engaged the manager in conversation. Were there any villas to be let in Delphi? No? But surely there was one above the hotel. "That belongs to a Greek gentleman, monsieur. He does not let it." "And were there no other villas?" "There is one belonging to an American lady. That is the other side of the village. It is shut up now. And there is one belonging to an English gentleman, an artist, that is on the cliff edge, looking down to Itea." Mrs. Peters broke in. Nature had given her a loud voice, and she purposely made it louder. "Why?" she said. "I'd just adore to have a villa here, so unspoilt and natural. I'm simply crazy about the place, aren't you, Mr. Thompson? But of course you must be if you want a villa. Is it your first visit here?" "You don't say so." She ran on determinedly till Mr. Parker Pyne emerged from the office. He gave her just the faintest smile of approval. Mr. Thompson walked slowly down the steps and out into the road, where he joined the highbrow mother and daughter, who seemed to be feeling the wind cold on their exposed arms. All went well. The jeweller arrived just before dinner, with a car full of other tourists. Mrs. Peters took her necklace to his room. He grunted approval. Then he spoke in French. "Madame, peut-être tranquille. Je réussirai." He extracted some tools from his little bag and began to work. At 11 o'clock, Mr. Parker Pyne tapped on Mrs. Peters' door. "Here you are." He handed her a little chamois bag. She glanced inside. "My diamonds!" "Hush! Here is the necklace, with the paste replacing the diamonds. Pretty good, don't you think? Simply wonderful. Aristobulus is a clever fellow. You don't think they'll suspect?" "How should they? They know you have the necklace with you. You hand it over. How can they suspect the trick?" "Well, I think it's wonderful," Mrs. Peters reiterated, handing the necklace back to him. "Will you take it to them? Or is that asking too much of you?" "Certainly, I will take it. Just give me the letter so that I have the directions clear." Thank you. Now, good night, and bon courage. Your boy will be with you tomorrow for breakfast. Oh, if only that's true. Now don't worry. Leave everything in my hands. Mrs. Peters did not spend a good night. When she slept, she had terrible dreams. Dreams where armed bandits in armored cars fired off a fusillade at Willard, who was running down the mountain in his pajamas. She was thankful to wake. At last came the first glimmer of dawn. Mrs. Peters got up and dressed. She sat, waiting. At 7 o'clock, there came a tap on the door. Her throat was so dry she could hardly speak. "Come in," she said. The door opened, and Mr. Thompson entered. She stared at him. Words failed her. She had a sinister presentiment of disaster. And yet, his voice, when he spoke, was completely natural and matter-of-fact. It was a rich, bland voice. "Good morning, Mrs. Peters," he said. "How dare you, sir? How dare you? You must excuse my unconventional visit at so early an hour," said Mr. Thompson, "but you see, I have a matter of business to transact." Mrs. Peters leaned forward with accusing eyes. "So it was you who kidnapped my boy. It wasn't bandits at all." "It certainly wasn't bandits. Most unconvincingly done, that part of it, I thought. Inartistic, to say the least of it." Mrs. Peters was a woman of a single idea. "Where's my boy?" she demanded, with the eyes of an angry tigress. "As a matter of fact," said Mr. Thompson, "he's just outside the door." "Willard!" The door was flung open. Willard, sallow and spectacled and distinctly unshaven, was clasped to his mother's heart. Mr. Thompson stood looking benignly on. "All the same," said Mrs. Peters, suddenly recovering herself and turning on him, "I'll have the law on you for this. Yes, I will." "You've got it all wrong, Mother," said Willard. "This gentleman rescued me." "Where were you?" "In a house on the Cliff Point, just a mile from here." "And allow me, Mrs. Peters," said Mr. Thompson, "to restore your property." He handed her a small packet, loosely wrapped in tissue paper. The paper fell away and revealed the diamond necklace. "You need not treasure that other little bag of stones, Mrs. Peters," said Mr. Thompson, smiling. "The real stones are still in the necklace. The chamois bag contains some excellent imitation stones. As your friend said, Aristobulus is quite a genius." "I just don't understand a word of all this," said Mrs. Peters faintly. "You must look at the case from my point of view," said Mr. Thompson. "My attention was caught by the use of a certain name. I took the liberty of following you and your fat friend out of doors, and I listened, I admit it frankly, to your exceedingly interesting conversation. I found it remarkably suggestive. So much so that I took the manager into my confidence. He took a note of the number to which your plausible friend telephoned, and he also arranged that a waiter should listen to your conversation in the dining room this morning. The whole scheme worked very clearly. You were being made the victim of a couple of clever jewel thieves. They know all about your diamond necklace. They follow you here. They kidnap your son, and write the rather comic bandit letter, and they arrange that you shall confide in the chief instigator of the plot. After that, all is simple. The good gentleman hands you a bag of imitation diamonds and clears out with his pal. This morning, when your son did not appear, you would be frantic. The absence of your friend would lead you to believe that he had been kidnapped too. I gather that they had arranged for someone to go to the villa tomorrow. That person would have discovered your son. And by the time you and he had put your heads together, you might have got an inkling of the plot. But by that time, the villains would have got an excellent start. And now? Oh, now they are safely under lock and key. I arranged for that." "The villain," said Mrs. Peters, wrathfully remembering her own trustful confidences. "That oily, plausible villain." "Not at all a nice fellow," agreed Mr. Thompson. "It beats me how you got onto it," said Willard admiringly. "Pretty smart of you." The other shook his head deprecatingly. "No, no," he said. "When you are traveling incognito, and hear your own name being taken in vain—" Mrs. Peters stared at him. "Who are you?" she demanded abruptly. "I am Mr. Parker Pyne," explained that gentleman. The Wasp's Nest. Out of the house came John Harrison, and stood a moment on the terrace, looking out over the garden. He was a big man with a lean, cadaverous face. His aspect was usually somewhat grim, but when, as now, the rugged features softened into a smile, there was something very attractive about him. John Harrison loved his garden, and it had never looked better than it did on this August evening, summery and languorous. The rambler roses were still beautiful, sweet peas scented the air. A well-known creaking sound made Harrison turn his head sharply. Who was coming in through the garden gate? In another minute, an expression of utter astonishment came over his face, for the dandified figure coming up the path was the last he expected to see in this part of the world. "By all that's wonderful!" cried Harrison. "Monsieur Poirot!" It was indeed the famous Hercule Poirot, whose renown as a detective had spread over the whole world. "Yes," he said, "it is. You said to me once, if you are ever in this part of the world, come and see me. I take you at your word. I arrive." "And I'm obliged," said Harrison heartily. "Sit down and have a drink." With a hospitable hand, he indicated a table on the veranda, bearing assorted bottles. "I thank you," said Poirot, sinking down into a basket chair. "You have, I suppose, no syrup?" No, I thought not. A little plain soda water, then, and no whiskey." And he added in a feeling voice, as the other placed the glass beside him, "Alas, my moustaches are limp. It is this heat." "And what brings you into this quiet spot?" asked Harrison, as he dropped into another chair. "Pleasure? No, mon ami. Business." "Business? In this out-of-the-way place?" Poirot nodded gravely. "But yes, my friend, all crimes are not committed in crowds, you know." The other laughed. "I suppose that was rather an idiotic remark of mine. But what particular crime are you investigating down here? Or is that a thing I mustn't ask?" "Oh, you may ask," said the detective. "Indeed, I would prefer that you asked." Harrison looked at him curiously. He sensed something a little unusual in the other's manner. "You're investigating a crime, you say?" He advanced rather hesitatingly. "A serious crime?" "A crime of the most serious there is." "Or you mean murder?" So gravely did Hercule Poirot say the word that Harrison was quite taken aback. The detective was looking straight at him, and again there was something so unusual in his glance that Harrison hardly knew how to proceed. At last he said, "But I've heard of no murder?" "No," said Poirot. "You would not have heard of it." "Well, who has been murdered?" "As yet," said Poirot, "nobody." "What?" "That is why I said you would not have heard of it. I am investigating a crime that has not yet taken place." "But look here, that's nonsense." "Not at all. If one can investigate a murder before it has happened, surely that is very much better than afterwards. One might even, a little idea, prevent it." Harrison stared at him. "You're not serious, Monsieur Poirot?" "But yes, I am serious." "You really believe that a murder is going to be committed? Oh, it's absurd." Hercule Poirot finished the first part of the sentence without taking any notice of the exclamation. "Unless we can manage to prevent it, yes, mon ami, that is what I mean." "We?" "I said we. I shall need your cooperation." "Well, is that why you came down here?" Again Poirot looked at him, and again an indefinable something made Harrison uneasy. "I came here, Monsieur Harrison, because like you." And then he added, in an entirely different voice, "I see, Monsieur Harrison, that you have a wasp's nest there. You should destroy it." The change of subject made Harrison frown in a puzzled way. He followed Poirot's glance and said in a bewildered voice, "Well, as a matter of fact, I'm going to, or rather, young Langton is. You remember Claude Langton? He was at that same dinner where I met you. He's coming over here this evening to take the nest. Rather fancies himself at the job." "Ah," said Poirot. "And how is he going to do it?" "Petrol and the garden syringe. He's bringing his own syringe over. It's a more convenient size than mine." "There is another way, is there not?" asked Poirot. "With cyanide of potassium?" Harrison looked a little surprised. "Well, yes, but that's rather dangerous stuff. Always a risk having it about the place." Poirot nodded gravely. "Yes, it is deadly poison." He waited a minute, and then repeated in a grave voice, "Deadly poison." Useful if you want to do away with your mother-in-law, eh? said Harrison with a laugh. But Hercule Poirot remained grave. And you are quite sure, Monsieur Harrison, that it is with petrol that Monsieur Langton is going to destroy your wasp's nest? Oh, quite sure. Why? I wondered. I was at the chemist's in Barchester this afternoon. For one of my purchases, I had to sign the poison book. I saw the last entry. It was for cyanide of potassium, and it was signed by Claude Langton. Harrison stared. Well, that's odd, he said. Langton told me the other day that he'd never dream of using the stuff. In fact, he said it oughtn't to be sold for the purpose. Poirot looked out over the garden. His voice was very quiet as he asked a question. Do you like Langton? The other started. The question somehow seemed to find him quite unprepared. I mean, of course I like him. Why shouldn't I? I only wondered, said Poirot placidly, whether you did. And as the other did not answer, he went on, I also wondered if he liked you. What are you getting at, Monsieur Poirot? There's something in your mind I can't fathom. I'm going to be very frank. You are engaged to be married, Monsieur Harrison. I know Miss Molly Dean. She is a very charming, a very beautiful girl. Before she was engaged to you, she was engaged to Claude Langton. She threw him over for you. Harrison nodded. I do not ask what her reasons were. She may have been justified. But I tell you this, it is not too much to suppose that Langton has not forgotten or forgiven. You're wrong, Monsieur Poirot. I swear you're wrong. Langton's been a sportsman. He's taken things like a man. He's been amazingly decent to me, gone out of his way to be friendly. And that does not strike you as unusual? You use the word amazingly, but you do not seem to be amazed. What do you mean, Monsieur Poirot? I mean, said Poirot, and his voice had a new note in it, that a man may conceal his hate till the proper time comes. Hate? Harrison shook his head and laughed. The English are very stupid, said Poirot. They think that they can deceive anyone, but that no one can deceive them. The sportsman, the good fellow, never will they believe evil of him, and because they are brave but stupid, sometimes they die when they need not die. You're warning me, said Harrison in a low voice. I see it now. What has puzzled me all along, you're warning me against Claude Langton. You came here today to warn me. Poirot nodded. Harrison sprang up suddenly. But you were mad, Monsieur Poirot. This is England. Things don't happen like that here. Disappointed suitors don't go about stabbing people in the back and poisoning them. And you're wrong about Langton. The chap wouldn't hurt a fly. The lives of flies are not my concern, said Poirot placidly. And although you say Monsieur Langton would not take the life of one, yet you forget that he is even now preparing to take the lives of several thousand wasps. Harrison did not reply at once. The little detective, in his turn, sprang to his feet. He advanced to his friend and laid a hand on his shoulder. So agitated was he that he almost shook the big man, and as he did so, he hissed into his ear, Rouse yourself, my friend, rouse yourself, and look! Look where I am pointing, there on the bank, close to that tree root. See you, the wasps returning home, placid at the end of the day? In a little hour there will be destruction, and they know it not. There is no one to tell them. They have not, it seems, a Hercule Poirot. I tell you, Monsieur Harrison, I am down here on business. Murder is my business, and it is my business before it has happened, as well as afterwards. At what time does Monsieur Langton come to take this wasp's nest? Langton would never. At what time? At 9 o'clock. But I tell you, you're all wrong. Langton would never. These English, cried Poirot in a passion. He caught up his hat and stick and moved down the path, pausing to speak over his shoulder. I do not stay to argue with you. I should only enrage myself, but you understand. I return at 9 o'clock. Harrison opened his mouth to speak, but Poirot did not give him the chance. I know what you would say. Langton would never, etc. Langton would never, but all the same, I return at 9 o'clock. But yes, it will amuse me. Put it like that. It will amuse me to see the taking of a wasp's nest. Another of your English sports. He waited for no reply, but passed rapidly down the path and out through the door that creaked. Once outside on the road, his pace slackened. His vivacity died down. His face became grave and troubled. Once he drew his watch from his pocket and consulted it. The hands pointed to 10 minutes past 8. Over 3/4 of an hour, he murmured. I wonder if I should have waited. His footsteps slackened. He almost seemed on the point of returning. Some vague foreboding seemed to assail him. He shook it off resolutely, however, and continued to walk in the direction of the village. But his face was still troubled, and once or twice he shook his head, like a man only partly satisfied. It was still some minutes off 9 when he once more approached the garden door. It was a clear, still evening. Hardly a breeze stirred the leaves. There was perhaps something a little sinister in the stillness, like the lull before a storm. Poirot's footsteps quickened ever so slightly. He was suddenly alarmed and uncertain. He feared he knew not what. And at that moment, the garden door opened and Claude Langton stepped quickly out into the road. He started when he saw Poirot. "Oh, good evening." "Good evening, Monsieur Langton. You are early." Langton stared at him. "I don't know what you mean." "You have taken the wasp's nest?" "Well, as a matter of fact, I didn't." "Oh," said Poirot softly, "so you did not take the wasp's nest. What did you do then?" "Oh, just sat there and yarned a bit with old Harrison. I really must hurry along now, Monsieur Poirot. I had no idea you were remaining in this part of the world." "I had business here, you see." "Oh, well, you'll find Harrison on the terrace. Sorry I can't stop." He hurried away. Poirot looked after him. A nervous young fellow, good-looking, with a weak mouth. "So, I shall find Harrison on the terrace," murmured Poirot. "I wonder." He went in through the garden door and up the path. Harrison was sitting in a chair by the table. He sat motionless and did not even turn his head as Poirot came up to him. "Ah, mon ami," said Poirot. "You are all right, eh?" There was a long pause, and then Harrison said in a queer, dazed voice, "What did you say?" "I said, are you all right?" "All right? Yes, I'm all right. Why not?" "You feel no ill effects. That is good." "Ill effects? From what?" "Washing soda." Harrison roused himself suddenly. "Washing soda? What do you mean?" Poirot made an apologetic gesture. "I infinitely regret the necessity, but I put some in your pocket." You put some in my pocket? What on earth for?" Harrison stared at him. Poirot spoke quietly and impersonally, like a lecturer coming down to the level of a small child. "You see, one of the advantages or disadvantages of being a detective is that it brings you into contact with the criminal classes. And the criminal classes, they can teach you some very interesting and curious things. There was a pickpocket once. I interested myself in him because for once in a way he had not done what they say he has done, and so I get him off. And because he is so grateful, he pays me in the only way he can think of, which is to show me the tricks of his trade. And it so happens that I can pick a man's pocket if I choose without his ever suspecting the fact. I lay one hand on his shoulder, I excite myself, and he feels nothing. But all the same, I have managed to transfer what is in his pocket to my pocket, and leave washing soda in its place. You see," continued Poirot dreamily, "if a man wants to get at some poison quickly, to put in a glass unobserved, he positively must keep it in his right-hand coat pocket. There is nowhere else. I knew it would be there." He dropped his hand into his pocket and brought out a few white, lumpy crystals. "Exceedingly dangerous," he murmured, "to carry it like that. Loose." Calmly, and without hurrying himself, he took from another pocket a wide-mouthed bottle. He slipped in the crystals, stepped to the table, and filled up the bottle with plain water. Then, carefully corking it, he shook it until all the crystals were dissolved. Harrison watched him as though fascinated. Satisfied with his solution, Poirot stepped across to the nest. He uncorked the bottle, turned his head aside, and poured the solution into the wasp's nest, then stood back a pace or two watching. Some wasps that were returning alighted, quivered a little, and then lay still. Other wasps crawled out of the hole, only to die. Poirot watched for a moment or two, and then nodded his head and came back to the veranda. "A quick death," he said, "a very quick death." Harrison found his voice. "How much do you know?" Poirot looked straight ahead. "As I told you, I saw Claude Langton's name in the book. What I did not tell you was that almost immediately afterwards I happened to meet him. He told me he had been buying cyanide of potassium at your request to take a wasp's nest. That struck me as a little odd, my friend, because I remember that at that dinner of which you spoke, you held forth on the superior merits of petrol and denounced the buying of cyanide as dangerous and unnecessary. Go on. I knew something else. I had seen Claude Langton and Molly Dean together when they thought no one saw them. I do not know what lovers' quarrel it was that originally parted them and drove her into your arms, but I realized that misunderstandings were over, and that Miss Dean was drifting back to her love. Go on. I knew something more, my friend. I was in High Street the other day, and I saw you come out of a certain doctor's house. I know the doctor, and for what disease one consults him, and I read the expression on your face. I have seen it only once or twice in my lifetime, but it is not easily mistaken. It was the face of a man under sentence of death. I am right, am I not? Quite right. He gave me 2 months. You did not see me, my friend, for you had other things to think about. I saw something else on your face, the thing that I told you this afternoon men try to conceal. I saw hate there, my friend. You did not trouble to conceal it, because you thought there were none to observe. Go on, said Harrison. There is not much more to say. I came down here, saw Langton's name by accident in the poison book, as I tell you, met him, and came here to you. I laid traps for you. You denied having asked Langton to get cyanide, or rather you expressed surprise at his having done so. You were taken aback at first at my appearance, but presently you saw how well it would fit in, and you encouraged my suspicions. I knew from Langton himself that he was coming at 8:30. You told me 9 o'clock, thinking I should come and find everything over, and so I knew everything. Why did you come? Cried Harrison. If only you hadn't come. Poirot drew himself up. I told you, he said. Murder is my business. Murder? Suicide, you mean? No. Poirot's voice rang out sharply and clearly. I mean murder. Your death was to be quick and easy, but the death you planned for Langton was to be the worst death any man can die. He bought the poison. He comes to see you, and he is alone with you. You die suddenly, and the cyanide is found in your glass, and Langton hangs. That was your plan. Again, Harrison moaned. Oh, why did you come? Why did you come? I have told you. But there is another reason. I liked you. Listen, mon ami. You are a dying man. You have lost the girl you loved. But there is one thing that you are not. You are not a murderer. Tell me now, are you glad or sorry that I came? There was a moment's pause, and Harrison drew himself up. There was a new dignity in his face, the look of a man who has conquered his own baser self. He stretched out his hand across the table. Thank goodness you came, he cried. Oh, thank goodness you came. Death on the Nile. Lady Grail was nervous. From the moment of coming on board the SS Fayoum, she complained of everything. She did not like her cabin. She could bear the morning sun, but not the afternoon sun. Pamela Grail, her niece, obligingly gave up her cabin on the other side. Lady Grail accepted it grudgingly. She snapped at Miss Macnaughton, her nurse, for having given her the wrong scarf, and for having packed her little pillow instead of leaving it out. She snapped at her husband, Sir George, for having just brought her the wrong string of beads. It was lapis she wanted, not carnelian. George was a fool. Sir George said anxiously, Sorry, my dear, sorry. I'll go back and change 'em. Plenty of time. She did not snap at Basil West, her husband's private secretary, because nobody ever snapped at Basil. His smile disarmed you before you began. But the worst of it fell assuredly to the dragoman, an imposing and richly dressed personage whom nothing could disturb. When Lady Grail caught sight of a stranger in a basket chair and realized that he was a fellow passenger, the vials of her wrath were poured out like water. They told me distinctly at the office that we were the only passengers. It was the end of the season, and there was no one else going. That's right, lady, said Mohammed calmly. Just you and party, and one gentleman, that's all. But I was told there would be only ourselves. That's quite right, lady. It is not all right, it was a lie. What is that man doing here? He come later, lady, after you take tickets. He only decided to come this morning. It's an absolute swindle. That's all right, lady. Him very quiet gentleman. Very nice, very quiet. You're a fool. You know nothing about it. Miss Macnaughton, where are you? Oh, there you are. I've repeatedly asked you to stay near me. I might feel faint. You help me to my cabin and give me an aspirin, and don't let Mohammed come near me. He keeps on saying, "That's right, lady," till I feel I could scream. Miss Macnaughton proffered an arm, without a word. She was a tall woman of about 35, handsome in a quiet, dark way. She settled Lady Grail in the cabin, propped her up with cushions, administered an aspirin, and listened to the flow of complaint. Lady Grail was 48. She had suffered, since she was 16, from the complaint of having too much money. She had married that impoverished baronet, Sir George Grail, 10 years before. She was a big woman. Not bad-looking as regarded features, but her face was fretful and lined, and the lavish makeup she applied only accentuated the blemishes of time and temper. Her hair had been in turn platinum blonde and henna red, and was looking tired in consequence. She was overdressed, and wore too much jewellery. "Tell Sir George," she finished, while the silent Miss Macnaughton waited with an expressionless face, "tell Sir George that he must get that man off the boat. I must have privacy. All I've gone through lately." She shut her eyes. "Yes, Lady Grail," said Miss Macnaughton, and left the cabin. The offending last-minute passenger was still sitting in the deck chair. He had his back to Luxor, and was staring out across the Nile to where the distant hills showed golden above a line of dark green. Miss Macnaughton gave him a swift, appraising glance as she passed. She found Sir George in the lounge. He was holding a string of beads in his hand, and looking at it doubtfully. "Tell me, Miss Macnaughton, do you think these will be all right?" Miss Macnaughton gave a swift glance at the lapis. "Very nice indeed," she said. "You think Lady Grail will be pleased, eh?" "Oh, no, I shouldn't say that, Sir George. You see, nothing would please her. That's the real truth of it. Oh, by the way, she sent me with a message to you. She wants you to get rid of this extra passenger." Sir George's jaw dropped. "How can I? What could I say to the fellow?" "Well, of course you can't." Elsie Macnaughton's voice was brisk and kindly. "Just say there was nothing to be done." She added encouragingly, "It will be all right." You think it will, eh?" His face was ludicrously pathetic. Elsie Macnaughton's voice was still kinder as she said, "You really must not take these things to heart, Sir George. It's just health, you know. Don't take it seriously." "You think she's really bad, nurse?" A shadow crossed the nurse's face. There was something odd in her voice as she answered, "Yes, I don't quite like her condition, but please, don't worry, Sir George. You mustn't. You really mustn't." She gave him a friendly smile and went out. Pamela came in, very languid and cool in her white. "Hello, Nunks." "Oh, hello, Pam, my dear. What have you got there?" "Oh, nice." "Well, I'm glad you think so. Do you think your aunt will think so too?" "She's incapable of liking anything. I can't think why you married the woman, Nunks." Sir George was silent. A confused panorama of unsuccessful racing, pressing creditors, and a handsome, if domineering woman rose before his mental vision. "Poor old dear," said Pamela. "I suppose you had to do it, but she does give us both rather hell, doesn't she?" "Since she's been ill," began Sir George. Pamela interrupted him. "She's not ill. Not really. She can always do anything she wants to. Why, while you were up at Aswan, she was merry as a cricket. I bet you Miss Macnaughton knows she's a fraud." "I don't know what we'd do without Miss Macnaughton," said Sir George with a sigh. "She's an efficient creature," admitted Pamela. "I don't exactly dote on her as you do, though, Nunks." "Oh, you do. Don't contradict. You think she's wonderful." "So she is, in a way, but she's a dark horse. I never know what she's thinking. Still, she manages the old cat quite well." "Oh, look here, Pam, you mustn't speak of your aunt like that. Dash it all, she's very good to you." "Yes, she pays all our bills, doesn't she? It's a hell of a life, though." Sir George passed on to a less painful subject. "What are we going to do about this fellow who's coming on the trip? Your aunt wants the boat to herself." "Well, she can't have it," said Pamela coolly. "The man's quite presentable. His name's Parker Pyne. I should think he was a civil servant out of the records department, if there is such a thing. Funny thing is, I seem to have heard that name somewhere. Basil? The secretary had just entered. Where have I seen the name Parker Pyne? Front page of the Times agony column, replied the young man promptly. Are you happy? If not, consult Mr. Parker Pyne. Never! How frightfully amusing! Let's tell him all our troubles, all the way to Cairo. I haven't any, said Basil West simply. We're going to glide down the Golden Nile and see temples. He looked quickly at Sir George, who had picked up a paper. Together. The last word was only just breathed, but Pamela caught it. Her eyes met his. You're right, Basil, she said lightly. It's good to be alive. Sir George got up and went out. Pamela's face clouded over. What's the matter, my sweet? My detested aunt by marriage. Don't worry, said Basil quickly. What does it matter what she gets into her head? Don't contradict her. You see, he laughed, it's good camouflage. The benevolent figure of Mr. Parker Pyne entered the lounge. Behind him came the picturesque figure of Mohammed, prepared to say his piece. Ladies and gentlemen, we start now. In a few minutes we pass temples of Karnak, right-hand side. I tell you a story now about a little boy who went to buy a roasted lamb for his father. Mr. Parker Pyne mopped his forehead. He had just returned from a visit to the temple of Dendera. Riding on a donkey was, he felt, an exercise ill-suited to his figure. He was proceeding to remove his collar when a note propped up on the dressing table caught his attention. He opened it. It ran as follows. Dear Sir, I should be obliged if you should not visit the Temple of Abydos, but would remain on the boat, as I wish to consult you. Yours truly, Ariadne Grayle. A smile creased Mr. Parker Pyne's large, bland face. He reached for a sheet of paper and unscrewed his fountain pen. Dear Lady Grayle, he wrote, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I am at present on holiday, and am not doing any professional business. He signed his name and dispatched the letter by a steward. As he completed his change of toilet, another note was brought to him. Dear Mr. Parker Pyne, I appreciate the fact that you are on holiday, but I am prepared to pay a fee of £100 for a consultation. Yours truly, Ariadne Grayle. Mr. Parker Pyne's eyebrows rose. He tapped his teeth thoughtfully with his fountain pen. He wanted to see Abydos, but £100 was £100, and Egypt had been even more wickedly expensive than he had imagined. Dear Lady Grayle, he wrote, I shall not visit the Temple of Abydos. Yours faithfully, J. Parker Pyne. Mr. Parker Pyne's refusal to leave the boat was a source of great grief to Mohammed. Very nice temple. All my gentlemen like to see that temple. I get you carriage. I get you chair and sailors carry you. Mr. Parker Pyne refused all these tempting offers. The others set off. Mr. Parker Pyne waited on deck. Presently, the door of Lady Grayle's cabin opened, and the lady herself trailed out on deck. Such a hot afternoon, she observed. I see you've stayed behind, Mr. Pyne. Very wise of you. Shall we have some tea together in the lounge? Mr. Parker Pyne rose promptly and followed her. It cannot be denied that he was curious. It seemed as though Lady Grayle felt some difficulty in coming to the point. She fluttered from this subject to that. But finally she spoke, in an altered voice. Mr. Pyne, what I am about to tell you is in the strictest confidence. You do understand that, don't you? Oh, naturally. She paused, took a deep breath. Mr. Parker Pyne waited. I want to know whether or not my husband is poisoning me. Whatever Mr. Parker Pyne had expected, it was not this. He showed his astonishment plainly. That is a very serious accusation to make, Lady Grayle. Well, I'm not a fool, and I wasn't born yesterday. I've had my suspicions for some time. Whenever George goes away, I get better. My food doesn't disagree with me, and I feel a different woman. There must be some reason for that. What you say is very serious, Lady Grayle. You must remember, I am not a detective. I am, if you like to put it that way, a heart specialist. She interrupted him. Eh? And don't you think it worries me, all this? It is not a policeman I want. I can look after myself, thank you. It's certainty I want. I've got to know. I'm not a wicked woman, Mr. Pyne. I act fairly by those who act fairly by me. A bargain's a bargain. I've kept my side of it. I've paid my husband's debts, and I've not stinted him in money. Mr. Parker Pyne had a fleeting pang of pity for Sir George. And as for the girl, she said clothes and parties and this and that and the other. Common gratitude is all I ask. Gratitude is not a thing that can be produced to order, Lady Grail. Nonsense, said Lady Grail. She went on. Well, there it is. Find out the truth for me. Once I know— He looked at her curiously. Once you know? What then, Lady Grail? That's my business. Her lips closed sharply. Mr. Parker-Pine hesitated a minute. Then he said, You will excuse me, Lady Grail, but I have the impression that you are not being entirely frank with me. Well, that's absurd. I've told you exactly what I want you to find out. Yes, but not the reason why. Their eyes met. Hers fell first. I should think the reason was self-evident, she said. No, because I am in doubt upon one point. What is that? Do you want your suspicions proved right or wrong? Really, Mr. Pine? The lady rose to her feet, quivering with indignation. Mr. Parker-Pine nodded his head gently. Yes, he said, but that doesn't answer my question, you know. No! Words seemed to fail her. She swept out of the room. Left alone, Mr. Parker-Pine became very thoughtful. He was so deep in his own thoughts that he started perceptibly when someone came in and sat down opposite him. It was Miss Macnaughton. Surely, you're all back very soon, said Mr. Parker-Pine. The others aren't back. I said I had a headache and came back alone. She hesitated. Where is Lady Grail? I should imagine lying down in her cabin. Oh, then that's all right. I don't want her to know I've come back. You didn't come on her account, then? Miss Macnaughton shook her head. No, I came back to see you. Mr. Parker-Pine was surprised. He would have said offhand that Miss Macnaughton was eminently capable of looking after troubles herself, without seeking outside advice. It seemed that he was wrong. I've watched you since we all came on board. I think you're a person of wide experience and good judgment, and I want advice, very badly. And yet, excuse me, Miss Macnaughton, but you're not the type that usually seeks advice. I should say that you were a person who was quite content to rely on her own judgment. Normally, yes, but I'm in a very peculiar position. She hesitated a moment. I do not usually talk about my cases, but in this instance, I think it is necessary. Mr. Pine, when I left England with Lady Grail, she was a straightforward case. In plain language, there was nothing the matter with her. Well, that's not quite true, perhaps. Too much leisure and too much money do produce a definite pathological condition. Having a few floors to scrub every day and 5 or 6 children to look after would have made Lady Grail a perfectly healthy and a much happier woman. Mr. Parker-Pine nodded. As a hospital nurse, one sees a lot of these nervous cases. Lady Grail enjoyed her bad health. It was my part not to minimize her sufferings, to be as tactful as I could, and to enjoy the trip myself as much as possible. Very sensible, said Mr. Parker-Pine. Mr. Pine, things are not as they were. The suffering that Lady Grail complains of now is real, and not imagined. You mean? I have come to suspect that Lady Grail is being poisoned. Since when have you suspected this? For the past 3 weeks. Do you suspect any particular person? Her eyes dropped. For the first time her voice lacked sincerity. No. I put it to you, Miss Macnaughton, that you do suspect one particular person, and that that person is Sir George Grail. Oh, no, I can't believe it of him. He's so pathetic, so childlike. He couldn't be a cold-blooded poisoner. Her voice had an anguished note in it. And yet you have noticed that whenever Sir George is absent, his wife is better, and that her periods of illness correspond with his return. She did not answer. What poison do you suspect? Arsenic? Something of that kind. Arsenic or antimony. And what steps have you taken? I've done my utmost to supervise what Lady Grail eats and drinks. Mr. Parker-Pine nodded. Do you think Lady Grail has any suspicion herself? He asked casually. Oh, no, I'm sure she hasn't. There, you are wrong, said Mr. Parker-Pine. Lady Grail does suspect. Miss Macnaughton showed her astonishment. "Lady Grail is more capable of keeping a secret than you imagine," said Mr. Parker-Pine. "She is a woman who knows how to keep her own counsel very well." "That surprises me very much," said Miss Macnaughton slowly. "I should like to ask you one more question, Miss Macnaughton. Do you think Lady Grail likes you?" "I've never thought about it." They were interrupted. Mohammed came in, his face beaming, his robes flowing behind him. "A lady, she hear you come back. She asks for you. She say, why have you not come to her?" Elsie Macnaughton rose hurriedly. Mr. Parker-Pine rose also. "Would a consultation early tomorrow morning suit you?" he asked. "Yes, that would be the best time. Lady Grail sleeps late. In the meantime, I shall be very careful." "I think Lady Grail will be careful too." Miss Macnaughton disappeared. Mr. Parker-Pine did not see Lady Grail till just before dinner. She was sitting smoking a cigarette and burning what seemed to be a letter. She took no notice at all of him, by which he gathered that she was still offended. After dinner, he played bridge with Sir George, Pamela, and Basil. Everyone seemed a little distrait, and the bridge game broke up early. It was some hours later when Mr. Parker-Pine was roused. It was Mohammed who came to him. "Old lady, she very ill. Nurse, she very frightened. I try to get doctor." Mr. Parker-Pine hurried on some clothes. He arrived at the doorway of Lady Grail's cabin at the same time as Basil West. Sir George and Pamela were inside. Elsie Macnaughton was working desperately over her patient. As Mr. Parker-Pine arrived, a final convulsion seized the poor lady. Her arched body writhed and stiffened. Then she fell back on her pillows. Mr. Parker-Pine drew Pamela gently outside. "How awful!" The girl was half sobbing. "How awful! Is she dead?" "Yes, I am afraid it is all over." He put her into Basil's keeping. Sir George came out of the cabin looking dazed. "I never thought she was really ill," he was muttering. "Never thought it for a moment." Mr. Parker-Pine pushed past him and entered the cabin. Elsie Macnaughton's face was white and drawn. "Have they sent for a doctor?" she asked. "Yes." Then he said, "Strychnine?" "Yes, those convulsions are unmistakable. Oh, I can't believe it." She sank into a chair, weeping. He patted her shoulder. Then an idea seemed to strike him. He left the cabin hurriedly and went to the lounge. There was a little scrap of paper, left unburnt in an ashtray. Just a few words were distinguishable. C-H-E-T of dreams. Burn this. "Now, that's interesting," said Mr. Parker-Pine. Mr. Parker-Pine sat in the room of a prominent Cairo official. "So, that's the evidence," he said thoughtfully. "Yes, pretty complete. Man must have been a damn fool. I shouldn't call Sir George a brainy man." "All the same," the other recapitulated, "Lady Grail wants a cup of Bovril. The nurse makes it for her. Then she must have sherry in it. Sir George produces the sherry. 2 hours later, Lady Grail dies with unmistakable signs of strychnine poisoning. A packet of strychnine is found in Sir George's cabin, and another packet actually in the pocket of his dinner jacket." "Very thorough," said Mr. Parker-Pine. "Where did the strychnine come from, by the way?" "Well, there's little doubt over that. The nurse had some, in case Lady Grail's heart troubled her. But she's contradicted herself once or twice. First, she said her supply was intact. Now she says it isn't. Very unlike her not to be sure," was Mr. Parker-Pine's comment. "Well, they were in it together, in my opinion. They've got a weakness for each other, those two." "Possibly. But if Miss Macnaughton had been planning murder, she'd have done it a good deal better. She's an efficient young woman." "Well, there it is. In my opinion, Sir George is in for it. He hasn't a dog's chance." "Well, well," said Mr. Parker-Pine. "I must see what I can do." He sought out the pretty niece. Pamela was white and indignant. "Nunks never did such a thing. Never, never, never." "Well, then, who did?" said Mr. Parker-Pine placidly. Pamela came nearer. "Do you know what I think? She did it herself. She's been frightfully queer lately. She used to imagine things." "What things?" "Queer things. Basil, for instance. She was always hinting that Basil was in love with her. And Basil and we are... I realize that, said Mr. Parker Pyne, smiling. All that about Basil was pure imagination. I think she had it down on poor little Nunks, and I think she made up that story and told it to you, and then put the strychnine in his cabin and in his pocket and poisoned herself. People have done things like that, haven't they? They have, admitted Mr. Parker Pyne, but I don't think that Lady Grail did. She wasn't, if you will allow me to say so, the type. But the delusions. Yes, I'd like to ask Mr. West about that. He found the young man in his room. Basil answered his questions quite readily enough. I don't want to sound fatuous, but she took a fancy to me. That's why I daren't let her know about me and Pamela. She'd have had Sir George fire me. You think Miss Grail's theory a likely one? Well, it's possible, I suppose. The young man was doubtful. But not good enough, said Mr. Parker Pyne quietly. No, we must find something better. He became lost in meditation for a minute or two. A confession would be best, he said briskly. He unscrewed his fountain pen and produced a sheet of paper. Just write it out, will you? Mr. Basil West stared at him in amazement. Me? What on earth do you mean? My dear young man, Mr. Parker Pyne sounded almost paternal, I know all about it. How you made love to the good lady, how she had scruples, how you fell in love with the pretty, penniless niece, how you arranged your plot. Slow poisoning. It might pass for natural death from gastroenteritis. If not, it would be laid to Sir George's doing, since you were careful to let the attacks coincide with his presence. Then your discovery that the lady was suspicious, and had talked to me about the matter. Quick action. You abstracted some strychnine from Miss Macnaughton's store, planted some of it in Sir George's cabin, and some in his pocket, and put sufficient into a cachet which you enclosed with a note to the lady telling her it was a cachet of dreams. A romantic idea. She'd take it as soon as the nurse had left her, and no one would know anything about it. But you made one mistake, my young man. It is useless asking a lady to burn letters. They never do. I've got all that pretty correspondence, including the one about the cachet. Basil West had turned green. All his good looks had vanished. He looked like a trapped rat. Damn you, he snarled. So you know all about it, you damned interfering nosy Parker. Mr. Parker Pyne was saved from physical violence by the appearance of the witnesses he had thoughtfully arranged to have listening outside the half-closed door. Mr. Parker Pyne was again discussing the case with his friend the high official. And I hadn't a shred of evidence, only an almost indecipherable fragment, with "burn this" on it. I deduced the whole story and tried it on him. It worked. I'd stumbled on the truth. The letters did it. Lady Grail had burned every scrap he wrote, but he didn't know that. She was really a very unusual woman. I was puzzled when she came to me. What she wanted was for me to tell her that her husband was poisoning her. In that case, she meant to go off with young West, but she wanted to act fairly. Curious character. That poor little girl is going to suffer, said the other. Oh, she'll get over it, said Mr. Parker Pyne callously. She's young. I'm anxious that Sir George should get a little enjoyment before it's too late. He's been treated like a worm for 10 years. Now Elsie Macnaughton will be very kind to him. He beamed. Then he sighed. I am thinking of going incognito to Greece. I really must have a holiday. Problem at Pollença Bay. The steamer from Barcelona to Majorca landed Mr. Parker Pyne at Palma in the early hours of the morning, and straight away he met with disillusionment. The hotels were full. The best that could be done for him was an airless cupboard overlooking an inner court in a hotel in the centre of town, and with that Mr. Parker Pyne was not prepared to put up. The proprietor of the hotel was indifferent to his disappointment. "What will you?" he observed with a shrug. Palma was popular now. The exchange was favourable. Everyone, the English, the Americans, they all came to Majorca in the winter. The whole place was crowded. It was doubtful if the English gentleman would be able to get in anywhere, except perhaps at Formentor, where the prices were so ruinous that even foreigners blenched at them. Mr. Parker Pyne partook of some coffee and a roll, and went out to view the cathedral, but found himself in no mood for appreciating the beauties of architecture. He next had a conference with a friendly taxi driver, in inadequate French interlarded with native Spanish, and they discussed the merits and possibilities of Soler, Alcudia, Pollença, and Formentor, where there were fine hotels, but very expensive. Mr. Parker Pyne was goaded to inquire how expensive. They asked, said the taxi driver, an amount that it would be absurd and ridiculous to pay. Was it not well known that the English came here because prices were cheap and reasonable? Mr. Parker Pyne said that that was quite so, but all the same, what sums did they charge at Formentor? A price incredible. Perfectly. But what price, exactly? The driver consented at last to reply in terms of figures. Fresh from the exactions of hotels in Jerusalem and Egypt, the figure did not stagger Mr. Parker Pyne unduly. A bargain was struck. Mr. Parker Pyne's suitcases were loaded on the taxi in a somewhat haphazard manner, and they started off to drive round the island, trying cheaper hostelries en route, but with the final objective of Formentor. But they never reached that final abode of plutocracy. For after they had passed through the narrow streets of Pollença and were following the curved line of the seashore, they came to the Hotel Pino d'Oro, a small hotel standing on the edge of the sea, looking out over a view that in a misty haze of a fine morning had the exquisite vagueness of a Japanese print. At once, Mr. Parker Pyne knew that this, and only this, was what he was looking for. He stopped the taxi, passed through the painted gate, with the hope that he would find a resting place. The elderly couple to whom the hotel belonged knew no English or French. Nevertheless, the matter was concluded satisfactorily. Mr. Parker Pyne was allotted a room overlooking the sea. The suitcases were unloaded. The driver congratulated his passengers upon avoiding the monstrous exigencies of these new hotels, received his fare, and departed with a cheerful Spanish salutation. Mr. Parker Pyne glanced at his watch, and perceiving that it was even now but 9:15, he went out onto the small terrace now bathed in a dazzling morning light, and ordered, for the second time that morning, coffee and rolls. There were 4 tables there, his own, one from which breakfast was being cleared away, and 2 occupied ones. At the one nearest him sat a family of father and mother and 2 daughters, Germans. Beyond them, at the corner of the terrace, sat what were clearly an English mother and son. The woman was about 55. She had grey hair of a pretty tone, was sensibly but not fashionably dressed in a tweed coat and skirt, and had that comfortable self-possession which marks an Englishwoman used to much travelling abroad. The young man who sat opposite her might have been 25, and he too was typical of his class and age. He was neither good-looking nor plain, tall nor short. He was clearly on the best of terms with his mother. They made little jokes together, and he was assiduous in passing her things. As they talked, her eye met that of Mr. Parker Pyne. It passed over him with well-bred nonchalance, but he knew that he had been assimilated and labelled. He had been recognized as English, and doubtless, in due course, some pleasant non-committal remark would be addressed to him. Mr. Parker Pyne had no particular objection. His own countrymen and women abroad were inclined to bore him slightly, but he was quite willing to pass the time of day in an amiable manner. In a small hotel it caused constraint if one did not do so. This particular woman, he felt sure, had excellent hotel manners, as he put it. The English boy rose from his seat, made some laughing remark, and passed into the hotel. The woman took her letters and bag and settled herself in a chair facing the sea. She unfolded a copy of the Continental Daily Mail. Her back was to Mr. Parker Pyne. As he drank the last drop of his coffee, Mr. Parker Pyne glanced in her direction, and instantly he stiffened. He was alarmed for the peaceful continuance of his holiday. That back was horribly expressive. In his time he had classified many such backs, its rigidity, the tenseness of its poise. Without seeing her face, he knew well enough that the eyes were bright with unshed tears, that the woman was keeping herself in hand by a rigid effort. Moving warily, like a much-hunted animal, Mr. Parker Pyne retreated into the hotel. Not half an hour before, he had been invited to sign his name in the book lying on the desk. There it was, a neat signature, C. Parker Pyne, London. A few lines above, Mr. Parker Pyne noticed the entries Mrs. R. Chester, Mr. Basil Chester, Holme Park, Devon. Seizing a pen, Mr. Parker Pyne wrote rapidly over his signature. It now read, with difficulty, Christopher Pyne. If Mrs. R. Chester was unhappy in Pollensa Bay, it was not going to be made easy for her to consult Mr. Parker Pyne. Already it had been a source of abiding wonder to that gentleman that so many people he had come across abroad should know his name and have noted his advertisements. In England, many thousands of people read the Times every day, and could have answered quite truthfully that they had never heard such a name in their lives. Abroad, he reflected, they read their newspapers more thoroughly. No item, not even the advertisement columns, escaped them. Already his holidays had been interrupted on several occasions. He had dealt with a whole series of problems, from murder to attempted blackmail. He was determined in Majorca to have peace. He felt instinctively that a distressed mother might trouble that peace considerably. Mr. Parker Pyne settled down at the Pino d'Oro very happily. There was a larger hotel not far off, the Mariposa, where a good many English people stayed. There was also quite an artist colony, living all around. You could walk along by the sea to the fishing village, where there was a cocktail bar, where people met. There were a few shops. It was all very peaceful and pleasant. Girls strolled about in trousers with brightly coloured handkerchiefs tied round the upper halves of their bodies. Young men in berets, with rather long hair, held forth in Mac's bar on such subjects as plastic values and abstraction in art. On the day after Mr. Parker Pyne's arrival, Mrs. Chester made a few conventional remarks to him on the subject of the view and the likelihood of the weather keeping fine. She then chatted a little with a German lady about knitting, and had a few pleasant words about the sadness of the political situation with two Danish gentlemen who spent their time rising at dawn and walking for 11 hours. Mr. Parker Pyne found Basil Chester a most likeable young man. He called Mr. Parker Pyne Sir, and listened most politely to anything the older man said. Sometimes the three English people had coffee together after dinner in the evening. After the third day, Basil left the party after 10 minutes or so, and Mr. Parker Pyne was left tete-a-tete with Mrs. Chester. They talked about flowers and the growing of them, of the lamentable state of the English pound, and of how expensive France had become, and of the difficulty of getting good afternoon tea. Every evening when her son departed, Mr. Parker Pyne saw the quickly concealed tremor of her lips, but immediately she recovered and discoursed pleasantly on the above-mentioned subjects. Little by little she began to talk of Basil, of how well he had done at school. He was in the first 11, you know. Of how everyone liked him, of how proud his father would have been of the boy had he lived, of how thankful she had been that Basil had never been wild. Of course, I always urge him to be with young people, but he really seems to prefer being with me. She said it with a kind of nice, modest pleasure in the fact. But for once Mr. Parker Pyne did not make the usual tactful response he could usually achieve so easily. He said instead, "Oh, well, there seem to be plenty of young people here. Not in the hotel, but round about." At that, he noticed, Mrs. Chester stiffened. She said, of course, there were a lot of artists. Perhaps she was very old-fashioned. Real art, of course, was different. But a lot of young people just made that sort of thing an excuse for lounging about and doing nothing, and the girls drank a lot too much. On the following day, Basil said to Mr. Parker Pyne, "I'm awfully glad you turned up here, sir, especially for my mother's sake. She likes having you to talk to in the evenings." "What did you do when you were first here?" "As a matter of fact, we used to play piquet." "I see. Of course, one gets rather tired of piquet. As a matter of fact, I've got some friends here. Frightfully cheery crowd. I didn't really think my mother approves of them." He laughed, as though he felt this ought to be amusing. "The mater's very old-fashioned. Even girls in trousers shock her." "Quite so," said Mr. Parker Pyne. "What I tell her is, one's got to move with the times. The girls at home round us are frightfully dull." "I see," said Mr. Parker Pyne. All this interested him well enough. He was a spectator of a miniature drama, but he was not called upon to take part in it. And then the worst, from Mr. Parker Pyne's point of view, happened. A gushing lady of his acquaintance came to stay at the Mariposa. They met in the tea-shop in the presence of Mrs. Chester. The newcomer screamed, "Why, if it isn't Mr. Parker Pyne! The one and only Mr. Parker Pyne and Adela Chester! Do you know each other? Oh, you do! You're staying at the same hotel! He's the one and only original wizard, Adela! The marvel of the century! All your troubles smoothed out while you wait! Didn't you know? Oh, you must have heard about him! Haven't you read his advertisements? Are you in trouble? Consult Mr. Parker Pyne. There's just nothing he can't do. Husbands and wives fly at each other's throats and he brings them together. If you've lost interest in life, he gives you the most thrilling adventures. As I say, the man's just a wizard." It went on a good deal longer, Mr. Parker Pyne at intervals making modest disclaimers. He disliked the look that Mrs. Chester turned upon him. He disliked even more seeing her return along the beach in close confabulation with the garrulous singer of his praises. The climax came quicker than he expected. That evening after coffee, Mrs. Chester said abruptly, "Will you come into the little salon, Mr. Pyne? There is something I want to say to you." He could but bow and submit. Mrs. Chester's self-control had been wearing thin. As the door of the little salon closed behind them, it snapped. She sat down and burst into tears. "My boy, Mr. Parker Pyne! You must save him! We must save him! It's breaking my heart!" "My dear lady, as a mere outsider—" "Nina Wycherley says you can do anything. She said I was to have the utmost confidence in you. She advised me to tell you everything, and that you'd put the whole thing right." Inwardly, Mr. Parker Pyne cursed the obtrusive Mrs. Wycherley. Resigning himself, he said, "Well, let us thrash the matter out. A girl, I suppose?" "Did he tell you about her?" "Only indirectly." Words poured in a vehement stream from Mrs. Chester. "The girl was dreadful. She drank, she swore, she wore no clothes to speak of. Her sister lived out here, was married to an artist, a Dutchman. The whole set was most undesirable. Half of them were living together without being married. Basil was completely changed. He'd always been so quiet, so interested in serious subjects. He had thought at one time of taking up archaeology." "Well, well," said Mr. Parker Pyne, "nature will have her revenge." "What do you mean?" "It isn't healthy for a young man to be interested in serious subjects. He ought to be making an idiot of himself over one girl after another." "Please be serious, Mr. Pyne." "I'm perfectly serious. Is the young lady, by any chance, the one who had tea with you yesterday?" He had noticed her. Her grey flannel trousers, the scarlet handkerchief tied loosely around her breast, the vermilion mouth, and the fact that she had chosen a cocktail in preference to tea. "You saw her? Terrible. Not the kind of girl Basil has ever admired." "You haven't given him much chance to admire a girl, have you?" "I?" "He's been too fond of your company." "Bad. However, I dare say he'll get over this, if you don't precipitate matters." "You don't understand. He wants to marry this girl. Betty Gregg. They're engaged." "It's gone as far as that?" "Yes, Mr. Parker Pyne. You must do something. You must get my boy out of this disastrous marriage. His whole life will be ruined." "Nobody's life can be ruined, except by themselves." "Basil's will be," said Mrs. Chester positively. "I'm not worrying about Basil." "You're not worrying about the girl?" "No. I'm worrying about you. You've been squandering your birthright." Mrs. Chester looked at him, slightly taken aback. "What are the years from 20 to 40? Fettered and bound by personal and emotional relationships. That's bound to be. That's living. But later, there's a new stage. You can think, observe life, discover something about other people and the truth about yourself. Life becomes real, significant. You see it as a whole, not just one scene, the scene you as an actor are playing. No man or woman is actually himself or herself till after 45. That's when individuality has a chance." Mrs. Chester said, "I've been wrapped up in Basil. He's been everything to me." "Well, he shouldn't have been. That's what you're paying for now. Love him as much as you like, but you're Adela Chester, remember, a person, not just Basil's mother." "It will break my heart if Basil's life is ruined," said Basil's mother. He looked at the delicate lines of her face, the wistful droop of her mouth. She was, somehow, a lovable woman. He did not want her to be hurt. He said, "I'll see what I can do." He found Basil Chester only too ready to talk, eager to urge his point of view. business is being just hellish. Mother's hopeless, prejudiced, narrow-minded. If only she'd let herself, she'd see how fine Betty is. And Betty? He sighed. Betty's being damned difficult. If she'd just conform a bit, I mean, leave off the lipstick for a day, it might make all the difference. She seems to go out of her way to be, well, modern when Mother's about. Mr. Parker-Pine smiled. Betty and Mother are two of the dearest people in the world. I should have thought they would have taken to each other like hot cakes. You have a lot to learn, young man, said Mr. Parker-Pine. I wish you'd come along and see Betty and have a good talk about it all. Mr. Parker-Pine accepted the invitation readily. Betty and her sister and her husband lived in a small, dilapidated villa a little way back from the sea. Their life was of a refreshing simplicity. Their furniture comprised 3 chairs, a table, and beds. There was a cupboard in the wall that held the bare requirements of cups and plates. Hans was an excitable young man, with wild blonde hair that stood up all over his head. He spoke very odd English with incredible rapidity, walking up and down as he did so. Stella, his wife, was small and fair. Betty Gregg had red hair and freckles, and a mischievous eye. She was, he noticed, not nearly so made up as she had been the previous day at the Pino d'Oro. She gave him a cocktail, and said with a twinkle, "You're in on the big bust-up?" Mr. Parker-Pine nodded. "And whose side are you on, big boy? The young lovers, or the disapproving dame?" "May I ask you a question?" "Certainly. Have you been very tactful over all this?" "Not at all," said Miss Gregg frankly, "but the old cat put my back up." She glanced round to make sure that Basil was out of earshot. "That woman just makes me feel mad. She's kept Basil tied to her apron strings all these years. That sort of thing makes a man look a fool. Basil isn't a fool, really. Then she's so terribly pakasab." "That's not really such a bad thing. It's merely unfashionable just at present." Betty Gregg gave a sudden twinkle. "You mean it's like putting Chippendale chairs in the attic in Victorian days. Later you get them down again and say, 'Aren't they marvellous?'" "Something of the kind." Betty Gregg considered. "Perhaps you're right. I'll be honest. It was Basil who put my back up, being so anxious about what impression I'd make on his mother. It drove me to extremes. Even now, I believe he might give me up if his mother worked on him good and hard." "He might," said Mr. Parker-Pine, "if she went about it the right way." "Are you going to tell her the right way? She won't think of it herself, you know. She'll just go on disapproving, and that won't do the trick. But if you prompted her—" She bit her lip, raised frank blue eyes to his. "I've heard about you, Mr. Parker-Pine. You're supposed to know something about human nature. Do you think Basil and I could make a go of it? Or not?" "I should like an answer to 3 questions. Suitability test? All right, go ahead. Do you sleep with your window open or shut?" "Open. I like lots of air." "Do you and Basil enjoy the same kind of food?" "Yes." "Do you like going to bed early or late?" "Really, under the rose early. At 10:30 I yawn, and I secretly feel rather hearty in the mornings, but of course I daren't admit it." "You ought to suit each other very well," said Mr. Parker-Pine. "Rather a superficial test." "Not at all. I have known 7 marriages at least, entirely wrecked because the husband liked sitting up till midnight and the wife fell asleep at 9:30, and vice versa." "It's a pity," said Betty, "that everybody can't be happy, Basil and I, and his mother giving us her blessing." Mr. Parker-Pine coughed. "I think," he said, that could possibly be managed." She looked at him doubtfully. "Now, I wonder," she said, "if you're double-crossing me." Mr. Parker-Pine's face told nothing. To Mrs. Chester he was soothing but vague. An engagement was not marriage. He himself was going to Solaire for a week. He suggested that her line of action should be non-committal. Let her appear to acquiesce. He spent a very enjoyable week at Solaire. On his return he found that a totally unexpected development had arisen. As he entered the Pino d'Oro, the first thing he saw was Mrs. Chester and Betty Gregg having tea together. Basil was not there. Mrs. Chester looked haggard. Betty, too, was looking off colour. She was hardly made up at all, and her eyelids looked as though she had been crying. They greeted him in a friendly fashion, but neither of them mentioned Basil. Suddenly, he heard the girl beside him draw in her breath sharply as though something had hurt her. Mr. Parker Pyne turned his head. Basil Chester was coming up the steps from the seafront. With him was a girl so exotically beautiful that it quite took your breath away. She was dark, and her figure was marvellous. No one could fail to notice the fact, since she wore nothing but a single garment of pale blue crepe. She was heavily made up with ochre powder and an orange-scarlet mouth, but the unguents only displayed her remarkable beauty in a more pronounced fashion. As for young Basil, he seemed unable to take his eyes from her face. "You're very late, Basil," said his mother. "You were to have taken Betty to Max." "My fault," drawled the beautiful unknown. "We just drifted." She turned to Basil. "Angel, get me something with a kick in it." She tossed off her shoe and stretched out her manicured toenails, which were done emerald green to match her fingernails. She paid no attention to the two women, but she leaned a little towards Mr. Parker Pyne. "Terrible island, this," she said. "I was just dying with boredom before I met Basil. He is rather a pet." "Mr. Parker Pyne, Miss Ramona," said Mrs. Chester. The girl acknowledged the introduction with a lazy smile. "I guess I'll call you Parker almost at once," she murmured. "My name's Dolores." Basil returned with the drinks. Miss Ramona divided her conversation, what there was of it was mostly glances, between Basil and Mr. Parker Pyne. Of the two women she took no notice whatever. Betty attempted once or twice to join in the conversation, but the other girl merely stared at her and yawned. Suddenly Dolores rose. "Guess I'll be going along now. I'm at the other hotel. Anyone coming to see me home?" Basil sprang up. "I'll come with you." Mrs. Chester said, "Basil, my dear, I'll be back presently, Mother." "Isn't he the mother's boy?" Miss Ramona asked of the world at large. "Just toots around after her, don't you?" Basil flushed and looked awkward. Miss Ramona gave a nod in Mrs. Chester's direction, a dazzling smile to Mr. Parker Pyne, and she and Basil moved off together. After they had gone, there was rather an awkward silence. Mr. Parker Pyne did not like to speak first. Betty Gregg was twisting her fingers and looking out to sea. Mrs. Chester looked flushed and angry. Betty said, "Well, what do you think of our new acquisition at Palenza Bay?" Her voice was not quite steady. Mr. Parker Pyne said cautiously, "A little, exotic?" "Exotic?" Betty gave a short, bitter laugh. Mrs. Chester said, "She's terrible, terrible. Basil must be quite mad." Betty said sharply, "Oh, Basil's all right." "Her toenails," said Mrs. Chester, with a shiver of nausea. Betty rose suddenly. "I think, Mrs. Chester, I'll go home and not stay to dinner after all." "Oh, my dear, Basil will be so disappointed." "Will he?" asked Betty, with a short laugh. "Anyway, I think I will. I've got rather a headache." She smiled at them both and went off. Mrs. Chester turned to Mr. Parker Pyne. "I wish we'd never come to this place. Never." Mr. Parker Pyne shook his head sadly. "You shouldn't have gone away," said Mrs. Chester. "If you'd been here, this wouldn't have happened." Mr. Parker Pyne was stung to respond. "My dear lady, I can assure you that when it comes to a question of a beautiful young woman, I should have no influence over your son whatever. He, seems to be of a very susceptible nature." "He never used to be," said Mrs. Chester tearfully. "Well," said Mr. Parker Pyne with an attempt at cheerfulness, "this new attraction seems to have broken the back of his infatuation for Miss Gregg. That must be some satisfaction to you." "I don't know what you mean," said Mrs. Chester. "Betty is a dear child, and devoted to Basil. She's behaving extremely well over this. I think my boy must be mad." Mr. Parker Pyne received this startling change of face without wincing. He had met inconsistency in women before. He said mildly, "Not exactly mad, just bewitched. The creature's impossible, but extremely good-looking." Mrs. Chester snorted. Basil ran up the steps from the seafront. "Hello, mater. Here I am. Where's Betty?" "Betty's gone home with a headache." "I don't wonder." "Sulking, you mean?" "I consider, Basil, that you are being extremely unkind to Betty. Oh, for God's sake, Mother, don't jaw. If Betty's going to make this fuss every time I speak to another girl, a nice sort of life we'll lead together." "You are engaged." "Oh, we're engaged, all right. That doesn't mean that we're not going to have any friends of our own. Nowadays, people have to lead their own lives, and try to cut out jealousy." He paused. "Look here, if Betty isn't going to dine with us, I think I'll go back to the Mariposa. They did ask me to dine." "Oh, Basil!" The boy gave her an exasperated look, then ran off down the steps. Mrs. Chester looked eloquently at Mr. Parker Pyne. "You see?" she said. He saw. Matters came to a head a couple of days later. Betty and Basil were to have gone for a long walk, taking a picnic lunch with them. Betty arrived at the Pino d'Oro to find that Basil had forgotten the plan and gone over to Formentor for the day with Dolores Ramona's party. Beyond a tightening of the lips, the girl made no sign. Presently, however, she got up and stood in front of Mrs. Chester. The two women were alone on the terrace. "It's quite all right," she said. "It doesn't matter, but I think, all the same, that we'd better call the whole thing off." She slipped from her finger the signet ring that Basil had given her. He would buy the real engagement ring later. "Will you give him back this, Mrs. Chester? And tell him it's all right, not to worry." "Betty, dear, don't. He does love you, really." "It looks like it, doesn't it?" said the girl with a short laugh. "No, I've got some pride. Tell him everything's all right and that I wish him luck." When Basil returned at sunset, he was greeted by a storm. He flushed a little at the sight of his ring. "So, that's how she feels, is it? Well, I dare say it's the best thing." "Basil! Well, frankly, Mother, we don't seem to have been hitting it off lately. And whose fault was that?" "I don't see that it was mine, particularly. Jealousy's beastly, and I really don't see why you should get all worked up about it. You begged me yourself not to marry Betty. That was before I knew her, Basil. My dear, you're not thinking of marrying this other creature?" Basil Chester said soberly, "I'd marry her like a shot if she'd have me. But I'm afraid she won't." Cold chills went down Mrs. Chester's spine. She sought and found Mr. Parker Pyne placidly reading a book in a sheltered corner. "You must do something. You must do something. My boy's life will be ruined." Mr. Parker Pyne was getting a little tired of Basil Chester's life being ruined. "What can I do?" "Go and see this terrible creature. If necessary, buy her off." "That may come very expensive." "I don't care." "It seems a pity. Still, there are possibly other ways." She looked a question. He shook his head. "I'll make no promises, but I'll see what I can do. I have handled that kind of thing before. By the way, not a word to Basil. That would be fatal." "Oh, of course not." Mr. Parker Pyne returned from the Mariposa at midnight. Mrs. Chester was sitting up for him. "Well?" she demanded breathlessly. His eyes twinkled. "The Senorita Dolores Ramona will leave Pollenza tomorrow morning, and the island tomorrow night." "Oh, Mr. Parker Pyne, how did you manage it?" "It won't cost a cent," said Mr. Parker Pyne. Again his eyes twinkled. "I rather fancied I might have a hold over her, and I was right." "You are wonderful. Nina Wycherley was quite right. You must let me know your fees." Mr. Parker Pyne held up a well-manicured hand. "Not a penny. It has been a pleasure. I hope all will go well. Of course, the boy will be very upset at first when he finds she's disappeared and left no address. Just go easy with him for a week or two. If only Betty will forgive him. Oh, she'll forgive him all right. They're a nice couple. By the way, I'm leaving tomorrow, too. Oh, Mr. Parker Pyne, we shall miss you. Perhaps it's just as well I should go before that boy of yours gets infatuated with yet a third girl." Mr. Parker Pyne leaned over the rail of the steamer and looked at the lights of Palma. Beside him stood Dolores Ramona. He was saying appreciatively, "A very nice piece of work, Madeline. I'm glad I wired you to come out. It's odd when you're such a quiet, stay-at-home girl, really." Madeline de Sara, alias Dolores Ramona, alias Maggie Sayers, said primly, "I'm glad you're pleased, Mr. Parker-Pine. It's been a nice little change. I think I'll go below now and get to bed before the boat starts. I'm such a bad sailor." A few minutes later, a hand fell on Mr. Parker-Pine's shoulder. He turned to see Basil Chester. "Had to come and see you off, Mr. Parker-Pine, and give you Betty's love, and her and my best thanks. It was a grand stunt of yours. Betty and Mother are as thick as thieves. Seemed ashamed to deceive the old darling, but she was being difficult. Anyway, it's all right now. I must just be careful to keep up the annoyance stuff a couple of days longer. We're no end grateful to you, Betty and I." "I wish you every happiness," said Mr. Parker-Pine. "Thanks." There was a pause. Then Basil said with somewhat overdone carelessness, "Is Miss de Sara anywhere about? I'd like to thank her, too." Mr. Parker-Pine shot a keen glance at him. He said, "I'm afraid Miss de Sara's gone to bed." "Oh, too bad. Well, perhaps I'll see her in London sometime. As a matter of fact, she is going to America, on business for me almost at once." "Oh." Basil's tone was blank. "Well," he said, "I'll be getting along." Mr. Parker-Pine smiled. On his way to his cabin, he tapped on the door of Madeline's. "How are you, my dear? All right? Our young friend has been along. The usual slight attack of Madeline-itis. He'll get over it in a day or two, but you are rather distracting." Have you got everything you want? "Par ici, madame." A tall woman in a mink coat followed her heavily encumbered porter along the platform of the Gare de Lyon. She wore a dark brown knitted hat pulled down over one eye and ear. The other side revealed a charming, tip-tilted profile and little golden curls clustering over a shell-like ear. Typically an American, she was altogether a very charming-looking creature, and more than one man turned to look at her as she walked past the high carriages of the waiting train. Large plates were stuck in holders on the sides of the carriages. Paris, Athens, Paris, Bucharest, Paris, Stamboul. At the last named, the porter came to an abrupt halt. He undid the strap which held the suitcases together, and they slipped heavily to the ground. "Voici, madame." The wagon-lit conductor was standing beside the steps. He came forward, remarking, "Bonsoir, madame," with an empressement perhaps due to the richness and perfection of the mink coat. The woman handed him her sleeping car ticket of flimsy paper. "Number 6, he said. "This way." He sprang nimbly into the train, the woman following him. As she hurried down the corridor after him, she nearly collided with a portly gentleman who was emerging from the compartment next to hers. She had a momentary glimpse of a large, bland face with benevolent eyes. "Voici, madame." The conductor displayed the compartment. He threw up the window and signalled to the porter. The lesser employee took in the baggage and put it up on the racks. The woman sat down. Beside her, on the seat, she had placed a small scarlet case and her handbag. The carriage was hot, but it did not seem to occur to her to take off her coat. She stared out of the window with unseeing eyes. People were hurrying up and down the platform. There were sellers of newspapers, of pillows, of chocolate, of fruit, of mineral waters. They held up their wares to her, but her eyes looked blankly through them. The Gare de Lyon had faded from her sight. On her face were sadness and anxiety. "If madame will give me her passport?" The words made no impression on her. The conductor standing in the doorway repeated them. Elsie Jeffreys roused herself with a start. "I beg your pardon? Your passport, madame?" She opened her bag, took out the passport, and gave it to him. "That will be all right, madame. I will attend to everything." A slight significant pause. "I shall be going with madame as far as Stamboul." Elsie drew out a 50-franc note and handed it to him. He accepted it in a business-like manner and inquired when she would like her bed made up, and whether she was taking dinner. These matters settled, he withdrew, and almost immediately the restaurant man came rushing down the corridor, ringing his bell frantically, and bawling out, "Premier service! Premier service!" Elsie rose, divested herself of the heavy fur coat, took a brief glance at herself in the little mirror, and picking up her handbag and jewel case, stepped out into the corridor. She had gone only a few steps when the restaurant man came rushing along on his return journey. To avoid him, Elsie stepped back for a moment into the doorway of the adjoining compartment, which was now empty. As the man passed and she prepared to continue her journey to the dining car, her glance fell idly on the label of a suitcase which was lying on the seat. It was a stout pigskin case, somewhat worn. On the label were the words, J. Parker Pine, passenger to Stamboul. The suitcase itself bore the initials PP. A startled expression came over the girl's face. She hesitated a moment in the corridor. Then, going back to her own compartment, she picked up a copy of the Times, which she had laid down on the table with some magazines and books. She ran her eye down the advertisement columns on the front page. But what she was looking for was not there. A slight frown on her face, she made her way to the restaurant car. The attendant allotted her a seat at a small table already tenanted by one person, the man with whom she had nearly collided in the corridor. In fact, the owner of the pigskin suitcase. Elsie looked at him without appearing to do so. He seemed very bland, very benevolent, and in some way, impossible to explain, delightfully reassuring. He behaved in reserved British fashion, and it was not until the fruit was on the table that he spoke. "They keep these places terribly hot," he said. "I know," said Elsie. "I wish one could have the window open." He gave a rueful smile. "Impossible. Every person present except ourselves would protest." She gave an answering smile. Neither said any more. Coffee was brought, and the usual indecipherable bill. Having laid some notes upon it, Elsie suddenly took her courage in both hands. "Excuse me," she murmured. "I saw your name upon your suitcase. Parker Pine. Are you, by any chance—" She hesitated, and he came quickly to her rescue. "I believe I am. That is," he quoted from the advertisement, which Elsie had noticed more than once in the Times, and for which she had searched vainly just now. "Are you happy? If not, consult Mr. Parker Pine." "Yes, I'm that one, all right." "I see," said Elsie. How extraordinary." He shook his head. "Not really. Extraordinary from your point of view, but not from mine." He smiled reassuringly, then leaned forward. Most of the other diners had left the car. "So, are you unhappy?" he said. "I—" began Elsie, and stopped. "You would not have said how extraordinary otherwise," he pointed out. Elsie was silent for a minute. She felt strangely soothed by the mere presence of Mr. Parker Pine. "Yes," she admitted at last, "I am unhappy. At least, I'm worried." He nodded sympathetically. "You see," she continued, "a very curious thing has happened. I don't know the least what to make of it." "Suppose you tell me about it," suggested Mr. Pine. Elsie thought of the advertisement. She and Edward had often commented on it, and laughed. She had never thought that perhaps she had better not. If Mr. Parker Pine were a charlatan. But he looked nice. Elsie made her decision, anything to get this worry off her mind. "I'll tell you. I'm going to Constantinople to join my husband. He does a lot of Oriental business, and this year he found it necessary to go there. He went a fortnight ago. He was to get things ready for me to join him. I've been very excited at the thought of it. You see, I've never been abroad before. We've been in England 6 months." "You and your husband are both American?" "Yes." "And you have not, perhaps, been married very long?" "We've been married a year and a half." "Happily?" "Oh, yes, Edward's a perfect angel." She hesitated. "Not, perhaps, very much go to him, just a little, well, I'd call it straight-laced. A lot of Puritan ancestry and all that, but he's a dear," she added hastily. Mr. Parker Pine looked at her thoughtfully for a moment or two. Then he said, "Go on." "It was about a week after Edward had started. I was writing a letter in his study, and I noticed that the blotting paper was all new and clean, except for a few lines of writing across it." I'd just been reading a detective story with a clue in the blotter, and so, just for fun, I held it up to a mirror. It really was just fun, Mr. Pine. I mean, he's such a mild lamb. One wouldn't dream of anything of that kind. Yes, I quite understand. The thing was quite easy to read. First there was the word wife, then Simplon Express, and lower down, just before Venice would be the best time. She stopped. Curious, said Mr. Pine. Distinctly curious. It was your husband's handwriting? Oh, yes. But I've cudgelled my brains, and I cannot see under what circumstances he would write a letter with just those words in it. Just before Venice would be the best time, repeated Mr. Parker Pine. Distinctly curious. Mrs. Jeffreys was leaning forward, looking at him with a flattering hopefulness. What shall I do? She asked simply. I am afraid, said Mr. Parker Pine, that we shall have to wait until before Venice. He took up a folder from the table. Here is the scheduled time of our train. It arrives at Venice at 2:27 tomorrow afternoon. They looked at each other. Leave it to me, said Parker Pine. It was 5 minutes past 2. The Simplon Express was 11 minutes late. It had passed Mestre about a quarter of an hour before. Mr. Parker Pine was sitting with Mrs. Jeffreys in our compartment. So far the journey had been pleasant and uneventful. But now the moment had arrived when, if anything was going to happen, it presumably would happen. Mr. Parker Pine and Elsie faced each other. Her heart was beating fast, and her eyes sought him in a kind of anguished appeal for reassurance. Keep perfectly calm, he said. You are quite safe. I am here. Suddenly, a scream broke out from the corridor. Oh, look! The train is on fire! With a bound, Elsie and Mr. Parker Pine were in the corridor. An agitated woman with a Slav countenance was pointing a dramatic finger. Out of one of the front compartments, smoke was pouring in a cloud. Mr. Parker Pine and Elsie ran along the corridor. Others joined them. The compartment in question was full of smoke. The first-comers drew back, coughing. The conductor appeared. The compartment is empty, he cried. Do not alarm yourselves, messieurs, dames. Le feu, it will be controlled. A dozen excited questions and answers broke out. The train was running over the bridge that joins Venice to the mainland. Suddenly, Mr. Parker Pine turned, forced his way through the little pack of people behind him, and hurried down the corridor to Elsie's compartment. The lady with the Slav face was seated in it, drawing deep breaths from the open window. Excuse me, madame, said Parker Pine, but this is not your compartment. I know, said the Slav lady. Pardon, it is the shock, the emotion, my heart. She sank back on the seat and indicated the open window. She drew in her breath in great gasps. Mr. Parker Pine stood in the doorway. His voice was fatherly and reassuring. You must not be afraid, he said. I do not think for a moment the fire is serious. Not? What a mercy. I feel restored. She half rose. I will return to my compartment. Not just yet. Mr. Parker Pine's hand pressed her gently back. I will ask you to wait a moment, madame. Monsieur, this is an outrage. Madame, you will remain. His voice rang out coldly. The woman sat still, looking at him. Elsie joined them. It seems it was a smoke bomb, she said breathlessly. Some ridiculous practical joke. The conductor is furious. He's asking everybody. She broke off, staring at the second occupant of the carriage. Mrs. Jeffreys, said Mr. Parker Pine, what do you carry in your little scarlet case? My jewellery. Perhaps you would be so kind as to look and see that everything is there. There was immediately a torrent of words from the Slav lady. She broke into French, the better to do justice to her feelings. In the meantime, Elsie had picked up the jewel case. Oh, she cried, it's unlocked. Et je porterai plainte à la compagnie des wagons-lits, finished the Slav lady. They're gone, cried Elsie. Everything. My diamond bracelet, and the necklace Pop gave me, and the emerald and ruby rings, and some lovely diamond brooches. Thank goodness I was wearing my pearls. Oh, Mr. Pine, what shall we do? If you will fetch the conductor, said Mr. Parker Pine, I will see that this woman does not leave this compartment till he comes. Scélérat monstre! Shrieked the Slav lady. She went on to further insults. The train drew into Venice. The events of the next half hour may be briefly summarized. Mr. Parker Pyne dealt with several different officials in several different languages, and suffered defeat. The suspected lady consented to be searched, and emerged without a stain on her character. The jewels were not on her. Between Venice and Trieste, Mr. Parker Pyne and Elsie discussed the case. "When was the last time you actually saw your jewels?" "This morning. I put away some sapphire earrings I was wearing yesterday and took out a pair of plain pearl ones." "And all the jewelry was there intact?" "Well, I didn't go through it all, naturally, but it looked the same as usual. A ring or something like that might have been missing, but no more." Mr. Parker Pyne nodded. "Now, when the conductor made up the compartment this morning?" "I had the case with me, in the restaurant car. I always take it with me. I've never left it except when I ran out just now." "Therefore," said Mr. Parker Pyne, "that injured innocent Madame Subaiska, or whatever she calls herself, must have been the thief. But what the devil did she do with the things? She was only in here a minute and a half, just time to open the case with a duplicate key and take out this stuff, yes, but what next? Could she have handed them to anyone else? Hardly. I had turned back and was forcing my way along the corridor. If anyone had come out of this compartment, I should have seen them." "Perhaps she threw them out of the window to someone." "An excellent suggestion, only as it happens, we were passing over the sea at that moment. We were on the bridge." "Then she must have hidden them actually in the carriage." "Let's hunt for them." With true transatlantic energy, Elsie began to look about. Mr. Parker Pyne participated in the search in a somewhat absent fashion. Reproached for not trying, he excused himself. "I am thinking that I must send a rather important telegram at Trieste," he explained. Elsie received the explanation coldly. Mr. Parker Pyne had fallen heavily in her estimation. "I'm afraid you're annoyed with me, Mrs. Jeffreys," he said meekly. "Well, you've not been very successful," she retorted. "But, my dear lady, you must remember I am not a detective. Theft and crime are not in my line at all. The human heart is my province." "Well, I was a bit unhappy when I got on this train," said Elsie, "but nothing to what I am now. I could just cry buckets, my lovely, lovely bracelet, and the emerald ring Edward gave me when we were engaged." "But surely you are insured against theft," Mr. Parker Pyne interpolated. "Am I? I don't know. Yes, I suppose I am. But it's the sentiment of the thing, Mr. Pyne." The train slackened speed. Mr. Parker Pyne peered out of the window. "Trieste," he said. "I must send my telegram." "Edward!" Elsie's face lighted up as she saw her husband hurrying to meet her on the platform at Stamboul. For the moment, even the loss of her jewelry faded from her mind. She forgot the curious words she had found on the blotter. She forgot everything, except that it was a fortnight since she had seen her husband last, and that in spite of being sober and straight-laced, he was really a most attractive person. They were just leaving the station when Elsie felt a friendly tap on the shoulder and turned to see Mr. Parker Pyne. His bland face was beaming good-naturedly. "Mrs. Jeffreys," he said, "will you come to see me at the Hotel Tocatlian in half an hour? I think I may have some good news for you." Elsie looked uncertainly at Edward. Then she made the introduction. "This, is my husband, Mr. Parker Pyne." "As I believe your wife wired you, her jewels have been stolen," said Mr. Parker Pyne. "I have been doing what I can to help her recover them. I think I may have news for her in about half an hour." Elsie looked inquiringly at Edward. He replied promptly, "You'd better go, dear." "The Tocatlian, you said, Mr. Pyne. Right. I'll see she makes it." It was just half an hour later that Elsie was shown into Mr. Parker Pyne's private sitting room. He rose to receive her. "You've been disappointed in me, Mrs. Jeffreys," he said. "Now, don't deny it. Well, I don't pretend to be a magician, but I do what I can. Take a look inside here." He passed along the table a small, stout cardboard box. Elsie opened it. Rings, brooches, bracelets, necklace, they were all there. "Mr. Pyne! How marvelous! How too wonderful!" Mr. Parker Pyne smiled modestly. "I am glad not to have failed you, my dear young lady." "Oh, Mr. Pyne, you make me feel just mean. Ever since Trieste I've been horrid to you, and now this. But how did you get hold of them? When? Where?" Mr. Parker shook his head thoughtfully. "It's a long story," he said. "You may hear it one day. In fact, you may hear it quite soon." "Why can't I hear it now?" "There are reasons," said Mr. Parker, and Elsie had to depart with her curiosity unsatisfied. When she had gone, Mr. Parker took up his hat and stick and went out into the streets of Pera. He walked along, smiling to himself, coming at last to a little cafe, deserted at the moment, which overlooked the Golden Horn. On the other side, the mosques of Stamboul showed slender minarets against the afternoon sky. It was very beautiful. Mr. Pine sat down and ordered 2 coffees. They came thick and sweet. He had just begun to sip his when a man slipped into the seat opposite. It was Edward Jeffreys. "I have ordered some coffee for you," said Mr. Parker, indicating the little cup. Edward pushed the coffee aside. He leaned forward across the table. "How did you know?" he asked. Mr. Parker sipped his coffee dreamily. "Your wife will have told you about her discovery on the blotter." "No? Oh, but she will tell you. It has slipped her mind for the moment." He mentioned Elsie's discovery. "Very well. That linked up perfectly with the curious incident that happened just before Venice. For some reason or other, you were engineering the theft of your wife's jewels. But why the phrase, 'just before Venice' would be the best time? There seemed nonsense in that. Why did you not leave it to your agent to choose her own time and place? And then suddenly I saw the point. Your wife's jewels were stolen before you yourself left London, and were replaced by paste duplicates. But that solution did not satisfy you. You were a high-minded, conscientious young man. You have a horror of some servant or other innocent person being suspected. A theft must actually occur, at a place and in a manner which will leave no suspicion attached to anybody of your acquaintance or household. Your accomplice is provided with a key to the jewel box and a smoke bomb. At the correct moment she gives the alarm, darts into your wife's compartment, unlocks the jewel case, and flings the paste duplicates into the sea. She may be suspected and searched, but nothing can be proved against her, since the jewels are not in her possession. And now the significance of the place chosen becomes apparent. If the jewels had merely been thrown out by the side of the line, they might have been found. Hence the importance of the one moment when the train is passing over the sea. In the meantime, you make your arrangements for selling the jewellery here. You have only to hand over the stones when the robbery has actually taken place. My wire, however, reached you in time. You obeyed my instructions and deposited the box of jewellery at the Tocatlian to await my arrival, knowing that otherwise I should keep my threat of placing the matter in the hands of the police. You also obeyed my instructions in joining me here." Edward Jeffreys looked at Mr. Parker appealingly. He was a good-looking young man, tall and fair, with a round chin and very round eyes. "How can I make you understand?" he said hopelessly. "To you I must seem just a common thief." "Not at all," said Mr. Parker. "On the contrary, I should say that you are almost painfully honest. I am accustomed to the classification of types. You, my dear sir, fall naturally into the category of victims. Now, tell me the whole story." "I can tell you in one word. Blackmail." "Yes?" "You've seen my wife. You realize what a pure, innocent creature she is, without knowledge or thought of evil." "Yes, yes." "She has the most marvelously pure ideals. If she were to find out about anything I had done, she would leave me." "I wonder. But that is not the point. What have you done, my young friend? I presume there is some affair with a woman." Edward Jeffreys nodded. "Since your marriage, or before?" "Oh, before. Oh, before." Well, what happened?" "Nothing. Nothing at all. This is just the cruel part of it. It was in a hotel in the West Indies. There was a very attractive woman, a Mrs. Rossiter, staying there. Her husband was a violent man. He had the most savage fits of temper. One night he threatened her with a revolver. She escaped from him and came to my room. She was half crazy with terror. She asked me to let her stay there till morning. Well, what else could I do?" Mr. Parker Pyne gazed at the young man, and the young man gazed back with conscious rectitude. Mr. Parker Pyne sighed. "In other words, to put it plainly, you were had for a mug, Mr. Jeffries." "Oh, really?" "Yes, a very old trick, but it often comes off successfully with quixotic young men. I suppose when your approaching marriage was announced, the screw was turned." "Yes. I received a letter. If I did not send a certain sum of money, everything would be disclosed to my prospective father-in-law. How I had alienated this young woman's affection from her husband, how she had been seen coming to my room. The husband would bring a suit for divorce. Really, Mr. Pyne, the whole thing made me out the most utter blackguard." He wiped his brow in a harassed manner. Yes, I know. And so you paid. And from time to time, the screw has been put on again." "Yes, this was the last straw. Our business has been badly hit by the slump. I simply could not lay my hands on any ready money. I hit upon this plan." He picked up his cup of cold coffee, looked at it absently, and drank it. "What am I to do now?" he demanded pathetically. "What am I to do, Mr. Pyne?" "You will be guided by me," said Parker Pyne firmly. "I will deal with your tormentors. As to your wife, you will go straight back to her and tell her the truth, or at least a portion of it. The only point where you will deviate from the truth is concerning the actual facts in the West Indies. You must conceal from her the fact that you were, had for a mug, as I said before. But, my dear Mr. Jeffries, you do not understand women. If a woman has to choose between a mug and a Don Juan, she will choose a Don Juan every time. Your wife, Mr. Jeffries, is a charming, innocent, high-minded girl, and the only way she is going to get any kick out of her life with you is to believe that she has reformed a rake." Edward Jeffries was staring at him, open-mouthed. "I mean what I say," said Mr. Parker Pyne. "At the present moment, your wife is in love with you. But I see signs that she may not remain so if you continue to present to her a picture of such goodness and rectitude that it is almost synonymous with dullness. Go to her, my boy," said Mr. Parker Pyne kindly. "Confess everything. That is, as many things as you can think of. Then explain that from the moment you met her, you gave up all this life, you even stole, so that it might not come to her ears. She will forgive you enthusiastically." "But when there's nothing really to forgive?" "What is truth?" said Mr. Parker Pyne. "In my experience, it is usually the thing that upsets the apple cart. It is a fundamental axiom of married life that you must lie to a woman. She likes it. Go and be forgiven, my boy, and live happily ever afterwards. I dare say your wife will keep a wary eye on you in future whenever a pretty woman comes along. Some men would mind that, but I don't think you will." "I never want to look at any other woman but Elsie," said Mr. Jeffries simply. "Splendid, my boy," said Mr. Parker Pyne. "But I shouldn't let her know that if I were you. No woman likes to feel she's taken on too soft a job." Edward Jeffries rose. "You really think—" "I know," said Mr. Parker Pyne, with force. Triangle at Rhodes. Hercule Poirot sat on the white sand and looked out across the sparkling blue water. He was carefully dressed in a dandified fashion, in white flannels, and a large Panama hat protected his head. He belonged to the old-fashioned generation which believed in covering itself carefully from the sun. Miss Pamela Lyle, who sat beside him and talked ceaselessly, represented the modern school of thought, in that she was wearing the barest minimum of clothing on her sun-browned person. Occasionally her flow of conversation stopped whilst she re-anointed herself from a bottle of oily fluid which stood beside her. On the farther side of Miss Pamela Lyle, her great friend Miss Sarah Blake lay face downwards on a gaudily striped towel. Miss Blake's tanning was as perfect as possible, and her friend cast dissatisfied glances at her more than once. "I'm so patchy still," she murmured regretfully. "Monsieur Poirot, would you mind? Just below the right shoulder-blade. I can't reach to rub it in properly." Monsieur Poirot obliged, and then wiped his oily hand carefully on his handkerchief. Miss Lyle, whose principal interests in life were the observation of people round her and the sound of her own voice, continued to talk. "I was right about that woman, the one in the Chanel model. It is Valentine Dacres. Chantry, I mean. I thought it was. I recognized her at once. She's really rather marvellous, isn't she? I mean, I can understand how people go quite crazy about her. She obviously just expects them to. That's half the battle. Those other people who came last night are called Gold. He's terribly good-looking." "Honeymooners?" murmured Sarah in a stifled voice. Miss Lyle shook her head in an experienced manner. "Oh, no. Her clothes aren't new enough. You can always tell brides. Don't you think it's the most fascinating thing in the world to watch people, Monsieur Poirot, and see what you can find out about them just by looking?" "Not just looking, darling," said Sarah sweetly. "You ask a lot of questions, too." "I haven't even spoken to the Golds yet," said Miss Lyle with dignity. "And anyway, I don't see why one shouldn't be interested in one's fellow creatures. Human nature is simply fascinating. Don't you think so, Monsieur Poirot?" This time she paused long enough to allow her companion to reply. Without taking his eyes off the blue water, Monsieur Poirot replied, "Ça dépend." Pamela was shocked. "Oh, Monsieur Poirot, I don't think anything so interesting, so incalculable as a human being." "Incalculable? That, no." "Oh, but they are. Just as you think you've got them beautifully taped, they do something completely unexpected." Hercule Poirot shook his head. "No, that is not true. It is most rare that anyone does an action that is not dans son caractère. It is in the end monotonous." "I don't agree with you at all," said Miss Lyle. She was silent for quite a minute and a half before returning to the attack. "As soon as I see people, I begin wondering about them, what they're like, what relations they are to each other, what they're thinking and feeling. It's quite thrilling." "Hardly that," said Hercule Poirot. "Nature repeats herself more than one would imagine. The sea," he added thoughtfully, "has infinitely more variety." Sarah turned her head sideways and asked, "You think that human beings tend to reproduce certain patterns? Stereotyped patterns?" "Précisément," said Poirot, and traced a design in the sand with his finger. "What's that you're drawing?" asked Pamela curiously. "A triangle," said Poirot. But Pamela's attention had been diverted elsewhere. "Here are the chantries," she said. A woman was coming down the beach, a tall woman, very conscious of herself and her body. She gave a half-nod and a smile and sat down a little distance away on the beach. The scarlet and gold silk wrap slipped down from her shoulders. She was wearing a white bathing dress. Pamela sighed. "Hasn't she got a lovely figure?" But Poirot was looking at her face, the face of a woman of 39 who had been famous since 16 for her beauty. He knew, as everyone knew, all about Valentine Chantry. She had been famous for many things, for her caprices, for her wealth, for her enormous sapphire-blue eyes, for her matrimonial ventures and adventures. She had had 5 husbands and innumerable lovers. She had in turn been the wife of an Italian count, of an American steel magnate, of a tennis professional, and of a racing motorist. Of these 4, the American had died, but the others had been shed negligently in the divorce court. 6 months ago she had married a 5th time, a commander in the Navy. He it was who came striding down the beach behind her, silent, dark, with a pugnacious jaw and a sullen manner, a touch of the primeval ape about him. She said, "Tony, darling, my cigarette case." He had it ready for her. He lighted her cigarette and helped her to slip the straps of the white bathing dress from her shoulders. She lay, arms outstretched in the sun. He sat by her like some wild beast that guards its prey. Pamela said, her voice just lowered sufficiently, "You know, they interest me frightfully. He's such a brute, so silent and sort of glowering. I suppose a woman of her kind likes that. It must be like controlling a tiger. I wonder how long it'll last. She gets tired of them very soon, I believe, especially nowadays. All the same, if she tried to get rid of him, I think he might be dangerous." Another couple came down the beach, rather shyly. They were the newcomers of the night before, Mr. and Mrs. Douglas Gold, as Miss Lyle knew from her inspection of the hotel visitors' book. She knew, too, for such were the Italian regulations, their Christian names and their ages, as set down from their passports. Mr. Douglas Cameron Gold was 31, and Mrs. Marjorie Emma Gold was 35. Miss Lyle's hobby in life, as has been said, was the study of human beings. Unlike most English people, she was capable of speaking to strangers on sight, instead of allowing 4 days to a week to elapse before making the first cautious advance, as is the customary British habit. She therefore, noting the slight hesitancy and shyness of Mrs. Gould's advance, called out, "Good morning. Isn't it a lovely day?" Mrs. Gould was a small woman, rather like a mouse. She was not bad-looking. Indeed, her features were regular and her complexion good, but she had a certain air of diffidence and dowdiness that made her liable to be overlooked. Her husband, on the other hand, was extremely good-looking, in an almost theatrical manner. Very fair, crisply curling hair, blue eyes, broad shoulders, and narrow hips. He looked more like a young man on the stage than a young man in real life. But the moment he opened his mouth, that impression faded. He was quite natural and unaffected, even perhaps a little stupid. Mrs. Gould looked gratefully at Pamela and sat down near her. "What a lovely shade of brown you are! I feel terribly underdone. One has to take a frightful lot of trouble to brown evenly," sighed Miss Lyle. She paused a minute and then went on. "You've only just arrived, haven't you?" "Yes, last night. We came on the Vapo d'Italia boat." "Have you been to Rhodes before?" "No. It's lovely, isn't it?" Her husband said, "Pity it's such a long way to come." "Yes, if only it were nearer England." In a muffled voice, Sarah said, "Yes, but then it would be awful. Rows and rows of people laid out like fish on a slab, bodies everywhere." "That's true, of course," said Douglas Gould. "It's a nuisance the Italian exchange is so absolutely ruinous at present. It does make a difference, doesn't it?" The conversation was running on strictly stereotyped lines. It could hardly have been called brilliant. A little way along the beach, Valentine Chantry stirred and sat up. With one hand she held her bathing dress in position across her breast. She yawned, a wide yet delicate cat-like yawn. She glanced casually down the beach. Her eyes slanted past Marjorie Gould and stayed thoughtfully on the crisp golden head of Douglas Gould. She moved her shoulders sinuously. She spoke, and her voice was raised a little higher than it need have been. "Tony, darling, isn't it divine? This sun! I simply must have been a sun-worshipper once, don't you think so?" Her husband grunted something in reply that failed to reach the others. Valentine Chantry went on in that high, drawling voice. "Just pull that towel a little flatter, will you, darling?" She took infinite pains in the resettling of her beautiful body. Douglas Gould was looking now. His eyes were frankly interested. Mrs. Gould chirped happily in a subdued key to Miss Lyle. "What a beautiful woman!" Pamela, as delighted to give as to receive information, replied in a lower voice, "That's Valentine Chantry, you know, who used to be Valentine Dacres. She is rather marvellous, isn't she? He's simply crazy about her, won't let her out of his sight." Mrs. Gould looked once more along the beach. Then she said, "The sea really is lovely, so blue. I think we ought to go in now, don't you, Douglas?" He was still watching Valentine Chantry, and took a minute or two to answer. Then he said rather absently, "Go in? Oh, yes, rather, in a minute." Marjorie Gould got up and strolled down to the water's edge. Valentine Chantry rolled over a little on one side. Her eyes looked along at Douglas Gould. Her scarlet mouth curved faintly into a smile. The neck of Mr. Douglas Gould became slightly red. Valentine Chantry said, "Tony, darling, would you mind? I want a little pot of face cream. It's up on the dressing table. I meant to bring it down. Do get it for me. There's an angel." The commander rose obediently. He stalked off into the hotel. Marjorie Gould plunged into the sea, calling out, "It's lovely, Douglas. So warm. Do come." Pamela Lyle said to him, "Aren't you going in?" He answered vaguely, "Oh, I like to get, hotted up first." Valentine Chantry stirred. Her head was lifted for a moment as though to recall her husband, but he was just passing inside the wall of the hotel garden. "I like my dip last thing," explained Mr. Gould. Mrs. Chantry sat up again. She picked up a flask of sunbathing oil. She had some difficulty with it. The screw top seemed to resist her efforts. She spoke loudly and petulantly. "Oh, dear! I can't get this thing undone." She looked towards the other group. "I wonder—" Always gallant, Poirot rose to his feet. But Douglas Gould had the advantage of youth and suppleness. He was by her side in a moment. "Can I do it for you?" "Oh, thank you." It was the sweet, empty drawl again. "You are kind. I'm such a fool at undoing things. I always seem to screw them the wrong way. Oh, you've done it. Thank you ever so much." Hercule Poirot smiled to himself. He got up and wandered along the beach in the opposite direction. He did not go very far, but his progress was leisurely. As he was on his way back, Mrs. Gould came out of the sea and joined him. She had been swimming. Her face, under a singularly unbecoming bathing cap, was radiant. She said breathlessly, "I do love the sea. It's so warm and lovely here." She was, he perceived, an enthusiastic bather. She said, "Douglas and I are simply mad on bathing. He can stay in for hours." And at that, Hercule Poirot's eyes slid over her shoulder to the spot on the beach where that enthusiastic bather, Mr. Douglas Gold, was sitting talking to Valentine Chantry. His wife said, "I can't think why he doesn't come." Her voice held a kind of childish bewilderment. Poirot's eyes rested thoughtfully on Valentine Chantry. He thought that other women in their time had made that same remark. Beside him, he heard Mrs. Gold draw in her breath sharply. She said, and her voice was cold, "She's supposed to be very attractive, I believe. But Douglas doesn't like that type of woman." Hercule Poirot did not reply. Mrs. Gold plunged into the sea again. She swam away from the shore with slow, steady strokes. You could see that she loved the water. Poirot retraced his steps to the group on the beach. It had been augmented by the arrival of old General Barnes, a veteran who was usually in the company of the young. He was sitting now between Pamela and Sarah, and he and Pamela were engaged in dishing up various scandals with appropriate embellishments. Commander Chantry had returned from his errand. He and Douglas Gold were sitting on either side of Valentine. Valentine was sitting up very straight between the two men and talking. She talked easily and lightly in her sweet, drawling voice, turning her head to take first one man and then the other in the conversation. She was just finishing an anecdote. "And what do you think the foolish man said? It may have been only a minute, but I'd remember you anywhere, Mum. Didn't he, Tony? And you know, I thought it was so sweet of him. I do think it's such a kind world. I mean, everybody's so frightfully kind to me, always. I don't know why. They just are. But I said to Tony, do you remember, darling? Tony, if you want to be a teeny-weeny bit jealous, you can be jealous of that commissionaire, because he really was too adorable." There was a pause, and Douglas Gold said, "Good fellows, some of these commissionaires." "Oh, yes, but he took so much trouble, really an immense amount of trouble, and seemed just pleased to be able to help me." Douglas Gold said, "Nothing odd about that. Anyone would for you, I'm sure." She cried delightedly, "How nice of you! Tony, did you hear that?" Commander Chantry grunted. His wife sighed, "Tony never makes pretty speeches, do you, my lamb?" Her white hand, with its long red nails, ruffled up his dark head. He gave her a sudden, sidelong look. She murmured, "I don't really know how he puts up with me. He's simply frightfully clever, absolutely frantic with brains. I just go on talking nonsense the whole time, but he doesn't seem to mind. Nobody minds what I do or say. Everybody spoils me. I'm sure it's frightfully bad for me." Commander Chantry said across her to the other man, "That your missus in the sea?" "Yes, I expect it's about time I joined her." Valentine murmured, "But it's so lovely here in the sun. You mustn't go into the sea yet. Tony, darling, I don't think I shall actually bathe today. Not my first day. I might get a chill or something. But why don't you go in now, Tony, darling? Mr. Gold will stay and keep me company while you're in." Chantry said rather grimly, "No, thanks. Shan't go in just yet. Your wife seems to be waving to you, Gold." "How well your wife swims," said Valentine. "I'm sure she's one of those terribly efficient women who do everything well. They always frighten me so, because I feel they despise me. I'm so frightfully bad at everything, an absolute duffer, aren't I, Tony, darling?" But again Commander Chantry only grunted. His wife murmured affectionately, "You're too sweet to admit it. Men are so wonderfully loyal. That's what I like about them. I do think men are so much more loyal than women. And they never say nasty things. Women, I always think, are rather petty." Sarah Blake rolled over on her side towards Poirot. She murmured between her teeth, "Examples of pettiness, to suggest that dear Mrs. Chantry is in any way not absolute perfection. What a complete idiot the woman is. I really do think Valentine Chantry is very nearly the most idiotic woman I ever met. She can't do anything but say, 'Tony, darling,' and roll her eyes. I should fancy she's got cotton wool padding instead of brains." Poirot raised his expressive eyebrows. "Un peu sévère. Oh, yes, put it down as pure cat if you like. She certainly has her methods. Can't she leave any man alone? Her husband's looking like thunder." Looking out to sea, Poirot remarked, "Madame Gold swims well." "Yes, she isn't like us, who find it a nuisance to get wet." I wonder if Mrs. Chantry will ever go into the sea at all while she's out here." "Not she," said General Barnes huskily. "She won't risk that make-up of hers going off. Not that she isn't a fine-looking woman, although perhaps a bit long in the tooth." "She's looking your way, General," said Sarah wickedly. "And you're wrong about the make-up. We're all waterproof and kiss-proof nowadays." "Mrs. Gold's coming out," announced Pamela. "Here we go gathering nuts and may," hummed Sarah. "Here comes his wife to fetch him away, fetch him away, fetch him away." Mrs. Gold came straight up the beach. She had quite a pretty figure, but her plain, waterproof cap was rather too serviceable to be attractive. "Aren't you coming, Douglas?" she demanded impatiently. "The sea's lovely and warm." "Rather." Douglas Gold rose hastily to his feet. He paused a moment, and as he did so, Valentine Chantry looked up at him with a sweet smile. "Au revoir," she said. Gold and his wife went down the beach. As soon as they were out of earshot, Pamela said critically, "You know, I don't think that was wise. To snatch your husband away from another woman is always bad policy. It makes you seem so possessive, and husbands hate that." "You seem to know a lot about husbands, Miss Pamela," said General Barnes. "Other people's, not my own." "Ah, that's where the difference comes in." "Yes, General, but I shall have learnt a lot of do-nots." "Well, darling," said Sarah, "I shouldn't wear a cap like that, for one thing." "Seems very sensible to me," said the General. "Seems a nice, sensible little woman altogether." "You've hit it exactly, General," said Sarah. "But you know, there's a limit to the sensibleness of sensible women. I have a feeling she won't be so sensible when it's a case of Valentine Chantry." She turned her head and exclaimed in a low, excited whisper, "Look at him now, just like thunder. That man looks as though he's got the most frightful temper." Commander Chantry was indeed scowling after the retreating husband and wife in a singularly unpleasant fashion. Sarah looked up at Poirot. "Well," she said, "what do you make of all this?" Hercule Poirot did not reply in words, but once again his forefinger traced a design in the sand. The same design, a triangle. "The eternal triangle," mused Sarah. "Perhaps you're right. If so, we're in for an exciting time in the next few weeks." Monsieur Hercule Poirot was disappointed with Rhodes. He had come to Rhodes for a rest and for a holiday especially from crime. In late October, so he had been told, Rhodes would be nearly empty, a peaceful, secluded spot. That in itself was true enough. The Chantrys, the Golds, Pamela and Sarah, the General and himself, and 2 Italian couples were the only guests. But within that restricted circle, the intelligent brain of Monsieur Poirot perceived the inevitable shaping of events to come. "It is that I am criminal-minded," he told himself reproachfully. "I have the indigestion. I imagine things." But still he worried. One morning he came down to find Mrs. Gold sitting on the terrace doing needlework. As he came up to her, he had the impression that there was the flicker of a cambric handkerchief, swiftly whisked out of sight. Mrs. Gold's eyes were dry, but they were suspiciously bright. Her manner, too, struck him as being a shade too cheerful. The brightness of it was a shade overdone. She said, "Good morning, Monsieur Poirot," with such enthusiasm as to arouse his doubts. He felt that she could not possibly be quite as pleased to see him as she appeared to be, for she did not, after all, know him very well, and though Hercule Poirot was a conceited little man where his profession was concerned, he was quite modest in his estimate of his personal attractions. "Good morning, madame," he responded. "Another beautiful day." "Yes, isn't it fortunate? But Douglas and I are always lucky in our weather." "Indeed." "Yes, we're really very lucky altogether. You know, Monsieur Poirot, when one sees so much trouble and unhappiness, and so many couples divorcing each other and all that sort of thing, well, one does feel very grateful for one's own happiness." "It is pleasant to hear you say so, madame." "Yes, Douglas and I are so wonderfully happy together. We've been married 5 years, you know, and after all, 5 years is quite a long time nowadays." "I have no doubt that in some cases it can seem an eternity, madame," said Poirot dryly. "But I really believe that we're happier now than when we were first married. You see, we're so absolutely suited to each other." "Well, that, of course, is everything." "That's why I feel so sorry for people who aren't happy." "You mean—" "Oh, I was speaking generally, Monsieur Poirot." I see. Mrs. Gold picked up a strand of silk, held it to the light, approved of it, and went on, "Mrs. Chantry, for instance." "Yes, Madame Chantry?" I don't think she's at all a nice woman. No, perhaps not. In fact, I'm quite sure she's not a nice woman. But in a way one feels sorry for her, because in spite of her money and her good looks and all that, Mrs. Gould's fingers were trembling, and she was quite unable to thread her needle. She's not the sort of woman men really stick to. She's the sort of woman I think that men would get tired of very easily, don't you think so? I myself should certainly get tired of her conversation before any great space of time had passed, said Poirot cautiously. Yes, that's what I mean. She has, of course, a kind of appeal. Mrs. Gould hesitated. Her lips trembled. She stabbed uncertainly at her work. A less acute observer than Hercule Poirot could not have failed to notice her distress. She went on inconsequently. Men are just like children. They believe anything. She bent over her work. The tiny wisp of cambric came out again unobtrusively. Perhaps Hercule Poirot thought it well to change the subject. He said, "You do not bathe this morning? And monsieur your husband, is he down on the beach?" Mrs. Gould looked up, blinked, resumed her almost defiantly bright manner, and replied, "No, not this morning. We arranged to go round the walls of the old city, but somehow or other we missed each other. They started without me." The pronoun was revealing. But before Poirot could say anything, General Barnes came up from the beach below and dropped into a chair beside them. "Good morning, Mrs. Gould. Morning, Poirot. Both deserters this morning? A lot of absentees. You two and your husband, Mrs. Gould and Mrs. Chantry." "And Commander Chantry?" inquired Poirot casually. "Oh, no, he's down there. Miss Pamela's got him in hand." The General chuckled. "She's finding him a little difficult. One of the strong, silent men you hear about in books." Marjorie Gould said with a little shiver, "He frightens me a little, that man. He looks so black sometimes, as though he might do anything." She shivered. "Oh, just indigestion, I expect," said the General cheerfully. "Dyspepsia is responsible for many a reputation for romantic melancholy or ungovernable rages." Marjorie Gould smiled a polite little smile. "And where's your good man?" inquired the General. Her reply came without hesitation, in a natural, cheerful voice. "Douglas? Oh, he and Mrs. Chantry have gone into the town. I believe they've gone to have a look at the walls of the old city." "Ah, yes, very interesting. Time of the nights and all that. You ought to have gone too, little lady." Mrs. Gould said, "I'm afraid I came down rather late." She got up suddenly with a murmured excuse and went into the hotel. General Barnes looked after her with a concerned expression, shaking his head gently. "Nice little woman, that. Worth a dozen painted trollops like someone whose name we won't mention. Husband's a fool. Doesn't know when he's well off." He shook his head again. Then, rising, he went indoors. Sarah Blake had just come up from the beach and had heard the General's last speech. Making a face at the departing warrior's back, she remarked as she flung herself into a chair, "Nice little woman, nice little woman. Men always approve of dowdy women, but when it comes to brass tacks, the dressed-up trollops win hands down. Sad, but there it is." "Mademoiselle," said Poirot, and his voice was abrupt, "I do not like all this." "Don't you? Nor do I." "No. Let's be honest, I suppose I do like it, really. There is a horrid side of one that enjoys accidents and public calamities and unpleasant things that happen to one's friends." Poirot asked, "Where is Commander Chantry?" "On the beach, being dissected by Pamela. She's enjoying herself, if you like, and not being improved in temper by the proceeding. He was looking like a thundercloud when I came up. There are squalls ahead, believe me." Poirot murmured, "There is something I do not understand." "It's not easy to understand," said Sarah, "but what's going to happen, that's the question." Poirot shook his head and murmured, "As you say, mademoiselle, it is the future that causes one inquietude." "What a nice way of putting it," said Sarah, and went into the hotel. In the doorway, she almost collided with Douglas Gould. The young man came out looking rather pleased with himself, but at the same time slightly guilty. He said, "Hello, Mr. Poirot," and added rather self-consciously, "Been showing Mrs. Chantry the Crusaders' walls. Marjorie didn't feel up to going." Poirot's eyebrows rose slightly, but even had he wished, he would have had no time to make a comment, for Valentine Chantry came sweeping out, crying in her high voice, "Douglas, a pink gin! Positively, I must have a pink gin!" Douglas Gould went off to order the drink. Valentine sank into a chair by Poirot. She was looking radiant this morning. She saw her husband and Pamela coming up towards them, and waved a hand, crying out,
Have a nice bathe, Tony, darling. Isn't it a divine morning?"
Commander Chantry did not answer. He swung up the steps, passed her without a word or a look, and vanished into the bar. His hands were clenched by his sides, and that faint likeness to a gorilla was accentuated. Valentine Chantry's perfect but rather foolish mouth fell open. She said, "Oh," rather blankly. Pamela Lyle's face expressed keen enjoyment of the situation. Masking it as far as was possible to one of her ingenious disposition, she sat down by Valentine Chantry and inquired, "Have you had a nice morning?" As Valentine began, "Simply marvellous, Poirot got up and in his turn strolled gently towards the bar. He found young Gold waiting for the pink gin with a flushed face. He looked disturbed and angry. "That man's a brute," and he nodded his head in the direction of the retreating figure of Commander Chantry. "It is possible," said Poirot. "Yes, it is quite possible. But les femmes, they like brutes. Remember that." Douglas muttered, "I shouldn't be surprised if he ill-treats her." "She probably likes that, too." Douglas Gold looked at him in a puzzled way, took up the pink gin, and went out with it. Hercule Poirot sat on a stool and ordered a sirop de cassis. Whilst he was sipping it with long sighs of enjoyment, Chantry came in and drank several pink gins in rapid succession. He said suddenly and violently to the world at large, rather than to Poirot, "If Valentine thinks she can get rid of me like she's got rid of a lot of other damn fools, she's mistaken. I've got her, and I mean to keep her. No other fellow's going to get her, except over my dead body." He flung down some money, turned on his heel, and went out. 3 days later, Hercule Poirot went to the Mount of the Prophet. It was a cool, agreeable drive through the golden-green fir trees, winding higher and higher, far above the petty wrangling and squabbling of human beings. The car stopped at the restaurant. Poirot got out and wandered into the woods. He came out at last on a spot that seemed truly on top of the world. Far below, deeply and dazzlingly blue, was the sea. Here, at last, he was at peace, removed from cares, above the world. Carefully placing his folded overcoat on a tree stump, Hercule Poirot sat down. "Doubtless le bon Dieu knows what he does, but it is odd that he should have permitted himself to fashion certain human beings. Eh bien, here, for a while at least, I am away from these vexing problems." Thus he mused. He looked up with a start. A little woman in a brown coat and skirt was hurrying towards him. It was Marjorie Gold, and this time she had abandoned all pretence. Her face was wet with tears. Poirot could not escape. She was upon him. "Monsieur Poirot, you've got to help me. I'm so miserable. I don't know what to do. Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do?" She looked up at him with a distracted face. Her fingers fastened on his coat sleeve. Then, as something she saw in his face alarmed her, she drew back a little. What is it?" she faltered. "You want my advice, madame? Is that what you ask?" She stammered, Yes. "Eh bien, here it is." He spoke curtly, trenchantly. "Leave this place at once, before it is too late." "What?" She stared at him. "You heard me. Leave this island." "Leave the island?" She stared at him, stupefied. "That is what I say." "But why? Why?" "It is my advice to you, if you value your life." She gave a gasp. "Oh, what do you mean? You're frightening me. You're frightening me." "Yes," said Poirot gravely. "That is my intention." She sank down, her face in her hands. "But I can't. He wouldn't come. Douglas wouldn't, I mean. She wouldn't let him. She's got hold of him, body and soul. He won't listen to anything against her. He's crazy about her. He believes everything she tells him, that her husband ill-treats her, that she's an injured innocent, that nobody's ever understood her. He doesn't even think about me anymore. I don't count. I'm not real to him. He wants me to give him his freedom, to divorce him. He believes that she'll divorce her husband and marry him. But I'm afraid. Chantry won't give her up. He's not that kind of man. Last night, she showed Douglas bruises on her arm, said her husband had done it. It made Douglas wild. He's so chivalrous. Oh, I'm afraid. What will come of it all? Tell me what to do." Hercule Poirot stood looking straight across the water to the blue line of hills on the mainland of Asia. He said, "I have told you. Leave the island before it is too late." She shook her head. "I can't.
I can't, unless Douglas—" Poirot sighed. He shrugged his shoulders. Hercule Poirot sat with Pamela Lyle on the beach. She said, with a certain amount of gusto, "The triangle's going strong. They sat one each side of her last night, glowering at each other. Chantry had had too much to drink. He was positively insulting to Douglas Gold. Gold behaved very well, kept his temper. The Valentine woman enjoyed it, of course, purred like the man-eating tiger she is. What do you think will happen?" Poirot shook his head. "I am afraid. I am very much afraid." "Oh, we all are," said Miss Lyle hypocritically. She added, "This business is rather in your line. Or it may come to be. Can't you do anything?" "I have done what I could." Miss Lyle leaned forward eagerly. "What have you done?" she asked with pleasurable excitement. "I advised Madame Gold to leave the island before it was too late." "Ooh, so you think—" She stopped. "Yes, mademoiselle?" "So that's what you think is going to happen," said Pamela slowly. "But he couldn't. He'd never do a thing like that. He's so nice, really. It's all that Chantry woman. He wouldn't do—" She stopped. Then she said softly, "Murder? Is that really the word that's in your mind?" "It is in someone's mind, mademoiselle. I will tell you that." Pamela gave a sudden shiver. "I don't believe it," she declared. The sequence of events on the night of October the 29th was perfectly clear. To begin with, there was a scene between the two men, Gold and Chantry. Chantry's voice rose louder and louder, and his last words were overheard by 4 persons: the cashier at the desk, the manager, General Barnes, and Pamela Lyle. "You goddamn swine! If you and my wife think you can put this over on me, you're mistaken. As long as I'm alive, Valentine will remain my wife." Then he had flung out of the hotel, his face livid with rage. That was before dinner. After dinner, how arranged no one knew, a reconciliation took place. Valentine asked Marjorie Gold to come out for a moonlight drive. Pamela and Sarah went with them. Gold and Chantry played billiards together. Afterwards they joined Hercule Poirot and General Barnes in the lounge. For the first time almost, Chantry's face was smiling and good-tempered. "Have a good game?" asked the General. The commander said, "This fellow's too good for me. Ran out with a break of 46. Douglas Gold deprecated this modestly. "Pure fluke, I assure you it was. What'll you have? I'll go and get hold of a waiter." "Pink gin for me, thanks." "Right. General?" "Oh, thanks. I'll have a whiskey and soda." "Same for me. What about you, Monsieur Poirot?" "You are most amiable. I should like a sirop de cassis." "A sirop— excuse me?" "Sirop de cassis, the syrup of blackcurrants." "Oh, a liqueur. I see. I suppose they have it here. I never heard of it." "They have it, yes, but it is not a liqueur." Douglas Gold said, laughing, "Sounds a funny taste to me, but every man to his own poison. I'll go and order them." Commander Chantry sat down. Though not by nature a talkative or social man, he was clearly doing his best to be genial. "Odd how one gets used to doing without any news," he remarked. The General grunted. "Can't say the Continental Daily Mail, 4 days old, is much use to me. Of course I get the Times sent out to me and Punch every week, but they're a devilish long time in coming. Wonder if we'll have a general election over this Palestine business." "Whole thing's been badly mismanaged," declared the General, just as Douglas Gold reappeared, followed by a waiter with the drinks. The General had just begun on an anecdote of his military career in India in the year 1905. The 2 Englishmen were listening politely, if without great interest. Hercule Poirot was sipping his sirop de cassis. The General reached the point of his narrative, and there was dutiful laughter all round. Then the women appeared at the doorway of the lounge. They all 4 seemed in the best of spirits, and were talking and laughing. "Tony, darling, it was too divine," cried Valentine as she dropped into a chair by his side. "The most marvellous idea of Mrs. Gold's. You all ought to have come." Her husband said, "What about a drink?" He looked inquiringly at the others. "Pink gin for me, darling," said Valentine. "Gin and ginger beer," said Pamela. "Sidecar," said Sarah. "Right." Chantry stood up. He pushed his own untouched pink gin over to his wife. "You have this. I'll order another for myself. What's yours, Mrs. Gold?" Mrs. Gold was being helped out of her coat by her husband. She turned, smiling. "Can I have an orangeade, please?" "All right you are. Orangeade." As Chantry went to the door, Mrs. Gold turned to her husband. "It was so lovely, Douglas. I wish you had come." "Well, I wish I had too. We'll go another night, shall we?" They smiled at each other. Valentine Chantry picked up the pink gin and drained it. "Oh, I needed that," she sighed. Douglas Gold took Marjorie's coat and laid it on a settee. As he strolled back to the others, he said sharply, "Hello, what's the matter?" Valentine Chantry was leaning back in her chair. Her lips were blue, and her hand had gone to her heart. "I feel rather queer," she gasped, fighting for breath. Chantry came back into the room. He quickened his step. "Hello? Val, what's the matter?" I don't know. That drink, it tasted queer." "The pink gin?" Chantry swung round. His face worked. He caught Douglas Gold by the shoulder. "That was my drink. Gold, what the hell did you put in it?" Douglas Gold was staring at the convulsed face of the woman in the chair. He had gone dead white. I never—" Valentine Chantry slipped down in her chair. General Barnes cried out, "Get a doctor, quick!" 5 minutes later, Valentine Chantry died. There was no bathing the next morning. Pamela Lyle, white-faced, clad in a simple dark dress, clutched at Hercule Poirot in the hall and drew him into the little writing room. "It's horrible," she said. "Horrible. You said so. You foresaw it. Murder." He bent his head gravely. "Oh!" she cried out. She stamped her foot on the floor. "You should have stopped it. Somehow. It could have been stopped." "How?" asked Hercule Poirot. That brought her up short for the moment. "Couldn't you go to someone? To the police?" "And say what? What is there to say, before the event? That someone has murder in their heart? I tell you, mon enfant, if one human being is determined to kill another human being—" "You could warn the victim," insisted Pamela. "Sometimes," said Hercule Poirot, "warnings are useless." Pamela said slowly, "You could warn the murderer, show him that you knew what was intended." Poirot nodded appreciatively. "Yes, a better plan. But even then you have to reckon with a criminal's chief vice." "What is that?" "Conceit. A criminal never believes that his crime can fail." "But it's absurd, stupid," cried Pamela. "The whole crime is childish. Why, the police arrested Douglas Gold at once last night." "Yes," he added thoughtfully, "Douglas Gold is a very stupid young man. Incredibly stupid. I hear that they found the rest of the poison, whatever it was, a form of stropanthin, a heart poison, that they actually found the rest of it in his dinner jacket pocket. Quite true." "Incredibly stupid," said Pamela again. "Perhaps he meant to get rid of it, and the shock of the wrong person being poisoned paralyzed him. What a scene it would make on the stage, the lover putting the stropanthin in the husband's glass, and then, just when his attention is elsewhere, the wife drinks it instead. Think of the ghastly moment when Douglas Gold turned round and realized he had killed the woman he loved." She gave a little shiver. "Your triangle. The eternal triangle. Who would have thought it would end like this?" "I was afraid of it," murmured Poirot. Pamela turned on him. "You warned her, Mrs. Gold. Then why didn't you warn him as well?" "You mean, why didn't I warn Douglas Gold?" "No, I mean Commander Chantry. You could have told him that he was in danger. After all, he was the real obstacle. I've no doubt Douglas Gold relied on being able to bully his wife into giving him a divorce. She's a meek-spirited little woman and terribly fond of him. But Chantry is a mulish sort of devil. He was determined not to give Valentine her freedom." Poirot shrugged his shoulders. "It would have been no good my speaking to Chantry," he said. "Perhaps not," Pamela admitted. "He'd probably have said he could look after himself and told you to go to the devil. But I feel there ought to have been something one could have done." "I did think," said Poirot slowly, "of trying to persuade Valentine Chantry to leave the island. But she would not have believed what I had to tell her. She was far too stupid a woman to take in a thing like that. Pauvre femme. Her stupidity killed her." "I don't believe it would have been any good if she had left the island," said Pamela. "He would simply have followed her." "He? Douglas Gold? You think Douglas Gold would have followed her? Oh no, mademoiselle. You are wrong. You are completely wrong. You have not yet appreciated the truth of this matter. If Valentine Chantry had left the island, her husband would have gone with her." Pamela looked puzzled. "Well, naturally. And then, you see, the crime would simply have taken place somewhere else." "I don't understand you." "I am saying to you that the same crime would have occurred somewhere else. That crime being the murder of Valentine Chantry By her husband. Pamela stared. Are you trying to say that it was Commander Chantry, Tony Chantry, who murdered Valentine? Yes. You saw him do it. Douglas Gold brought him his drink. He sat with it in front of him. When the women came in, we all looked across the room. He had the strophanthin ready. He dropped it into the pink gin, and presently, courteously, he passed it along to his wife, and she drank it. But the packet of strophanthin was found in Douglas Gold's pocket. A very simple matter to slip it there when we were all crowding round the dying woman. It was quite 2 minutes before Pamela got her breath. But I don't understand a word. The triangle, you said yourself. Hercule Poirot nodded his head vigorously. I said there was a triangle, yes. But you imagined the wrong one. You were deceived by some very clever acting. You thought, as you were meant to think, that both Tony Chantry and Douglas Gold were in love with Valentine Chantry. You believed, as you were meant to believe, that Douglas Gold, being in love with Valentine Chantry, whose husband refused to divorce her, took the desperate step of administering a powerful heart poison to Chantry, and that by a fatal mistake, Valentine Chantry drank that poison instead. All that is illusion. Chantry had been meaning to do away with his wife for some time. He was bored to death with her. I could see that from the first. He married her for her money. Now he wants to marry another woman. So he planned to get rid of Valentine and keep her money. That entailed murder. Another woman? Poirot said slowly. Yes, yes. The little Marjorie Gold. It was the eternal triangle, all right, but you saw it the wrong way round. Neither of those two men cared in the least for Valentine Chantry. It was her vanity, and Marjorie Gold's very clever stage managing that made you think they did. A very clever woman, Mrs. Gold, and amazingly attractive in her demure, Madonna, poor little thing way. I have known 4 women criminals of the same type. There was Madame Adams, who was acquitted of murdering her husband, but everybody knows she did it. Mary Parker did away with an aunt, a sweetheart, and 2 brothers before she got a little careless and was caught. Then there was Madame Rowden. She was hanged all right. Madame Lecrae escaped by the skin of her teeth. This woman is exactly the same type. I recognized it as soon as I saw her. That type takes to crime like a duck to water. And a very pretty bit of well-planned work it was. Tell me, what evidence did you ever have that Douglas Gold was in love with Valentine Chantry? When you come to think it out, you will realize that there was only Mrs. Gold's confidences and Chantry's jealous bluster. Yes, you see? It's horrible, cried Pamela. They were a clever pair, said Poirot with professional detachment. They planned to meet here and stage their crime. That Marjorie Gold, she is a cold-blooded devil. She would have sent her poor innocent fool of a husband to the scaffold without the least remorse. Pamela cried out, But he was arrested and taken away by the police last night. Ah, said Hercule Poirot. But after that, I had a few little words with the police. It is true that I did not see Chantry put the strophanthin in the glass. I, like everyone else, looked up when the ladies came in. But the moment I realized that Valentine Chantry had been poisoned, I watched her husband without taking my eyes off him. And so, you see, I actually saw him slip the packet of strophanthin in Douglas Gold's coat pocket. He added with a grim expression on his face, I am a good witness. My name is well known. The moment the police heard my story, they realized that it put an entirely different complexion on the matter. And then? Demanded Pamela, fascinated. Eh bien. Then they asked Commander Chantry a few questions. He tried to bluster it out, but he is not really clever. He soon broke down. So, Douglas Gold was set at liberty. Yes. And Marjorie Gold? Poirot's face grew stern. I warned her, he said. Yes, I warned her, up on the Mount of the Prophet. It was the only chance of averting the crime. I as good as told her that I suspected her. She understood, but she believed herself too clever. I told her to leave the island, if she valued her life. She chose to remain.
The House at Shiraz. It was 6 in the morning when Mr. Parker Pyne left for Persia after a stop in Baghdad. The passenger space in the little monoplane was limited, and the small width of the seats was not such as to accommodate the bulk of Mr. Parker Pyne with anything like comfort. There were 2 fellow travellers, a large, florid man, whom Mr. Parker Pyne judged to be of a talkative habit, and a thin woman with pursed-up lips and a determined air. "At any rate," thought Mr. Parker-Pine, "they don't look as though they would want to consult me professionally." Nor did they. The little woman was an American missionary full of hard work and happiness, and the florid man was employed by an oil company. They had given their fellow traveller a resume of their lives before the plane started. "I am merely a tourist, I'm afraid," Mr. Parker-Pine had said deprecatingly. "I am going to Tehran, and Ispahan, and Shiraz." And the sheer music of the names enchanted him so much as he said them that he repeated them. Tehran, Ispahan, Shiraz. Mr. Parker-Pine looked out at the country below him. It was flat desert. He felt the mystery of these vast, unpopulated regions. At Kermanshah, the machine came down for passport examinations and customs. A bag of Mr. Parker-Pine's was opened. A certain small cardboard box was scrutinized with some excitement. Questions were asked. Since Mr. Parker-Pine did not speak or understand Persian, the matter was difficult. The pilot of the machine strolled up. He was a fair-haired young German, a fine-looking man with deep blue eyes and a weather-beaten face. "Police?" he inquired pleasantly. Mr. Parker-Pine, who had been indulging in some excellent realistic pantomime without, it seemed, much success, turned to him with relief. "It's bug powder," he said. "Do you think you could explain it to them?" The pilot looked puzzled. "Please?" Mr. Parker-Pine repeated his plea in German. The pilot grinned and translated the sentence into Persian. The grave and sad officials were pleased. Their sorrowful faces relaxed, they smiled, one even laughed. They found the idea humorous. The 3 passengers took their places in the machine again, and the flight continued. They swooped down at Hamadan to drop the mails, but the plane did not stop. Mr. Parker-Pine peered down, trying to see if he could distinguish the rock of Behistun, that romantic spot where Darius describes the extent of his empire and conquests in 3 different languages, Babylonian, Median, and Persian. It was 1 o'clock when they arrived at Tehran. There were more police formalities. The German pilot had come up and was standing by, smiling as Mr. Parker-Pine finished answering a long interrogation, which he had not understood. "What have I said?" he asked of the German. "That your father's Christian name is Tourist, that your profession is Charles, that the maiden name of your mother is Baghdad, and that you have come from Harriet. Does it matter? Not the least in the world. Just answer something. That is all they need." Mr. Parker-Pine was disappointed in Tehran. He found it distressingly modern. He said as much the following evening when he happened to run into Herr Schlagl, the pilot, just as he was entering his hotel. On an impulse, he asked the other man to dine, and the German accepted. The Georgian waiter hovered over them and issued his orders. The food arrived. When they had reached the stage of la torte, a somewhat sticky confection of chocolate, the German said, "So, you go to Shiraz?" "Yes, I shall fly there. Then I shall come back from Shiraz to Ispahan and Tehran by road. Is it you who will fly me to Shiraz tomorrow?" "Ach no. I return to Baghdad." "You have been here long?" 3 years. It has only been established 3 years, our service. So far we have never had an accident. Unberufen." He touched the table. Thick cups of sweet coffee were brought. The 2 men smoked. "My first passengers were 2 ladies," said the German reminiscently. "2 English ladies." "Yes," said Mr. Parker-Pine. "The one, she was a young lady, very well born, the daughter of one of your ministers, how does one say it? The Lady Esther Carr. She was handsome, very handsome, but mad." "Mad? Completely mad. She lives there at Shiraz in a big native house. She wears Eastern dress. She will see no Europeans. Is that a life for a well-born lady to live?" "There have been others," said Mr. Parker-Pine. "There was Lady Hester Stanhope." "This one is mad," said the other abruptly. "You could see it in her eyes. Just so I have seen the eyes of my submarine commander in the war. He is now in an asylum." Mr. Parker-Pine was thoughtful. He remembered Lord Micheldever, Lady Esther Carr's father, well. He had worked under him when the latter was Home Secretary. A big blond man with laughing blue eyes. He had seen Lady Micheldever once, and noted Irish beauty with her black hair and violet blue eyes. They were both handsome, normal people. But for all that, there was insanity in the Carr family. It cropped up every now and then, after missing a generation. It was odd, he thought, that Herr Schlagel should stress the point. "And the other lady?" he asked idly. "The other lady is dead." Something in his voice made Mr. Parkerpine look up sharply. "I have a heart," said Herr Schlagel. "I feel. She was to me most beautiful, that lady. You know how it is. These things come over you all of a sudden. She was a flower. A flower!" He sighed deeply. "I went to see them once, at the house at Shiraz. The Lady Esther, she asked me to come. My little one, my flower, she was afraid of something. I could see it. When I next came back from Baghdad, I hear that she is dead. Dead." He paused, and then said thoughtfully, "It might be that the other one killed her. She was mad, I tell you." He sighed, and Mr. Parkerpine ordered 2 Benedictines. "The curacao, it is good," said the Georgian waiter, and brought them 2 curacaos. Just after noon the following day, Mr. Parkerpine had his first view of Shiraz. They had flown over mountain ranges with narrow, desolate valleys between, and all arid, parched, dry wilderness. Then suddenly Shiraz came into view, an emerald-green jewel in the heart of the wilderness. Mr. Parkerpine enjoyed Shiraz as he had not enjoyed Tehran. The primitive character of the hotel did not appall him, nor the equally primitive character of the streets. He found himself in the midst of a Persian holiday. The Nowruz festival had begun on the previous evening, the 15-day period in which the Persians celebrate their New Years. He wandered through the empty bazaars and passed out into the great open stretch of common on the north side of the city. All Shiraz was celebrating. One day he walked just outside the town. He had been to the tomb of Hafiz, the poet, and it was on returning that he saw and was fascinated by a house. A house all tiled in blue and rose and yellow, set in a green garden, with water and orange trees and roses. It was, he felt, the house of a dream. That night he was dining with the English consul, and he asked about the house. "Fascinating place, isn't it? It was built by a former wealthy governor of Luristan, who had made a good thing out of his official position. An Englishwoman's got it now. Well, you must have heard of her, Lady Esther Carr. Mad as a hatter, gone completely native. Won't have anything to do with anything or anyone British." "Is she young?" "Too young to play the fool in this way. She's about 30. "There was another Englishwoman with her, wasn't there? A woman who died?" "Yes, that was about 3 years ago. Happened the day after I took up my post here, as a matter of fact. Barham, my predecessor, died suddenly, you know." "How did she die?" asked Mr. Parkerpine bluntly. "Fell from that courtyard or balcony place on the first floor. She was Lady Esther's maid, or companion, I forget which. Anyway, she was carrying the breakfast tray and stepped back over the edge. Very sad. Nothing to be done. Cracked her skull on the stone below." "What was her name?" "King, I think. Or was it Willis? No, that's the missionary woman. Rather a nice-looking girl." "Was Lady Esther upset?" "Yes. Oh, no, I don't know. She was very queer. I couldn't make her out. She's a very, imperious creature. You can see she's somebody, if you know what I mean. She rather scared me with her commanding ways and her dark, flashing eyes." He laughed half apologetically, then looked curiously at his companion. Mr. Parkerpine was apparently staring into space. The match he had just struck to light his cigarette was burning away unheeded in his hand. It burned down to his fingers, and he dropped it with an ejaculation of pain. Then he saw the consul's astonished expression, and smiled. "Oh, I beg your pardon," he said. "Wool gathering, weren't you?" "3 bags full," said Mr. Parkerpine, enigmatically. They talked of other matters. That evening, by the light of a small oil lamp, Mr. Parkerpine wrote a letter. He hesitated a good deal over its composition, yet, in the end, it was very simple. Mr. Parkerpine presents his compliments to Lady Esther Carr, and begs to state that he is staying at the Hotel Fars for the next 3 days, should she wish to consult him. He enclosed a cutting, the famous advertisement. Are you happy? If not, consult Mr. Parkerpine, 17 Richmond Street. "That ought to do the trick," said Mr. Parkerpine, as he got gingerly into his rather uncomfortable bed. "Let me see. Nearly 3 years. Yes, it ought to do it." On the following day, about 4 o'clock, the answer came. It was brought by a Persian servant who knew no English. Lady Esther Carr will be glad if Mr. Parker Pyne will call upon her at 9 o'clock this evening. Mr. Parker Pyne smiled. It was the same servant who received him that evening. He was taken through the dark garden and up an outside staircase that led round to the back of the house. From there, a door was opened, and he passed through into the central court or balcony, which was open to the night. A big divan was placed against the wall, and on it reclined a striking figure. Lady Esther was attired in Eastern robes, and it might have been suspected that one reason for her preference lay in the fact that they suited her rich Oriental style of beauty. Imperious, the consul called her, and indeed, imperious she looked. Her chin was held high, and her brows were arrogant. "You are Mr. Parker Pyne? Sit down there." Her hand pointed to a heap of cushions. On the third finger there flashed a big emerald carved with the arms of her family. It was an heirloom, and must be worth a small fortune. Mr. Parker Pyne reflected. He lowered himself obediently, though with a little difficulty. For a man of his figure, it is not easy to sit on the ground gracefully. A servant appeared with coffee. Mr. Parker Pyne took his cup and sipped appreciatively. His hostess had acquired the Oriental habit of infinite leisure. She did not rush into conversation. She, too, sipped her coffee with half-closed eyes. At last she spoke. "So, you help unhappy people," she said. "At least, that is what your advertisement claims." "Yes. Why did you send it to me? Is it your way of doing business on your travels?" There was something decidedly offensive in her voice, but Mr. Parker Pyne ignored it. He answered simply, "No. My idea in travelling is to have a complete holiday from business." "Then why send it to me?" "Because I had reason to believe that you are unhappy." There was a moment's silence. He was very curious. How would she take that? She gave herself a minute to decide that point, then she laughed. "I suppose you thought that anyone who leaves the world, who lives as I do, cut off from my race, from my country, must do so because she is unhappy. Sorrow, disappointment, you think something like that drove me into exile? Well, how should you understand? There, in England, I was a fish out of water. Here, I am myself. I am an Oriental at heart. I love this seclusion. I dare say you can't understand that. To you I must seem—" She hesitated a moment. "Mad." "You are not mad," said Mr. Parker Pyne. There was a good deal of quiet assurance in his voice. She looked at him curiously. "But they've been saying I am, I suppose. Fools. It takes all kinds to make a world. I'm perfectly happy." "And yet you told me to come here," said Mr. Parker Pyne. "I will admit I was curious to see you." She hesitated. "Besides, I never want to go back there, to England. But all the same, sometimes I like to hear what is going on in the world you have left?" She acknowledged the sentence with a nod. Mr. Parker Pyne began to talk. His voice, mellow and reassuring, began quietly, then rose ever so little as he emphasized this point and that. He talked of London, of society gossip, of famous men and women, of new restaurants and new nightclubs, of race meetings and shooting parties and country house scandals. He talked of clothes, of fashions from Paris, of little shops in unfashionable streets where marvellous bargains could be had. He described theatres and cinemas. He gave film news. He described the building of new garden suburbs. He talked of bulbs and gardening, and he came last to a homely description of London in the evening, with the trams and buses, and the hurrying crowds going homeward after the day's work, and of the little homes awaiting them, and of the whole strange, intimate pattern of English family life. It was a very remarkable performance, displaying as it did wide and unusual knowledge and a clever marshalling of the facts. Lady Esther's head had drooped. The arrogance of her poise had been abandoned. For some time her tears had been quietly falling, and now that he had finished, she abandoned all pretense and wept openly. Mr. Parker Pyne said nothing. He sat there watching her. His face had the quiet, satisfied expression of one who has conducted an experiment and obtained the desired result. She raised her head at last. "Well," she said bitterly, "are you satisfied?" "I think so. Now? How shall I bear it? How shall I bear it, never to leave here, never to see anyone again?" The cry came as though wrung out of her. She caught herself up, flushing. "Well," she demanded fiercely, "aren't you going to make the obvious remark? Aren't you going to say, if you want to go home so much, why not do so?" "No." Mr. Parker-Pine shook his head. "It is not nearly as easy as that for you." For the first time, a little look of fear crept into her eyes. "Do you know why I can't go?" "I think so." "Wrong." She shook her head. "The reason I can't go is a reason you'd never guess." "I don't guess," said Mr. Parker-Pine. "I observe, and I classify." She shook her head. "You don't know anything at all." "I shall have to convince you, I see," said Mr. Parker-Pine pleasantly. "When you came out here, Lady Esther, you flew, I believe, by the new German air service from Baghdad." "Yes." "You were flown by a young pilot, Herr Schlagel, who afterwards came here to see you." "Yes." A different yes, in some indescribable way, a softer yes. "And you had a friend, or companion, who died." A voice like steel now, cold, offensive. "My companion." "Her name was Muriel King." "Were you fond of her?" "What do you mean, fond?" She paused, checked herself. "She was useful to me." She said it haughtily, and Mr. Parker-Pine was reminded of the consul saying, "You can see she's somebody, if you know what I mean." "Were you sorry when she died?" Naturally. Really, Mr. Pine, is it necessary to go into all this?" She spoke angrily, and went on without waiting for an answer. "It has been very good of you to come, but I'm a little tired. If you will tell me what I owe you—" But Mr. Parker-Pine did not move. He showed no signs of taking offence. He went on quietly with his questions. "Since she died, Herr Schlagel has not been to see you. Suppose he were to come. Would you receive him?" "Certainly not." "You refuse absolutely?" "Absolutely. Herr Schlagel will not be admitted." "Yes," said Mr. Parker-Pine thoughtfully. "You could not say anything else." The defensive armour of her arrogance broke down a little. She said uncertainly, I don't know what you mean." "Did you know, Lady Esther, that young Schlagel fell in love with Muriel King? He is a sentimental young man. He still treasures her memory." "Does he?" Her voice was almost a whisper. "What was she like?" "What do you mean, what was she like? How do I know?" "Well, you must have looked at her sometimes," said Mr. Parker-Pine mildly. "Oh, that. She was quite a nice-looking young woman." "About your own age?" "Just about." There was a pause, and then she said, "Why do you think that Schlagel cared for her?" "Because he told me so. Yes, in the most unmistakable terms. As I say, he is a sentimental young man. He was glad to confide in me. He was very upset at her dying the way she did." Lady Esther sprang to her feet. "Do you believe I murdered her?" Mr. Parker-Pine did not spring to his feet. He was not a springing kind of man. "No, my dear child," he said, "I do not believe that you murdered her, and that being so, I think the sooner you stop this play-acting and go home, the better." "What do you mean, play-acting?" "The truth is, you lost your nerve. Yes, you did. You lost your nerve badly. You thought you'd be accused of murdering your employer." The girl made a sudden movement. Mr. Parker-Pine went on, "You are not Lady Esther Carr. I knew that before I came here, but I've tested you to make sure." His smile broke out, bland and benevolent. "When I said my little piece just now, I was watching you, and every time you reacted as Muriel King, not as Esther Carr. The cheap shops, the cinemas, the new garden suburbs, going home by bus and tram, you reacted to all those. Country house gossip, new nightclubs, the chatter of Mayfair, race meetings, none of these meant anything to you." His voice became even more persuasive and fatherly. "Sit down and tell me about it. You didn't murder Lady Esther, but you thought you might be accused of doing so. Just tell me how it all came about." She took a long breath. Then she sank down once more on the divan and began to speak. Her words came hurriedly, in little bursts. "I must begin at the beginning. I was afraid of her. She was mad. Not quite mad, just a little. She brought me out here with her. Like a fool, I was delighted. I thought it was so romantic. A little fool. That's what I was. A little fool. There was some business about a chauffeur. She was man-mad, absolutely man-mad. He wouldn't have anything to do with her, and it got out. Her friends got to know about it and laughed, and she broke loose from her family and came out here. It was all a pose to save her face. Solitude in the desert, all that sort of thing. She would have kept it up for a bit and then gone back. But she got queerer and queerer. And then there was the pilot. She took a fancy to him. He came here to see me, and she thought, oh well, you can understand. But he must have made it clear to her, and then she suddenly turned on me. She was awful, frightening. She said I should never go home again. She said I was in her power. She said I was a slave. Just that, a slave. She had the power of life and death over me. Mr. Parker Pyne nodded. He saw the situation unfolding. Lady Esther slowly going over the edge of sanity, as others of her family had gone before her, and the frightened girl, ignorant and untravelled, believing everything that was said to her. But one day, something in me seemed to snap. I stood up to her. I told her that if it came to it, I was stronger than she was. I told her I'd throw her down on the stones below. She was frightened, really frightened. I suppose she'd just thought me a worm. I took a step toward her. I don't know what she thought I meant to do. She moved backwards. She stepped back off the edge. Muriel King buried her face in her hands. And then? Mr. Parker Pyne prompted gently. I lost my head. I thought they'd say I'd pushed her over. I thought nobody would listen to me. I thought I should be thrown into some awful prison out here. Her lips worked. Mr. Parker Pyne saw clearly enough the unreasoning fear that had possessed her. And then it came to me. If it were I knew that there would be a new British consul who'd never seen either of us. The other one had died. I thought I could manage the servants. To them we were two mad Englishwomen. When one was dead, the other carried on. I gave them good presents of money and told them to send for the British consul. He came, and I received him as Lady Esther. I had her ring on my finger. He was very nice and arranged everything. Nobody seemed to have the least suspicion. Mr. Parker Pyne nodded thoughtfully. Lady Esther Carr might be mad as a hatter, but she was still Lady Esther Carr. And then afterwards, continued Muriel, I wished I hadn't. I saw that I'd been quite mad myself. I was condemned to stay on here playing a part. I didn't see how I could ever get away. If I confessed the truth now, it would look more than ever as though I'd murdered her. Oh, Mr. Pyne, what shall I do? What shall I do? Do? Mr. Parker Pyne rose to his feet as briskly as his figure allowed. My dear child, you will come with me now to the British consul, who is a very amiable and kindly man. There will be certain unpleasant formalities to go through. I don't promise that it will all be plain sailing, but you won't be hanged for murder. By the way, why was the breakfast tray found with the body? I threw it over. I thought it would look more like me to have a tray there. Was it silly of me? It was rather a clever touch, said Mr. Parker Pyne. In fact, it was the one point which made me wonder if you might perhaps have done away with Lady Esther. That is, until I saw you. When I saw you, I knew that whatever else you might do in your life, you would never kill anyone. Because I haven't the nerve, you mean? Your reflexes wouldn't work that way, said Mr. Parker Pyne, smiling. Now, shall we go? There's an unpleasant job to be faced, but I'll see you through it. And then home. Home to Streatham Hill. It is Streatham Hill, isn't it? Yes, I thought so. I saw your face contract when I mentioned one particular bus number. Are you coming, my dear? Muriel King hung back. They'll never believe me, she said nervously. Her family and all, they wouldn't believe she could act the way she did. Leave it to me, said Mr. Parker Pyne. I know something of the family history, you see. Come, child, don't go on playing the coward. Remember, there is a young man sighing his heart out. We had better arrange that it is in his plane you fly to Baghdad. The girl smiled and blushed. I'm ready, she said simply. Then, as she moved towards the door, she turned back. You said you knew I was not Lady Esther Carr before you saw me. How could you possibly tell that? Statistics, said Mr. Parker-Pyne. Statistics? Yes. Both Lord and Lady Micheldever had blue eyes. When the consul mentioned that their daughter had flashing dark eyes, I knew there was something wrong. Brown-eyed people may produce a blue-eyed child, but not the other way about. A scientific fact, I assure you. I think you're wonderful, said Muriel King.
Double Sin. I had called in at my friend Poirot's rooms to find him sadly overworked. So much had he become the rage that every rich woman who had mislaid a bracelet or lost a pet kitten rushed to secure the services of the great Hercule Poirot. My little friend was a strange mixture of Flemish thrift and artistic fervour. He accepted many cases in which he had little interest, owing to the first instinct being predominant. He also undertook cases in which there was little or no monetary reward, sheerly because the problem involved interested him. The result was that, as I say, he was overworking himself. He admitted as much to himself, and I found little difficulty in persuading him to accompany me for a week's holiday to that well-known South Coast resort, Eberbath. We had spent 4 very agreeable days when Poirot came to me, an open letter in his hand. "Mon ami, you remember my friend Joseph Aarons, the theatrical agent?" I assented, after a moment's thought. Poirot's friends are so many and so varied and range from dustmen to dukes. Eh bien, Hastings, Joseph Aarons finds himself at Charlock Bay. He is far from well, and there is a little affair that it seems is worrying him. He begs me to go over and see him. I think, mon ami, that I must accede to his request. He is a faithful friend, the good Joseph Aarons, and he has done much to assist me in the past. "Oh, certainly, if you think so," I said. "I believe Charlock Bay is a beautiful spot, and as it happens, I've never been there." "Then we combine business with pleasure," said Poirot. "You will inquire the trains, yes?" "It will probably mean a change or two," I said, with a grimace. "You know what these cross-country lines are. To go from the South Devon coast to the North Devon coast is sometimes a day's journey." However, on inquiry, I found that the journey could be accomplished by only one change at Exeter, and that the trains were good. I was hastening back to Poirot with the information when I happened to pass the offices of the Speedy Cars, and saw written up, "Tomorrow, all-day excursion to Charlock Bay, starting 8:30, through some of the most beautiful scenery in Devon." I inquired a few particulars, and returned to the hotel full of enthusiasm. Unfortunately, I found it hard to make Poirot share my feelings. "My friend, why this passion for the motor coach? The trains see you, it is true, the tires, they do not burst, the accidents, they do not happen, one is not incommoded by too much air, the windows can be shut, and no draughts admitted." I hinted delicately that the advantage of fresh air was what attracted me most to the motor coach scheme. "And if it rains? Your English climate is so uncertain." "Well, there's a hood and all that. Besides, if it rains badly, the excursion doesn't take place." "Ah," said Poirot. "Then let us hope it rains." "Well, of course, if you feel like that, and no, mon ami. I see that you have set your heart on the trip. Fortunately, I have my greatcoat with me, and 2 mufflers." He sighed. "But shall we have sufficient time at Charlock Bay?" "Well, I'm afraid it means staying the night there. You see, the tour goes round by Dartmoor. We have lunch at Monkhampton. We arrive at Charlock Bay about 4 o'clock, and the coach starts back at 5, arriving here at 10 o'clock. "So," said Poirot. "And there are people who do this for pleasure?" "We shall, of course, get a reduction of the fares since we do not make the return journey." "Well, I hardly think that's likely." "Well, you must insist." "Come now, Poirot, don't be mean. You know you're coining money." "My friend, it is not the meanness. It is the business sense. If I were a millionaire, I would only pay what is just and right." As I had foreseen, however, Poirot was doomed to fail in this respect. The gentleman who issued tickets at the Speedy office was calm and unimpassioned, but adamant. His point was that we ought to return. He even implied that we ought to pay extra for the privilege of leaving the coach at Charlock Bay. Defeated, Poirot paid over the required sum and left the office. "Huh, the English. They have no sense of money," he grumbled. "Did you observe a young man, Hastings, who paid over the full fare and yet mentioned his intention of leaving the coach at Monkhampton?" "I don't think I did, as a matter of fact." "Ha, you were observing the pretty young lady who booked number 5, the seat next to ours. Ah, yes, my friend, I saw you. And that is why, when I was on the point of taking seats numbers 13 and 14, which are in the middle and as well sheltered as it is possible to be, you rudely pushed yourself forward and said that 3 and 4 would be better." "Oh, really, Poirot?" I said, blushing. Auburn hair. Always the auburn hair. Or at any rate, she was more worth looking at than an odd young man. Well, that depends on the point of view. To me, the young man was interesting. Something rather significant in Poirot's tone made me look at him quickly. "Why? What do you mean?" Oh, do not excite yourself. Shall I say that he interested me because he was trying to grow a moustache, and as yet the result is poor?" Poirot stroked his own magnificent moustache tenderly. "It is an art," he murmured. "The growing of the moustache. I have sympathy for all who attempt it." It is always difficult with Poirot to know when he is serious and when he is merely amusing himself at one's expense. I judged it safest to say no more. The following morning dawned bright and sunny, a really glorious day. Poirot, however, was taking no chances. He wore a woolly waistcoat, a mackintosh, a heavy overcoat, and 2 mufflers, in addition to wearing his thickest suit. He also swallowed 2 tablets of anti-grip before starting and packed a further supply. We took a couple of small suitcases with us. The pretty girl we had noticed the day before had a small suitcase, and so did the young man, whom I gathered to have been the object of Poirot's sympathy. Otherwise there was no luggage. The 4 pieces were stowed away by the driver, and we all took our places. Poirot, rather maliciously I thought, assigned me the outside place, as I had the mania for the fresh air, and himself occupied the seat next to our fair neighbour. Presently, however, he made amends. The man in seat 6 was a noisy fellow, inclined to be facetious and boisterous, and Poirot asked the girl in a low voice if she would like to change seats with him. She agreed gratefully, and the change having been effected, she entered into conversation with us, and we were soon all 3 chattering together merrily. She was evidently quite young, not more than 19, and as ingenuous as a child. She soon confided to us the reason for her trip. She was going, it seemed, on business for her aunt, who kept a most interesting antique shop in Ebermouth. This aunt had been left in very reduced circumstances on the death of her father, and had used her small capital and a houseful of beautiful things which her father had left her to start in business. She had been extremely successful, and had made quite a name for herself in the trade. This girl, Mary Durrant, had come to be with her aunt and learn the business, and was very excited about it, much preferring it to the other alternative, becoming a nursery governess or companion. Poirot nodded interest and approval to all this. "Mademoiselle will be successful, I am sure," he said, gallantly. "But I will give her a little word of advice. Do not be too trusting, mademoiselle. Everywhere in the world there are rogues and vagabonds, even it may be on this very coach of ours. One should always be on the guard, suspicious." She stared at him open-mouthed, and he nodded sapiently. "But yes, it is as I say, who knows? Even I, who speak to you, may be a malefactor of the worst description." And he twinkled more than ever at her surprised face. We stopped for lunch at Monkhampton, and after a few words with the waiter, Poirot managed to secure us a small table for 3 close by the window. Outside, in a big courtyard, about 20 charabancs were parked, charabancs which had come from all over the country. The hotel dining-room was full, and the noise was rather considerable. "One can have altogether too much of the holiday spirit," I said with a grimace. Mary Durrant agreed. "Ebermouth is quite spoiled in the summer nowadays. My aunt says it used to be quite different. Now one can hardly get along the pavements for the crowd. But it is good for business, mademoiselle. Or not for ours particularly. We sell only rare and valuable things. We do not go in for cheap bric-a-brac. My aunt has clients all over England. If they want a particular period table or chair or a certain piece of china, they write to her, and sooner or later she gets it for them. That is what has happened in this case." We looked interested, and she went on to explain. A certain American gentleman, Mr. J. Baker Wood, was a connoisseur and collector of miniatures. A very valuable set of miniatures had recently come into the market, and Miss Elizabeth Penn, Mary's aunt, had purchased them. She had written to Mr. Wood describing the miniatures and naming a price. He had replied at once, saying that he was prepared to purchase if the miniatures were as represented, and asking that someone should be sent with them for him to see where he was staying at Charlock Bay. Miss Durrant had accordingly been dispatched, acting as representative for the firm. "Well, they're lovely things, of course," she said, "but I can't imagine anyone paying all that money for them. £500! Just think of it. They're by Cosway. Is it Cosway, I mean? I get so mixed up in these things." Poirot smiled. "You are not yet experienced, eh, mademoiselle?" "Well, I've had no training," said Mary ruefully. "We weren't brought up to know about old things. It's a lot to learn." She sighed. Then suddenly I saw her eyes widen in surprise. She was sitting facing the window, and her glance now was directed out of that window into the courtyard. With a hurried word, she rose from her seat and almost ran out of the room. She returned in a few moments breathless and apologetic. "Oh, I'm so sorry rushing off like that, but I thought I saw a man taking my suitcase out of the coach. I went flying after him, and it turned out to be his own. It's one almost exactly like mine. I felt like such a fool. It looked as though I were accusing him of stealing it." She laughed at the idea. Poirot, however, did not laugh. "What man was it, mademoiselle? Describe him to me." "Well, he had on a brown suit, a thin, weedy young man with a very indeterminate moustache. "Aha," said Poirot. "Our friend of yesterday, Hastings. You know this young man, mademoiselle? You have seen him before?" "No, never. Why?" "Nothing. It is rather curious, that is all." He relapsed into silence and took no further part in the conversation until something Mary Durrant said caught his attention. "Huh? Mademoiselle, what is it that you say?" "I said that on my return journey I should have to be careful of malefactors, as you call them. I believe Mr. Wood always pays for things in cash. If I have £500 in notes on me, I shall be worth some malefactor's attention." She laughed, but Poirot did not respond. Instead, he asked her what hotel she proposed to stay in at Charlock Bay. "Oh, the Anchor Hotel. It is small and not expensive, but quite good." "So," said Poirot, "the Anchor Hotel. Precisely where Hastings here has made up his mind to stay. How odd." He twinkled at me. "You were staying long in Charlock Bay?" asked Mary. "One night only. I have business there. You could not guess, I am sure, what my profession is, mademoiselle." I saw Mary consider several possibilities and reject them, probably from a feeling of caution. At last she hazarded the suggestion that Poirot was a conjurer. He was vastly entertained. "Ha! But it is an idea that. You think I take rabbits out of the hat? No, mademoiselle. Me, I am the opposite of a conjurer. The conjurer, he makes things disappear. Me, I make things that have disappeared reappear." He leaned forward dramatically so as to give the words full effect. "It's a secret, mademoiselle, but I will tell you. I am a detective." He leaned back in his chair, pleased with the effect he had created. Mary Durrant stared at him spellbound. But any further conversation was barred, for the braying of various horns outside announced that the road monsters were ready to proceed. As Poirot and I went out together, I commented on the charm of our luncheon companion. Poirot agreed. "Yes, she is charming, but also rather silly." "Silly? Well, do not be outraged. A girl may be beautiful and have auburn hair, and yet be silly. It is the height of foolishness to take two strangers into her confidence, as she has done. Well, she could see we were all right. This is imbecile. What do you say, my friend? Anyone who knows his job, naturally, he will appear all right. The little one, she talked of being careful, when she would have £500 in money with her. But she has £500 with her now. In miniatures, exactly, in miniatures. And between one and the other there is no great difference, mon ami. But no one knew about them except us, and the waiter, and the people at the next table, and doubtless several people in Ebermouth. Mademoiselle Durrant, she is charming, but if I were Miss Elizabeth Penn, I would first of all instruct my new assistant in the common sense." He paused, and then said in a different voice, "You know, my friend, it would be the easiest thing in the world to remove a suitcase from one of those charabancs while we were all at luncheon. Oh, come, Poirot, somebody will be sure to see." "And what would they see? Somebody removing his luggage. It would be done in an open and above-board manner, and it would be nobody's business to interfere." "Do you mean, Poirot, are you hinting... But that fellow in the brown suit, it was his own suitcase." Poirot frowned. "So it seems. All the same, it is curious, Hastings, that he should have not removed his suitcase before, when the car first arrived. He has not lunched here, you notice?" "Well, if Miss Durrant hadn't been sitting opposite the window, she wouldn't have seen him," I said slowly. "And since it was his own suitcase, that would not have mattered," said Poirot. "So let us dismiss it from our thoughts, mon ami." Nevertheless, when we had resumed our places and were speeding along once more, he took the opportunity of giving Mary Durrant a further lecture on the dangers of indiscretion, which she received meekly enough, but with the air of thinking it all rather a joke. We arrived at Charlock Bay at 4 o'clock, and were fortunate enough to be able to get rooms at the Anchor Hotel, a charming old-world inn in one of the side streets. Poirot had just unpacked a few necessaries and was applying a little cosmetic to his moustache, preparatory to going out to call upon Joseph Aarons, when there came a frenzied knocking at the door. I called, "Come in," and to my utter amazement Miss Durrant appeared, her face white and large tears standing in her eyes. "Oh, I do beg your pardon, but the most awful thing has happened. Did you say you were a detective?" This to Poirot. "What has happened, mademoiselle?" "Well, I opened my suitcase. The miniatures were in a crocodile dispatch case. Locked, of course. Now, look." She held out a small, square, crocodile-covered case. The lid hung loose. Poirot took it from her. The case had been forced. Great strength must have been used. The marks were plain enough. Poirot examined it and nodded. "The miniatures?" he asked, though we both knew the answer well enough. "Gone. They've been stolen. Oh, what shall I do?" "Don't worry," I said. "My friend is Hercule Poirot. You must have heard of him. He'll get them back for you if anyone can." Monsieur Poirot. The great Monsieur Poirot. Poirot was vain enough to be pleased at the obvious reverence in her voice. "Yes, my child," he said. "It is I. myself, and you can leave your little affair in my hands. I will do all that can be done. But I much fear, that it will be too late. Tell me, was the lock of your suitcase also forced?" She shook her head. "Let me see it, please." We went together to her room, and Poirot examined the suitcase closely. It had obviously been opened with a key. "Which is simple enough. These suitcase locks are all much of the same pattern. Eh bien, we must ring up the police, and we must also get in touch with Mr. Baker Wood as soon as possible. I will attend to that myself." I went with him, and asked what he meant by saying it might be too late. "Mon cher, I said today that I was the opposite of the conjurer, that I make the disappearing things reappear. But suppose someone has been beforehand with me. You do not understand? You will in a minute." He disappeared into the telephone box. He came out 5 minutes later, looking very grave. "It is as I feared. A lady called upon Mr. Wood with the miniatures half an hour ago. She represented herself as coming from Miss Elizabeth Penn. He was delighted with the miniatures, and paid for them forthwith. Half an hour ago, before we arrived here." Poirot smiled rather enigmatically. "The speedy cars are quite speedy, but a fast motor from, say, Monkhampton would get here a good hour ahead of them at least." "And what do we do now?" "The good Hastings, always practical. We inform the police, do all we can for Miss Durrant, and, yes, I think decidedly we have an interview with Mr. J. Baker Wood." We carried out this programme. Poor Mary Durrant was terribly upset, fearing her aunt would blame her. "Which she probably will," observed Poirot, as we set out for the seaside hotel where Mr. Wood was staying. "And with perfect justice. The idea of leaving £500 worth of valuables in a suitcase and going to lunch? All the same, mon ami, there are one or two curious points about the case. That dispatch box, for instance. Why was it forced? To get out the miniatures. But was that not a foolishness? Say our thief is tampering with the luggage at lunchtime under the pretext of getting out his own. Surely it is much simpler to open the suitcase, transfer the dispatch case unopened to his own suitcase, and get away, than to waste time forcing the lock. Well, he had to make sure the miniatures were inside." Poirot did not look convinced, but as we were just being shown into Mr. Wood's suite, we had no time for more discussion. I took an immediate dislike to Mr. Baker Wood. He was a large, vulgar man, very much overdressed, and wearing a diamond solitaire ring. He was blustery and noisy. Of course, he'd not suspected anything amiss. Why should he? The woman said she had the miniatures all right. Very fine specimens, too. Had he the numbers of the notes? No, he hadn't. And who was Mr. Poirot, anyway, to come asking him all these questions? "I will not ask you anything more, monsieur, except for one thing, a description of the woman who called upon you. Was she young and pretty?" "No, sir, she was not. Most emphatically not. A tall woman, middle-aged, grey hair, blotchy complexion, and a budding mustache. A siren? Not on your life." "Poirot," I cried as we took our departure, "a moustache, did you hear?" "I have the use of my ears, thank you, Hastings. But what a very unpleasant man. He has not the charming manner, no." "Well, we ought to get the thief all right," I remarked. "We can identify him." "You are of such a naive simplicity, Hastings. Do you not know that there is such a thing as an alibi?" "What, you think he will have an alibi?" Poirot replied unexpectedly, "I sincerely hope so." "The trouble with you is," I said, "that you like a thing to be difficult. Quite right, mon ami. I do not like, how do you say it, the bird who sits." Poirot's prophecy was fully justified. Our travelling companion in the brown suit turned out to be a Mr. Norton Kane. He had gone straight to the George Hotel at Monkhampton, and had been there during the afternoon. The only evidence against him was that of Miss Durrant, who declared that she had seen him getting out his luggage from the car while we were at lunch. "Which in itself is not a suspicious act," said Poirot meditatively. After that remark, he lapsed into silence and refused to discuss the matter any further, saying when I pressed him that he was thinking of moustaches in general, and that I should be well advised to do the same. I discovered, however, that he had asked Joseph Aarons, with whom he spent the evening, to give him every detail possible about Mr. Baker Wood. As both men were staying at the same hotel, there was a chance of gleaning some stray crumbs of information. Whatever Poirot learned, he kept to himself, however. Mary Durrant, after various interviews with the police, had returned to Ebermouth by an early morning train. We lunched with Joseph Aarons, and after lunch Poirot announced to me that he had settled the theatrical agent's problem satisfactorily, and that we could return to Ebermouth as soon as we liked. "But not by road, mon ami. We go by rail this time." "Are you afraid of having your pocket picked, or of meeting another damsel in distress? Both those affairs, Hastings, might happen to me on the train. No, I am in haste to be back in Ebermouth, because I want to proceed with our case." "Our case? But yes, my friend. Mademoiselle Durand appealed to me to help her. Because the matter is now in the hands of the police, it does not follow that I am free to wash my hands of it. I came here to oblige an old friend, but it shall never be said of Hercule Poirot that he deserted a stranger in need," and he drew himself up grandiloquently. "I think you were interested before that," I said shrewdly, "in the office of cards, when you first caught sight of that young man, though what drew your attention to him I don't know. Don't you, Hastings? Or you should. Well, that must remain my little secret." We had a short conversation with the police inspector in charge of the case before leaving. He had interviewed Mr. Norton Kane and told Poirot in confidence that the young man's manner had not impressed him favourably. He had blustered, denied, and contradicted himself. "But just how the trick was done, I don't know," he confessed. "He could have handed the stuff to a Confederate who pushed off at once in a fast car. But that's just theory. We've got to find the car and the Confederate and pin the thing down." Poirot nodded thoughtfully. "Do you think that was how it was done?" I asked him as we were seated on the train. "No, my friend, that was not how it was done. It was cleverer than that." "Won't you tell me?" "Not yet. You know it is my weakness. I like to keep my little secrets until the end." "Is the end going to be soon?" "Very soon now." We arrived in Ebermouth a little after 6, and Poirot drove at once to the shop which bore the name Elizabeth Penn. The establishment was closed, but Poirot rang the bell, and presently Mary herself opened the door, and expressed surprise and delight at seeing us. "Oh, please come in and see my aunt," she said. She led us into a back room. An elderly lady came forward to meet us. She had white hair, and looked rather like a miniature herself, with her pink and white skin and her blue eyes. Round her rather bent shoulders she wore a cape of priceless old lace. "Is this the great Monsieur Poirot?" she asked in a low, charming voice. "Mary has been telling me. I could hardly believe it. And will you really help us in our trouble? You will advise us?" Poirot looked at her for a moment, then bowed. "Mademoiselle Penn, the effect is charming, but you should really grow a moustache." Miss Penn gave a gasp and drew back. "You were absent from business yesterday, were you not?" "I was here in the morning. Later I had a bad headache and went directly home." "Not home, mademoiselle. For your headache you tried the change of air, did you not? The air of Charlock Bay is very bracing, I believe." He took me by the arm and drew me towards the door. He paused there and spoke over his shoulder. "You comprehend. I know everything. This little farce, it must cease." There was a menace in his tone. Miss Penn, her face ghastly white, nodded mutely. Poirot turned to the girl. "Mademoiselle," he said gently, "you are young and charming. But participating in these little affairs will lead to that youth and charm being hidden behind prison walls, and I, Hercule Poirot, tell you that it will be a pity." Then he stepped out into the street, and I followed him, bewildered. From the first, mon ami, I was interested. When that young man booked his place as far as Monkhampton only, I saw the girl's attention suddenly riveted on him. Now why? He was not of the type to make a woman look at him for himself alone. When we started on the coach, I had a feeling that something would happen. Who saw the young man tampering with the luggage? Mademoiselle, and Mademoiselle only. And remember, she chose that seat, a seat facing the window, a most unfeminine choice. And then she comes to us with a tale of robbery. The dispatch box, forced, which makes not the common sense, as I told you at the time. And what is the result of it all? Mr. Baker Wood has paid over good money for stolen goods. The miniatures will be returned to Miss Penn. She will sell them, and will have made £1,000 instead of 500. I make the discreet inquiries and learn that her business is in a bad state. Touch and go. I say to myself, the aunt and niece are in this together. Then you never suspected Norton Kane? Mon ami, with that moustache, a criminal is either clean-shaven or he has a proper moustache that can be removed at will. But what an opportunity for the clever Miss Penn. A shrinking elderly lady with a pink and white complexion as we saw her, but if she holds herself erect, wears large boots, alters her complexion with a few unseemly blotches, and, crowning touch, adds a few sparse hairs to her upper lip, what then? A masculine woman, says Mr. Wood, and a man in disguise, say we at once. She really went to Charlock yesterday? Assuredly. The train, as you may remember telling me, left here at 11 o'clock and got to Charlock Bay at 2 o'clock. Then the return train is even quicker, the one we came by. It leaves Charlock at 4:05 and gets here at 6:15. Naturally, the miniatures were never in the dispatch case at all. That was artistically forced before being packed. Mademoiselle Mary has only to find a couple of mugs who will be sympathetic to her charm and champion beauty in distress, but one of the mugs was no mug. He was Hercule Poirot. I hardly liked the inference. I said hurriedly, "Then when you said we were helping a stranger, you were wilfully deceiving me. That's exactly what you were doing." "Oh, never do I deceive you, Hastings. I only permit you to deceive yourself. I was referring to Mr. Baker Wood, a stranger to these shores." His face darkened. "Ah, when I think of that imposition, that iniquitous overcharge, the same fair single to Charlock as return, my blood boils to protect the visitor. Not a pleasant man, Mr. Baker Wood. Not, as you would say, sympathetic, but a visitor. And we visitors, Hastings, must stand together. Me, I am all for the visitors."
The Gate of Baghdad. 4 great gates has the city of Damascus. Mr. Parker Pyne repeated Flecker's lines softly to himself. Postern of fate, the desert gate, disaster's cavern, fort of fear. The portal of Baghdad am I, the doorway of Diyarbakir. He was standing in the streets of Damascus, and drawn up outside the Oriental Hotel, he saw one of the huge 6-wheeled Pullmans that was to transport him and 11 other people across the desert to Baghdad on the morrow. Pass not beneath, O caravan, or pass not singing. Have you heard that silence where the birds are dead, yet something pipeth like a bird? Pass out beneath, O caravan, doom's caravan, death's caravan. Something of a contrast now. Formerly, the gate of Baghdad had been the gate of death. 400 miles of desert to traverse by caravan. Long, weary months of travel. Now, the ubiquitous petrol-fed monsters did the journey in 36 hours. "What were you saying, Mr. Parker Pyne?" It was the eager voice of Miss Netta Price, youngest and most charming of the tourist race. Though encumbered by a stern aunt, with the suspicion of a beard and a thirst for biblical knowledge, Netta managed to enjoy herself in many frivolous ways, of which the elder Miss Price might possibly have not approved. Mr. Parker Pyne repeated Flecker's lines to her. "How thrilling," said Netta. 3 men in Air Force uniform were standing near, and one of them, an admirer of Netta's, struck in. "There are still thrills to be got out of the journey," he said. "Even nowadays the convoy is occasionally shot up by bandits. Then there's losing yourself. That happens sometimes. And we're sent out to find you. One fellow was lost for 5 days in the desert. Luckily, he had plenty of water with him. Then there are the bumps. Some bumps. One man was killed. It's the truth I'm telling you. He was asleep, and his head struck the top of the car, and it killed him." "In the 6-wheeler, Mr. O'Rourke?" demanded the elder Miss Price. No, not in the 6-wheeler," admitted the young man. "But we must do some sightseeing," cried Netta. Her aunt drew out a guidebook. Netta edged away. "I know she'll want me to go some place where St. Paul was lowered out of a window," she whispered. "I do want to see the bazaars." O'Rourke responded promptly. "Come with me. We'll start down the street called Straight." They drifted off. Mr. Parker Pyne turned to a quiet man standing beside him, Hensley by name. He belonged to the Public Works Department of Baghdad. "Damascus is a little disappointing when one sees it for the first time," he said apologetically. "A little civilized. Trams and modern houses and shops." Hensley nodded. He was a man of few words. "Not got to the back of beyond, when you think you have," he jerked out. Another man drifted up, a fair young man wearing an old Etonian tie. He had an amiable but slightly vacant face, which at the moment looked worried. He and Hensley were in the same department. "Hello, Smethurst," said his friend. "Lost anything?" Captain Smethurst shook his head. He was a young man of somewhat slow intellect. "Oh, just looking round," he said vaguely. Then he seemed to rouse himself. "Ought to have a beano tonight, what?" The two friends went off together. Mr. Parker Pyne bought a local paper, printed in French. He did not find it very interesting. The local news meant nothing to him, and nothing of importance seemed to be going on elsewhere. He found a few paragraphs headed Londres. The first referred to financial matters. The second dealt with the supposed destination of Mr. Samuel Long, the defaulting financier. His defalcations now amounted to the sum of 3 millions, and it was rumoured that he had reached South America. "Not too bad for a man just turned 30, said Mr. Parker Pyne to himself. "I beg your pardon." Parker Pyne turned to confront an Italian general who had been on the same boat with him from Brindisi to Beirut. Mr. Parker-Pine explained his remark. The Italian general nodded his head several times. "He is a great criminal, that man. Even in Italy we have suffered. He inspired confidence all over the world. He is a man of breeding, too, they say." "Well, he went to Eton and Oxford," said Mr. Parker-Pine cautiously. "Will he be caught, do you think?" "Depends on how much of a start he got. He may be still in England. He may be anywhere. Here with us," the general laughed. "Possibly." Mr. Parker-Pine remained serious. "For all you know, General, I may be he." The general gave him a startled glance. Then his olive-brown face relaxed into a smile of comprehension. "Oh, that is very good indeed. But you—" His eyes strayed downwards from Mr. Parker-Pine's face. Mr. Parker-Pine interpreted the glance correctly. "You mustn't judge by appearances," he said. "A little additional embonpoint is easily managed, and has a remarkably aging effect." He added dreamily, "Then there is hair dye, of course, and face stain, and even a change of nationality." General Poley withdrew doubtfully. He never knew how far the English was serious. Mr. Parker-Pine amused himself that evening by going to a cinema. Afterwards he was directed to a nightly palace of gaieties. It appeared to him to be neither a palace nor gay. Various ladies danced with a distinct lack of verve. The applause was languid. Suddenly, Mr. Parker-Pine caught sight of Smethurst. The young man was sitting at a table alone. His face was flushed, and it occurred to Mr. Parker-Pine that he had already drunk more than was good for him. He went across and joined the young man. "Disgraceful the way these girls treat you," said Captain Smethurst gloomily. "Bought her 2 drinks, 3 drinks, lots of drinks, and she goes off laughing with some dago. Call it a disgrace." Mr. Parker-Pine sympathized. He suggested coffee. "I've got some Iraq coming," said Smethurst. "Jolly good stuff. You try it." Mr. Parker-Pine knew something of the properties of Iraq. He employed tact. Smethurst, however, shook his head. I'm in a bit of a mess," he said. "Got to cheer myself up. Don't know what you'd do in my place. Don't like to go back on a pal, what? I mean to say, and yet, what's a fellow to do?" He studied Mr. Parker-Pine as though noticing him for the first time. "Who are you?" he demanded, with the curtness born of his potations. "What do you do?" "The confidence trick," said Mr. Parker-Pine gently. Smethurst gazed at him in lively concern. "What? You too?" Mr. Parker-Pine drew from his wallet a cutting. He laid it on the table in front of Smethurst. "Are you unhappy?" So it ran. "If so, consult Mr. Parker-Pine." Smethurst focused on it after some difficulty. "Well, I'm damned," he ejaculated. "You mean to say people come and tell you things?" "They confide in me, yes." "Pack of idiotic women, I suppose." "A good many women," admitted Mr. Parker-Pine, "but men also. What about you, my young friend? You wanted advice just now?" "Shut your damned head," said Captain Smethurst. "No business of anybody's except mine. Where's that damned Iraq?" Mr. Parker-Pine shook his head sadly. He gave up Captain Smethurst as a bad job. The convoy for Baghdad started at 7 o'clock in the morning. There was a party of 12. Mr. Parker-Pine and General Poley, Miss Price and her niece, 3 Air Force officers, Smethurst and Hensley, and an Armenian mother and son by the name of Pentamian. The journey started uneventfully. The fruit trees of Damascus were soon left behind. The sky was cloudy, and the young driver looked at it doubtfully once or twice. He exchanged remarks with Hensley. "Been raining a good bit on the other side of Rutbar. Hope we shan't stick." They made a halt at midday, and square cardboard boxes of lunch were handed round. The 2 drivers brewed tea, which was served in cardboard cups. They drove on again across the flat, interminable plain. Mr. Parker-Pine thought of the slow caravans and the weeks of journeying. Just at sunset, they came to the desert fort of Rutbar. The great gates were unbarred, and the 6-wheeler drove in through them into the inner courtyard of the fort. "Well, this feels exciting," said Netta. After a wash, she was eager for a short walk. Flight Lieutenant O'Rourke and Mr. Parker-Pine offered themselves as escorts. As they started, the manager came up to them and begged them not to go far away, as it might be difficult to find their way back after dark. "Oh, we'll only go a short way," O'Rourke promised. Walking was not, indeed, very interesting, owing to the sameness of the surroundings. Once Mr. Parker Pyne bent and picked something up. "What is it?" asked Netta curiously. He held it out to her. "A prehistoric flint, Miss Price. A borer." "Did they kill each other with them?" "No, it had a more peaceful use, but I expect they could have killed with it, if they'd wanted to. It's the wish to kill that counts. The mere instrument doesn't matter. Something can always be found." It was getting dark, and they ran back to the fort. After a dinner of many courses of the tinned variety, they sat and smoked. At 12 o'clock, the six-wheeler was to proceed. The driver looked anxious. "Some bad patches near here," he said. "We may stick." They all climbed into the big car and settled themselves. Miss Price was annoyed not to be able to get at one of her suitcases. "I should like my bedroom slippers," she said. "More likely to need your gumboots," said Smethurst. "If I know the look of things, we'll be stuck in a sea of mud." "I haven't even got a change of stockings," said Netta. "Well, that's all right. You'll stay put. Only the stronger sex has to get out and heave." "Always carry spare socks," said Hensley, patting his overcoat pocket. "Never know." The lights were turned out. The big car started out into the night. The going was not too good. They were not jolted as they would have been in a touring car, but nevertheless they got a bad bump now and then. Mr. Parker Pyne had one of the front seats. Across the aisle was the Armenian lady, shrouded in wraps and shawls. Her son was behind her. Behind Mr. Parker Pyne were the two Miss Prices. The General, Smethurst, Hensley, and the RAF men were at the back. The car rushed on through the night. Mr. Parker Pyne found it hard to sleep. His position was cramped. The Armenian lady's feet stuck out and encroached on his preserve. She, at any rate, was comfortable. Everyone else seemed to be asleep. Mr. Parker Pyne felt drowsiness stealing over him when a sudden jolt threw him towards the roof of the car. He heard a drowsy protest from the back of the six-wheeler. "Steady! Want to break our necks?" Then the drowsiness returned. A few minutes later, his neck sagging uncomfortably, Mr. Parker Pyne slept. He was awakened suddenly. The six-wheeler had stopped. Some of the men were getting out. Hensley spoke briefly. "We're stuck." Anxious to see all there was to see, Mr. Parker Pyne stepped gingerly out in the mud. It was not raining now. Indeed, there was a moon, and by its light the drivers could be seen frantically at work with jacks and stones, striving to raise the wheels. Most of the men were helping. From the windows of the six-wheeler the three women looked out, Miss Price and Netta with interest, the Armenian lady with ill-concealed disgust. At a command from the driver, the male passengers obediently heaved. "Where's that Armenian fellow?" demanded O'Rourke, keeping his toes warmed and comfortable like a cat. "Let's have him out, too." "Captain Smethurst, too," observed General Poley. "He is not with us. Well, the blight is asleep still. Look at him." True enough, Smethurst still sat in his armchair, his head sagging forward and his whole body slumped down. "I'll rouse him," said O'Rourke. He sprang in through the door. A minute later he reappeared. His voice had changed. "I say, I think he's ill, or something. Where's the doctor?" Squadron leader Loftus, the Air Force doctor, a quiet-looking man with greying hair, detached himself from the group at the wheel. "What's the matter with him?" he asked. "I don't know." The doctor entered the car. O'Rourke and Parker Pyne followed him. He bent over the sagging figure. One look and touch was enough. "He's dead," he said quietly. "Dead? But how?" Questions shot out. "Oh, how dreadful," from Netta. Loftus turned round in an irritated manner. "Must have hit his head against the top," he said. "We went over one bad bump." "Oh, surely that wouldn't kill him. Isn't there anything else?" "I can't tell you unless I examine him properly," snapped Loftus. He looked round him with a harassed air. The women were pressing closer. The men outside were beginning to crowd in. Mr. Parker Pyne spoke to the driver. He was a strong, athletic young man. He lifted each female passenger in turn, carrying her across the mud and setting her down on dry land. Madame Pentamian and Netta he managed easily, but he staggered under the weight of the hefty Miss Price. The interior of the six-wheeler was left clear for the doctor to make his examination. The men went back to their efforts to jack up the car. Presently, the sun rose over the horizon. It was a glorious day. The mud was drying rapidly, but the car was still stuck. 3 jacks had been broken, and so far no efforts had been of any avail. The driver started preparing breakfast, opening tins of sausages and boiling tea. A little way apart, Squadron Leader Loftus was giving his verdict. "Well, there's no mark or wound on him. As I say, he must have hit his head against the top." "You're satisfied he died naturally?" asked Mr. Parker-Pine. There was something in his voice that made the doctor look at him quickly. "Well, there's only one other possibility." "Yes?" "Well, that someone hit him on the back of the head with something in the nature of a sandbag." His voice sounded apologetic. "Well, that's not very likely," said Williamson, the other Air Force officer. He was a cherubic-looking youth. "I mean, nobody could do that without our seeing." "If we were asleep," suggested the doctor. "Fellow couldn't be sure of that," pointed out the other. "Getting up and all that would have roused someone or other." "The only way," said General Poley, "would be for anyone sitting behind him. He could choose his moment, and need not even rise from his seat." "Who was sitting behind Captain Smethurst?" asked the doctor. O'Rourke replied readily. "Hensley, sir." "So, that's no good. Hensley was Smethurst's best pal." There was a silence. Then Mr. Parker-Pine's voice rose with quiet certainty. "I think," he said, "that Flight Lieutenant Williamson has something to tell us." "Aye, sir?" "Well, out with it, Williamson," said O'Rourke. "Well, it's nothing, really, nothing at all. Out with it. It's only a scrap of conversation I overheard at Rotbar, in the courtyard. I'd got back into the six-wheeler to look for my cigarette case. I was hunting about. 2 fellows were just talking outside. One of them was Smethurst. He was saying—" He paused. "Come on, man, out with it." "Something about not wanting to let down a pal. He sounded very distressed. Then he said, 'I'll hold my tongue till Baghdad, but not a minute afterwards. You'll have to get out quickly.'" "And the other man?" "Oh, I don't know, sir. I swear I don't. It was dark, and he only said a word or two, and that I couldn't catch." "Who amongst you knows Smethurst well?" "Well, I don't think the words 'a pal' could refer to anyone but Hensley," said O'Rourke slowly. "I knew Smethurst, but very slightly. Williamson is new out. So is Squadron Leader Loftus. I don't think either of them have ever met him before." Both men agreed. "And you, General?" "I never saw the young man until we crossed the Lebanon in the same car from Beirut. And there's the Armenian." "Oh, he couldn't be a pal," said O'Rourke with decision, "and no Armenian would have the nerve to kill anyone." "I have perhaps a small additional piece of evidence," said Mr. Parker-Pine. He repeated the conversation he had had with Smethurst in the cafe at Damascus. "He made use of the phrase, 'don't like to go back on a pal,'" said O'Rourke thoughtfully, "and he was worried." "Has no one else anything to add?" asked Mr. Parker-Pine. The doctor coughed. "It may have nothing to do with—" he began. He was encouraged. "It was just that I heard Smethurst say to Hensley, 'You can't deny that there is a leakage in your department.'" "When was this?" "Just before starting from Damascus yesterday morning. I thought they were just talking shop. I didn't imagine—" He stopped. "My friends, this is interesting," said the General. "Piece by piece you assemble the evidence." "You said a sandbag, Doctor," said Mr. Parker-Pine. "Could a man manufacture such a weapon?" "Plenty of sand," said the doctor dryly. He took some up in his hand as he spoke. "If you put some in a sock," began O'Rourke, and hesitated. Everyone remembered the 2 short sentences spoken by Hensley the night before. Always carry spare socks. Never know. There was a silence. Then Mr. Parker-Pine said quietly, "Squadron Leader Loftus, I believe Mr. Hensley's spare socks are in the pocket of his overcoat, which is now in the car." Their eyes went for 1 minute to where a moody figure was pacing to and fro on the horizon. Hensley had held aloof since the discovery of the dead man. His wish for solitude had been respected, since it was known that he and the dead man had been friends. "Will you get them and bring them here?" The doctor hesitated. Well, I don't like, he muttered. He looked again at that pacing figure. Seems a bit low down. You must get them, please, said Mr. Parker Pyne. The circumstances are unusual. We are marooned here, and we have got to know the truth. If you will fetch those socks, I fancy we shall be a step nearer. Loftus turned away obediently. Mr. Parker Pyne drew General Poley a little aside. General, I think it was you who sat across the aisle from Captain Smethurst. That is so. Did anyone get up and pass down the car? Only the English lady, Miss Price, as she went to the wash-place at the back. Did she stumble at all? She lurched with the movement of the car, naturally. She was the only person you saw moving about. Yes. The General looked at him curiously and said, Who are you, I wonder? You take command, yet you are not a soldier. I have seen a good deal of life, said Mr. Parker Pyne. You have travelled, eh? No, said Mr. Parker Pyne. I have sat in an office. Loftus returned, carrying the socks. Mr. Parker Pyne took them from him and examined them. To the inside of one of them, wet sand still adhered. Mr. Parker Pyne drew a deep breath. Now I know, he said. All their eyes went to the pacing figure on the horizon. I should like to look at the body, if I may, said Mr. Parker Pyne. He went with the doctor to where Smethurst's body had been laid down, covered with a tarpaulin. The doctor removed the cover. There's nothing to see, he said. But Mr. Parker Pyne's eyes were fixed on the dead man's tie. So, Smethurst was an old Etonian, he said. Loftus looked surprised. Then Mr. Parker Pyne surprised him still further. What do you know of young Williamson? He asked. Nothing at all. I only met him at Beirut. I'd come from Egypt. But why? Surely... Well, it's on his evidence. We're going to hang a man, isn't it? Said Mr. Parker Pyne cheerfully. One's got to be careful. He still seemed to be interested in the dead man's tie and collar. He unfastened the studs and removed the collar. Then he uttered an exclamation. See that? On the back of the collar was a small, round bloodstain. He peered closer down at the uncovered neck. This man wasn't killed by a blow on the head, Doctor, he said briskly. He was stabbed. At the base of the skull, you can just see the tiny puncture. Well, I missed it. Oh, you'd got your preconceived notion, said Mr. Parker Pyne. A blow on the head, it's easy enough to miss this. You can hardly see the wound. A quick stab with a small, sharp instrument and death would be instantaneous. The victim wouldn't even cry out. Do you mean a stiletto? You think the General? Italians and stilettos go together in the popular fancy. Oh, hello? Here comes a car. A touring car appeared over the horizon. Good, said O'Rourke as he came up to join them. The ladies can go on in that. What about our murderer? Asked Mr. Parker Pyne. Oh, you mean Hensley? No, I do not mean Hensley, said Mr. Parker Pyne. I happen to know that Hensley is innocent. But why? Well, you see, he had sand in his sock. O'Rourke stared. I know, my boy, said Mr. Parker Pyne gently. It doesn't sound like sense, but it is. Smethurst wasn't hit on the head, you see. He was stabbed. He paused a minute, and then went on. Just cast your mind back to the conversation I told you about. The conversation we had in the cafe. You picked out what was, to you, the significant phrase, but it was another phrase that struck me. When I said to him that I did the confidence trick, he said, What, you too? Doesn't that strike you as rather curious? I don't know that you'd describe a series of peculations from a department as a confidence trick. Confidence trick is more descriptive of someone like the absconding Mr. Samuel Long, for instance. The doctor started. O'Rourke said, Oh, yes, perhaps. I said in jest that perhaps the absconding Mr. Long was one of our party. Suppose that this is the truth. What? But it's impossible. Not at all. What do you know of people besides their passports and the accounts they give of themselves? Am I really Mr. Parker Pyne? Is General Poley really an Italian general? And what of the masculine Miss Price Senior, who needs a shave most distinctly? But Smethurst didn't know Long. Smethurst is an old Etonian. Long also was at Eton. Smethurst may have known him, although he didn't tell you so. He may have recognized him amongst us, and if so, what is he to do? He has a simple mind, and he worries over the matter. He decides at last to say nothing until Baghdad is reached, but after that he will hold his tongue no longer. You think one of us is Long? Said O'Rourke, still dazed. He drew a deep breath. It must be the Italian fellow. It must, or what about the Armenian? To make up as a foreigner, and to get a foreign passport, is really much more difficult than to remain English, said Mr. Parker-Pine. Miss Price? Said O'Rourke, incredulously. No, said Mr. Parker-Pine. This is our man. He laid what seemed an almost friendly hand on the shoulder of the man beside him, but there was nothing friendly in his voice, and the fingers were vice-like in their grip. Squadron Leader Loftus, or Mr. Samuel Long. It doesn't matter what you call him. But that's impossible, impossible, spluttered O'Rourke. Loftus has been in the service for years, but you've never met him before, have you? He was a stranger to all of you. It isn't the real Loftus, naturally. The quiet man found his voice. Clever of you to guess. How did you, by the way? Your ridiculous statement that Smethurst had been killed by bumping his head. O'Rourke put that idea into your head while you were standing talking in Damascus yesterday. You thought, how simple. You were the only doctor with us. Whatever you said would be accepted. You'd got Loftus's kit. You'd got his instruments. It was easy to select a neat little tool for your purpose. You lean over to speak to him, and as you were speaking, you drive the little weapon home. You talk a minute or two longer. It is dark in the car. Who will suspect? Then comes the discovery of the body. You give your verdict. But it does not go as easily as you thought. Doubts are raised. You fall back on a second line of defense. Williamson repeats the conversation he has overheard Smethurst having with you. It is taken to refer to Hensley. And you add a damaging little invention of your own about a leakage in Hensley's department. And then I make a final test. I mention the sand and the socks. You are holding a handful of sand. I send you to find the socks so that we may know the truth, and by that I did not mean what you thought I meant. I had already examined Hensley's socks. There was no sand in either of them. You put it there. Mr. Samuel Long lit a cigarette. I give it up, he said. My luck's turned. Well, I had a good run while it lasted. They were getting hot on my trail when I reached Egypt. I came across Loftus. He was going to join up in Baghdad, and he knew none of them there. It was too good a chance to be missed. I bought him. It cost me £20,000. What was that to me? Then, by cursed ill luck, I run into Smethurst, an ass if ever there was one. He was my fag at Eton. He had a bit of a hero worship for me in those days. He didn't like the idea of giving me away. I did my best, and at last he promised to say nothing till we reached Baghdad. What chance should I have then? None at all. There was only one way, to eliminate him. But I can assure you I'm not a murderer by nature. My talents lie in quite another direction. His face changed, contracted. He swayed and pitched forward. O'Rourke bent over him. Probably prussic acid in the cigarette, said Mr. Parker-Pine. The gambler has lost his last throw. He looked around him, at the wide desert. The sun beat down on him. Only yesterday they had left Damascus, by the gate of Baghdad. Pass not beneath, O caravan, or pass not singing. Have you heard that silence where the birds are dead, yet something pipeth like a bird? The Regatta Mystery. Mr. Isaac Poyntz removed a cigar from his lips and said approvingly, "Pretty little place." Having thus set the seal of his approval upon Dartmouth Harbour, he replaced the cigar and looked about him with the air of a man pleased with himself, his appearance, his surroundings, and life generally. As regards the first of these, Mr. Isaac Poyntz was a man of 58, in good health and condition, with perhaps a slight tendency to liver. He was not exactly stout, but comfortable-looking, and a yachting costume, which he wore at the moment, is not the most kindly of attires for a middle-aged man with a tendency to embonpoint. Mr. Poyntz was very well turned out, correct to every crease and button, his dark and slightly oriental face beaming out under the peak of his yachting cap. As regards his surroundings, these may have been taken to mean his companions. His partner, Mr. Leo Stein, Sir George and Lady Marroway, an American business acquaintance, Mr. Samuel Leathern, and his schoolgirl daughter, Eve, Mrs. Rustington, and Evan Llewellyn. The party had just come ashore from Mr. Poyntz's yacht, the Merry Maid. In the morning they had watched the yacht racing, and they had now come ashore to join for a while in the fun of the fair, coconut shies, fat ladies, the human spider, and the merry-go-round. It is hardly to be doubted that these delights were relished most by Eve Leathern. When Mr. Poyntz finally suggested that it was time to adjourn to the Royal George for dinner, hers was the only dissentient voice.
"Oh, Mr. Poyntz, I did so want to have my fortune told by the real gypsy in the caravan."
Mr. Poyntz had doubts of the essential realness of the gypsy in question, but he gave indulgent assent. "Eve's just crazy about the fair," said her father apologetically, "but don't you pay any attention if you want to be getting along." "Plenty of time," said Mr. Poyntz benignantly. "Let the little lady enjoy herself. I'll take you on a darts, Leo."
25 and over wins a prize,"
chanted the man in charge of the darts, in a high nasal voice. "Bet you a fiver my total score beats yours," said Poyntz. "Done," said Stein with alacrity. The two men were soon wholeheartedly engaged in their battle. Lady Marroway murmured to Evan Llewellyn, "Eve is not the only child in the party." Llewellyn smiled assent, but somewhat absently. He had been absent-minded all that day. Once or twice his answers had been wide of the point. Pamela Marroway drew away from him and said to her husband, "That young man has something on his mind." Sir George murmured, "Or someone," and his glance swept quickly over Janet Rustington. Lady Marroway frowned a little. She was a tall woman, exquisitely groomed. The scarlet of her fingernails was matched by the dark, red coral studs in her ears. Her eyes were dark and watchful. Sir George affected a careless, hearty English gentleman manner, but his bright blue eyes held the same watchful look as his wife's. Isaac Poyntz and Leo Stein were Hatton Garden diamond merchants. Sir George and Lady Marroway came from a different world, the world of Antibes and Juan-les-Pins, of golf at Saint-Jean-de-Luz, of bathing from the rocks at Madeira in the winter. In outward seeming, they were as the lilies that toiled not, neither did they spin. But perhaps this was not quite true. There are diverse ways of toiling and also of spinning. "Here's the kid back again," said Evan Llewellyn to Mrs. Rustington. He was a dark young man. There was a faintly hungry, wolfish look about him, which some women found attractive. It was difficult to say whether Mrs. Rustington found him so. She did not wear her heart on her sleeve. She had married young, and the marriage had ended in disaster in less than a year. Since that time it was difficult to know what Janet Rustington thought of anyone or anything. Her manner was always the same, charming but completely aloof. Eve Leathern came dancing up to them, her lank fair hair bobbing excitedly. She was 15, an awkward child, but full of vitality.
"I'm going to be married by the time I'm 17, she exclaimed breathlessly, "to a very rich man, and we're going to have 6 children, and Tuesdays and Thursdays are my lucky days, and I ought always to wear green or blue and an emerald, which is my lucky stone, and—"
"Why, Pet, I think we ought to be getting along," said her father. Mr. Leathern was a tall, fair, dyspeptic-looking man with a somewhat mournful expression. Mr. Poyntz and Mr. Stein were turning away from the darts. Mr. Poyntz was chuckling, and Mr. Stein was looking somewhat rueful. "It's all a matter of luck," he was saying. Mr. Poyntz slapped his pocket cheerfully. "Took a fiver of you all right. Skill, my boy, skill. My old dad was a first-class darts player. Well, folks, let's be getting along. Had your fortune told, Eve? Did they tell you to beware of a dark man?"
"A dark woman," corrected Eve. "She's got a cast in her eye, and she'll be real mean to me if I give her a chance, and I'm to be married by the time I'm 17.
She ran on happily as the party steered its way to the Royal George. Dinner had been ordered beforehand, by the forethought of Mr. Poyntz, and a bowing waiter led them upstairs and into a private room on the first floor. Here a round table was ready laid. The big, bulging bow window opened on the harbour square and was open. The noise of the fair came up to them, and the raucous squeal of 3 roundabouts, each blaring a different tune. "Best shut that if we're to hear ourselves speak," observed Mr. Poyntz dryly, and suited the action to the word. They took their seats round the table, and Mr. Poyntz beamed affectionately at his guests. He felt he was doing them well, and he liked to do people well. His eye rested on one after another. Lady Marroway. Fine woman. Not quite the goods, of course. He knew that. He was perfectly well aware that what he had called all his life the creme de la creme would have very little to do with the Marroways. But then the creme de la creme was supremely unaware of his own existence. Anyway, Lady Marroway was a damned smart-looking woman, and he didn't mind if she did rook him at bridge. Didn't enjoy it quite so much from Sir George. Fishy eye the fellow had, brazenly on the make. But he wouldn't make too much out of Isaac Poyntz. He'd see to that all right. Old Leaven wasn't a bad fellow. Long-winded, of course, like most Americans, fond of telling endless long stories, and he had that disconcerting habit of requiring precise information. What was the population of Dartmouth? In what year had the Naval College been built? And so on. Expected his host to be a kind of walking Baedeker. Eve was a nice, cheery kid. He enjoyed chaffing her. Voice rather like a corncrake, but she had all her wits about her. A bright kid. Young Llewellyn. He seemed a bit quiet. Looked as though he had something on his mind. Hard up, probably. These writing fellows usually were. Looked as though he might be keen on Janet Rustington. A nice woman. Attractive. And clever, too. But she didn't ram her writing down your throat. Highbrow sort of stuff, she wrote, but you'd never think that to hear her talk. And old Leo. He wasn't getting any younger, or thinner. And blissfully unaware that his partner was at that moment thinking precisely the same thing about him, Mr. Poyntz corrected Mr. Leaven as to Pilchard's being connected with Devon, and not Cornwall, and prepared to enjoy his dinner. "Mr. Poyntz," said Eve, when plates of hot mackerel had been set before them, and the waiters had left the room. "Yes, young lady?" "Have you got that big diamond with you right now? The one you showed us last night, and said you always took about with you?" Mr. Poyntz chuckled. "That's right. My mascot, I call it. Yes, I've got it with me all right." "I think that's awfully dangerous. Somebody might get it away from you in the crowd at the fair." "Not they," said Mr. Poyntz. "I'll take good care of that." "But they might," insisted Eve. "You've got gangsters in England as well as we have, haven't you?" "They won't get the Morning Star," said Mr. Poyntz. "To begin with, it's in a special inner pocket. And anyway, old Poyntz knows what he's about. Nobody's going to steal the Morning Star." Eve laughed. "I bet I could steal it." "I bet you couldn't." Mr. Poyntz twinkled back at her. "Well, I bet I could. I was thinking about it last night in bed, after you handed it round the table for us all to look at. I thought of a real cute way to steal it." "And what's that?" Eve put her head on one side. Her fair hair wagged excitedly. "I'm not telling you, now. Why do you bet I couldn't?" Memories of Mr. Poyntz's youth rose in his mind. "Half a dozen pair of gloves," he said. "Gloves?" cried Eve disgustedly. "Who wears gloves?" "Well, do you wear nylon stockings?" "Do I not? My best pair ran this morning." "Very well, then. Half a dozen pairs of the finest nylon stockings." "Oh, where?" said Eve blissfully. "And what about you?" "Well, I need a new tobacco pouch." "Right, that's a deal. Not that you'll get your tobacco pouch. Now, I'll tell you what you've got to do. You must hand it round like you did last night." She broke off as 2 waiters entered to remove the plates. When they were starting on the next course of chicken, Mr. Poyntz said, "Remember this, young woman. If this is to represent a real theft, I should send for the police, and you'd be searched." "Well, that's quite okay by me. You needn't be quite so lifelike as to bring the police into it. But Lady Marroway or Mrs. Rustington can do all the searching you like." "Well, that's that, then," said Mr. Poyntz. "What are you setting up to be? A first-class jewel thief?" "I might take to it as a career, if it really paid." "If you got away with the Morning Star, it would pay you. Even after recutting, that stone would be worth over £30,000. "My!" said Eve, impressed. "What's that in dollars?" Lady Marroway uttered an exclamation. "And you carry such a stone about with you?" she said reproachfully. £30,000. Her darkened eyelashes quivered. Mrs. Rustington said softly, "It's a lot of money. And then there's the fascination of the stone itself. It's beautiful." "Just a piece of carbon?" said Evan Llewellyn. "I've always understood that it's the fence. That's the difficulty in jewel robberies," said Sir George. "He takes the lion's share, eh, what?" "Come on," said Eve excitedly. "Let's start. Take the diamond out and say what you said last night." Mr. Leathern said in his deep, melancholy voice, "I do apologize for my offspring. She gets kind of worked up." "That'll do, Pops," said Eve. "Now then, Mr. Points." Smiling, Mr. Points fumbled in an inner pocket. He drew something out. It lay on the palm of his hand, blinking in the light. A beautiful diamond. Rather stiffly, Mr. Points repeated, as far as he could remember, his speech of the previous evening on the Merry Maid. Perhaps you ladies and gentlemen would like to have a look at this. It's an unusually beautiful stone. I call it the Morning Star, and it's by way of being my mascot. Goes about with me anywhere. Like to see it?" He handed it to Lady Marroway, who took it, exclaimed at its beauty, and passed it on to Mr. Leathern, who said, "Pretty good. Yes, pretty good," in a somewhat artificial manner, and in his turn passed it to Llewellyn. The waiters coming in at that moment, there was a slight hitch in the proceedings. When they had gone again, Evan said, "Very fine stone," and passed it to Leo Stein, who did not trouble to make any comment, but handed it quickly on to Eve. "How perfectly lovely!" cried Eve in a high, affected voice. "Oh!" She gave a cry of consternation as it slipped from her hand. "I've dropped it!" She pushed back her chair and got down to grope under the table. Sir George at her right bent also. A glass got swept off the table in the confusion. Stein, Llewellyn, and Mrs. Rustington all helped in the search. Finally, Lady Marroway joined in. Only Mr. Points took no part in the proceedings. He remained in his seat sipping his wine and smiling sardonically. "Oh, dear," said Eve, still in her artificial manner. "How dreadful! Where can it have rolled to? I can't find it anywhere." One by one the assistant searchers rose to their feet. "It's disappeared, all right, Points," said Sir George, smiling. "Very nicely done," said Mr. Points, nodding approval. "You'd make a very good actress, Eve. Now, the question is, have you hidden it somewhere? Or have you got it on you?" "Search me," said Eve dramatically. Mr. Points' eye sought out a large screen in the corner of the room. He nodded towards it, and then looked at Lady Marroway and Mrs. Rustington. "If you ladies will be so good." "Why, certainly," said Lady Marroway, smiling. The two women rose. Lady Marroway said, "Don't be afraid, Mr. Points. We'll vet her properly." The three went behind the screen. The room was hot. Evan Llewellyn flung open the window. A news vendor was passing. Evan threw down a coin, and the man threw up a paper. Llewellyn unfolded it. "Hungarian situation's none too good," he said. "That the local rag?" asked Sir George. "There's a horse I'm interested in. Ought to have run at Holden today. Natty boy." "Leo," said Mr. Points, "lock the door. We don't want those damned waiters popping in and out till this business is over." "Natty boy won 3-1, said Evan. "Rotten odds," said Sir George. "Mostly regatta news," said Evan, glancing over the sheet. The three young women came out from the screen. "Not a sign of it," said Janet Rustington. "You can take it from me, she hasn't got it on her," said Lady Marroway. Mr. Points thought he would be quite ready to take it from her. There was a grim tone in Lady Marroway's voice, and he felt no doubt that the search had been thorough. "Say, Eve, you haven't swallowed it?" asked Mr. Leathern anxiously, "because maybe that wouldn't be too good for you." "I'd have seen her do that," said Leo Stein quietly. "I was watching her. She didn't put anything in her mouth." "I couldn't swallow a great thing, all points like that," said Eve. She put her hands on her hips and looked at Mr. Points. "What about it, big boy?" she asked. "You stand over there where you are and don't move," said that gentleman. Among them, the men stripped the table and turned it upside down. Mr. Points examined every inch of it. Then he transferred his attention to the chair on which Eve had been sitting, and those on either side of her. The thoroughness of the search left nothing to be desired. The other four men joined in, and the women also. Eve Leathern stood by the wall near the screen and laughed with intense enjoyment. 5 minutes later, Mr. Poyntz rose with a slight groan from his knees and dusted his trousers sadly. His pristine freshness was somewhat impaired. "Eve," he said, "I take my hat off to you. You're the finest thing in jewel thieves I've ever come across. What you've done with that stone beats me. As far as I can see, it must be in the room, as it isn't on you. I give you best."
"Are the stockings mine?" demanded Eve.
"They're yours, young lady."
"Eve, my child, where can you have hidden it?" demanded Mrs. Rustington curiously.
Eve pranced forward.
"I'll show you. You'll all be just mad with yourselves."
She went across to the side table, where the things from the dinner table had been roughly stacked. She picked up her little black evening bag.
"Right under your eyes. Right—"
Her voice, gay and triumphant, trailed off suddenly.
"Oh,"
she said.
"Oh!"
"What's the matter, honey?" said her father. Eve whispered,
"It's gone. It's gone."
"What's all this?" asked Poyntz, coming forward. Eve turned to him impetuously.
It was like this. This pochette of mine has a big paste stone in the middle of the clasp. It fell out last night, and just when you were showing that diamond round, I noticed that it was much the same size, and so I thought in the night what a good idea for a robbery it would be to wedge your diamond into the gap with a bit of plasticine. I felt sure nobody would ever spot it. That's what I did tonight. First I dropped it, then went down after it with the bag in my hand, stuck it into the gap with a bit of plasticine, which I had handy, put my bag on the table, and went on pretending to look for the diamond. I thought it would be like the purloined leather, you know, lying there in full view under all your noses and just looking like a common bit of rhinestone. And it was a good plan. None of you did notice."
"I wonder," said Mr. Stein.
"What did you say?"
Mr. Poyntz took the bag, looked at the empty hole with a fragment of plasticine still adhering to it, and said slowly, "It may have fallen out. We'd better look again." The search was repeated. But this time it was a curiously silent business. An atmosphere of tension pervaded the room. Finally, everyone in turn gave it up. They stood looking at each other.
"It's not in this room," said Stein.
"And nobody's left the room," said Sir George significantly. There was a moment's pause. Eve burst into tears. Her father patted her on the shoulder. "There, there," he said awkwardly. Sir George turned to Leo Stein. "Mr. Stein," he said, "just now you murmured something under your breath. When I asked you to repeat it, you said it was nothing. But as a matter of fact, I heard what you said. Miss Eve had just said that none of us noticed the place where she had put the diamond. The words you murmured were, 'I wonder.' What we have to face is the probability that one person did notice. That person is in this room now. I suggest that the only fair and honourable thing is for everyone present to submit to a search. The diamond cannot have left the room." When Sir George played the part of the old English gentleman, none could play it better. His voice rang with sincerity and indignation. "Bit unpleasant, all this?" said Mr. Poyntz unhappily.
"It's all my fault," sobbed Eve. "I didn't mean—"
"Buck up, kiddo," said Mr. Stein kindly. "Nobody's blaming you." Mr. Leathern said in his slow, pedantic manner, "Why, certainly. I think that Sir George's suggestion will meet with the fullest approval from all of us. It does from me." "I agree," said Evan Llewellyn. Mrs. Rustington looked at Lady Marroway, who nodded a brief assent. The two of them went back behind the screen, and the sobbing Eve accompanied them. A waiter knocked on the door and was told to go away. 5 minutes later, 8 people looked at each other incredulously. The morning star had vanished into space. Mr. Parker Pyne looked thoughtfully at the dark, agitated face of the young man opposite him. "Of course," he said. "You're Welsh, Mr. Llewellyn. What's that got to do with it?" Mr. Parker Pyne waved a large, well-cared-for hand. "Nothing at all, I admit. I am interested in the classification of emotional reactions as exemplified by certain racial types, that is all. Let us return to the consideration of your particular problem." "I don't really know why I came to you," said Evan Llewellyn. His hands twitched nervously, and his dark face had a haggard look. He did not look at Mr. Parker Pyne, and that gentleman's scrutiny seemed to make him uncomfortable. "I don't know why I came to you," he repeated. "But where the hell can I go? And what the hell can I do? It's the powerlessness of not being able to do anything at all that gets me." I saw your advertisement, and I remembered that a chap had once spoken of you and said that you got results, and, well, I came. I suppose I was a fool. It's the sort of position nobody can do anything about." "Not at all," said Mr. Parker Pyne. "I am the proper person to come to. I am a specialist in unhappiness. This business has obviously caused you a good deal of pain. You are sure the facts are exactly as you have told me?" "I don't think I've left anything out. Points brought out the diamond and passed it round. That wretched American child stuck it on her ridiculous bag, and when we came to look at the bag, the diamond was gone. It wasn't on anyone. Old Points himself even was searched. He suggested it himself, and I'll swear it was nowhere in that room, and nobody left the room." "No waiters, for instance?" suggested Mr. Parker Pyne. Llewellyn shook his head. "They went out before the girl began messing about with the diamond, and afterwards Points locked the door so as to keep them out. No, it lies between one of us." "It would certainly seem so," said Mr. Parker Pyne thoughtfully. "That damned evening paper," said Evan Llewellyn bitterly. "I saw it come into their minds, that was the only way." "Just tell me again exactly what occurred." "It was perfectly simple. I threw open the window, whistled to the man, threw down a copper, and he tossed me up the paper. And there it is, you see. The only possible way the diamond could have left the room. Thrown by me to an accomplice waiting in the street below." "Not the only possible way," said Mr. Parker Pyne. "Well, what other way can you suggest?" "If you didn't throw it out, there must have been some other way." "Oh, I see. I hoped you meant something more definite than that. Well, I can only say that I didn't throw it out. I can't expect you to believe me. Or anyone else." "Oh, yes, I believe you," said Mr. Parker Pyne. "You do? Why?" "Not a criminal type," said Mr. Parker Pyne. "Not, that is, the particular criminal type that steals jewellery. There are crimes, of course, that you might commit, but we won't enter into that subject. At any rate, I do not see you as the purloiner of the Morning Star." "Everyone else does, though," said Llewellyn bitterly. "I see," said Mr. Parker Pyne. "They looked at me in a queer sort of way at the time. Maraway picked up the paper and just glanced over at the window. He didn't say anything, but Points cottoned onto it quick enough. I could see what they thought. There hasn't been any open accusation. That's the devil of it." Mr. Parker Pyne nodded sympathetically. "It's worse than that," he said. "Yes, it's just suspicion. I've had a fellow around asking questions. Routine inquiries, he called it. One of the new dress-shirted lot of police, I suppose. Very tactful, nothing at all hinted, just interested in the fact that I'd been hard up and was suddenly cutting a bit of a splash." "And were you?" "Well, yes, some luck with a horse or two. Unluckily, my bets were made on the course. There's nothing to show that that's how the money came in. They can't disprove it, of course, but that's just the sort of easy lie a fellow would invent if he didn't want to show where the money came from." "I agree. Still, they will have to have a good deal more than that to go upon." "Oh, I'm not afraid of actually being arrested and charged with the theft. In a way, that would be easier. One would know where one was. It's the ghastly fact that all those people believe I took it." "One person in particular?" "What do you mean?" "A suggestion, nothing more." Again Mr. Parker Pyne waved his comfortable-looking hand. "There was one person in particular, wasn't there? Shall we say Mrs. Rustington?" Llewellyn's dark face flushed. "Why pitch on her?" "Oh, my dear sir, there is obviously someone whose opinion matters to you greatly. Probably a lady. What ladies were there? An American flapper? Lady Maraway? But you would probably rise, not fall, in Lady Maraway's estimation if you had brought off such a coup." "I know something of the lady. Clearly, then, Mrs. Rustington," Llewellyn said with something of an effort. She's had rather an unfortunate experience. Her husband was a down-and-out rotter. It made her unwilling to trust anyone. If she thinks—" He found it difficult to go on. "Quite so," said Mr. Parker Pyne. "I see the matter is important. It must be cleared up." Evan gave a short laugh. "That's easy to say." "And quite easy to do," said Mr. Parker Pyne. "You think so?" "Oh, yes. The problem is so clear-cut. So many possibilities are ruled out. The answer must really be extremely simple. Indeed, already, I have a kind of glimmering." Llewellyn stared at him incredulously. Mr. Parker Pyne drew a pad of paper towards him and picked up a pen. Perhaps you would give me a brief description of the party. Haven't I already done so? Their personal appearance, colour of hair, and so on. But, Mr. Parker Pyne, what can that have to do with it? A good deal, young man. A good deal. Classification, and so on. Somewhat unbelievingly, Evan described the personal appearance of the members of the yachting party. Mr. Parker Pyne made a note or two, pushed away the pad, and said, "Excellent. By the way, did you say a wine glass was broken?" Evan stared again. "Yes, it was knocked off the table. Then it got stepped on." "Nasty things. Splinters of glass," said Mr. Parker Pyne. "Whose wine glass was it?" "I think it was the child's. Eve." "Ah. And who sat next to her, on that side?" "Sir George Marroway." "You didn't see which of them knocked it off the table?" "Afraid I didn't. Does it matter?" "Oh, not really, no. That was a superfluous question." "Well," he stood up. "Good morning, Mr. Llewellyn. Will you call again in 3 days' time? I think the whole thing will be quite satisfactorily cleared up by then." "Are you joking, Mr. Parker Pyne?" "I never joke on professional matters, my dear sir. It would occasion distrust in my clients. Shall we say Friday at 11:30? Thank you." Evan entered Mr. Parker Pyne's office on the Friday morning in a considerable turmoil. Hope and scepticism fought for mastery. Mr. Parker Pyne rose to meet him with a beaming smile. "Good morning, Mr. Llewellyn. Sit down. Have a cigarette?" Llewellyn waved aside the proffered box. "Well?" he said. "Very well indeed," said Mr. Parker Pyne. "The police arrested the gang last night." "The gang? What gang?" "The Amalfi gang. I thought of them at once when you told me your story. I recognized their methods, and once you had described the guests, well, there was no doubt at all in my mind." "Who are the Amalfi gang?" "Father, son, and daughter-in-law. That is, if Pietro and Maria are really married, which some doubt." "I don't understand." "It's quite simple. The name is Italian, and no doubt the origin is Italian. But old Amalfi was born in America. His methods are usually the same. He impersonates a real businessman, introduces himself to some prominent figure in the jewel business in some European country, and then plays his little trick. In this case, he was deliberately on the track of the Morning Star. Point's idiosyncrasy was well known in the trade. Maria Amalfi played the part of his daughter. Amazing creature. 27 at least, and nearly always plays a part of 16. "Well, not Eve?" gasped Llewellyn. "Exactly. The third member of the gang got himself taken on as an extra waiter at the Royal George. It was holiday time, remember, and they would need extra staff. He may even have bribed a regular man to stay away. The scene is set. Eve challenges old Points, and he takes on the bet. He passes round the diamond, as he had done the night before. The waiters enter the room, and Leathern retains the stone until they have left the room. When they do leave, the diamond leaves also, neatly attached with a morsel of chewing gum to the underside of the plate that Pietro bears away. So simple." "But I saw it after that." No. You saw a paste replica, good enough to deceive a casual glance. Stein, you told me, hardly looked at it. Eve drops it, sweeps off a glass too, and steps firmly on stone and glass together. Miraculous disappearance of diamond. Both Eve and Leathern can submit to as much searching as anyone pleases." "Well, Evan shook his head, at a loss for words. "You say you recognized the gang from my description? Had they worked this trick before?" "Not exactly, but it was their kind of business. Naturally, my attention was at once directed to the girl Eve." "Why?" "Well, I didn't suspect her. Nobody did. She seemed such a child." "That is the peculiar genius of Maria Amalfi. She is more like a child than any child could possibly be, and then the plasticine. This bet was supposed to have arisen quite spontaneously, yet the little lady had some plasticine with her, all handy. That spoke of premeditation. My suspicions fastened on her at once." Llewellyn rose to his feet. "Well, Mr. Parker Pyne, I'm no end obliged to you." "Classification," murmured Mr. Parker Pyne. "The classification of criminal types. It interests me. You'll let me know how much, My fee will be quite moderate," said Mr. Parker Pyne. "It will not make too big a hole in the horse-racing profits. All the same, young man, I should, I think, leave the horses alone in future. Very uncertain animal, the horse." "Well, that's all right," said Evan. He shook Mr. Parker Pyne by the hand and strode from the office. He hailed a taxi and gave the address of Janet Rustington's flat. He felt in a mood to carry all before him. The Pearl of Price. The party had had a long and tiring day. They had started from Amman early in the morning with a temperature of 98 in the shade, and had come at last, just as it was growing dark, into the camp situated in the heart of that city of fantastic and preposterous red rock which is Petra. There were 7 of them. Mr. Caleb P. Blundell, that stout and prosperous American magnate, his dark and good-looking, if somewhat taciturn secretary, Jim Hurst, Sir Donald Marvel, MP, a tired-looking English politician, Dr. Carver, a world-renowned elderly archaeologist, a gallant Frenchman, Colonel Dubosc, on leave from Syria, a Mr. Parker Pyne, not perhaps so plainly labelled with his profession, but breathing an atmosphere of British solidity. And lastly, there was Miss Carol Blundell, pretty, spoiled, and extremely sure of herself as the only woman among half a dozen men. They dined in the big tent, having selected their tents or caves for sleeping in. They talked of politics in the Near East, the Englishman cautiously, the Frenchman discreetly, the American somewhat fatuously, and the archaeologist and Mr. Parker Pyne not at all. Both of them, it seemed, preferred the role of listeners. So also did Jim Hurst. Then they talked of the city they had come to visit. "It's just too romantic for words," said Carol. "To think of those, what do you call them, Nabateans, living here all that while ago, almost before time began." "Hardly that," said Mr. Parker Pyne mildly. "Eh, Dr. Carver?" "Oh, that's an affair of a mere 2,000 years back. And if racketeers are romantic, then I suppose the Nabateans are too. They were a pack of wealthy blackguards, I should say, who compelled travellers to use their own caravan routes, and saw to it that all other routes were unsafe. Petra was the storehouse of their racketeering profits." "You think they were just robbers?" asked Carol. "Just common thieves?" "Thieves is a less romantic word, Miss Blundell. A thief suggests a petty pilferer. A robber suggests a larger canvas." "What about a modern financier?" suggested Mr. Parker Pyne with a twinkle. "That's one for you, Pop," said Carol. "A man who makes money benefits mankind," said Mr. Blundell sententiously. "Mankind," murmured Mr. Parker Pyne, "is so ungrateful." "What is honesty?" demanded the Frenchman. "It is a nuance, a convention. In different countries it means different things. An Arab is not ashamed of stealing. He is not ashamed of lying. With him it is from whom he steals, or to whom he lies, that matters." "That is a point of view, yes," agreed Carver. "Which shows the superiority of the West over the East," said Blundell. "When these poor creatures get education—" Sir Donald entered languidly into the conversation. "Education is rather rot, you know. Teaches fellows a lot of useless things. What I mean is, nothing alters what you are." "You mean—" "Well, what I mean to say is, for instance, once a thief, always a thief." There was a dead silence for a moment. Then Carol began talking feverishly about mosquitoes, and her father backed her up. Sir Donald, a little puzzled, murmured to his neighbour, Mr. Parker Pyne, "Seems I dropped a brick, what?" "Curious," said Mr. Parker Pyne. Whatever momentary embarrassment had been caused, one person had quite failed to notice it. The archaeologist had sat silent, his eyes dreamy and abstracted. When a pause came, he spoke suddenly and abruptly. "You know," he said, "I agree with that. At any rate, from the opposite point of view. A man's fundamentally honest, or he isn't. You can't get away from it." "You don't believe that sudden temptation, for instance, will turn an honest man into a criminal?" asked Mr. Parker Pyne. "Impossible," said Carver. Mr. Parker Pyne shook his head gently. "I wouldn't say impossible. You see, there are so many factors to take into account. There's the breaking point, for instance." "What do you call the breaking point?" asked young Hurst, speaking for the first time. He had a deep, rather attractive voice. "The brain is adjusted to carry so much weight. The thing that precipitates the crisis, that turns an honest man into a dishonest one, may be a mere trifle. That is why most crimes are absurd. The cause, 9 times out of 10, is that trifle of overweight. The straw that breaks the camel's back." "It is the psychology you talk there, my friend," said the Frenchman. "If a criminal were a psychologist, what a criminal he could be," said Mr. Parker Pyne. His voice dwelt lovingly on the idea. "When you think that of 10 people you meet, at least 9 of them can be induced to act in any way you please by applying the right stimulus." "Oh, explain that," cried Carroll. "Well, there's the bullyable man. Shout loud enough at him and he obeys. There's the contradictory man. Bully him the opposite way from the way in which you want him to go. Then there's the suggestible person, the commonest type of all. Those are the people who have seen a motor because they have heard a motor horn, who see a postman because they hear the rattle of the letterbox, who see a knife in a wound because they are told a man has been stabbed, or who will have heard the pistol if they are told a man has been shot." "I guess no one could put that sort of stuff over on me," said Carroll. "You're too smart for that, honey," said her father. "It is very true what you say," said the Frenchman reflectively. "The preconceived idea, it deceives the senses." Carroll yawned. "I'm going to my cave. I'm tired to death. Abbas Effendi said we had to start early tomorrow. He's going to take us up to the place of sacrifice, whatever that is." "It's where they sacrifice young and beautiful girls," said Sir Donald. "Mercy, I hope not. Well, good night, all. Oh, I've dropped my earring." Colonel Dubosc picked it up from where it had rolled across the table and returned it to her. "Are they real?" asked Sir Donald abruptly. Discourteous for the moment, he was staring at the 2 large solitaire pearls in her ears. "Oh, they're real, all right," said Carroll. "Cost me $80,000, said her father with relish, "and she screws them in so loosely that they fall off and roll about the table. Want to ruin me, girl?" "I'd say it wouldn't ruin you, even if you had to buy me a new pair," said Carroll fondly. "I guess it wouldn't," her father acquiesced. "I could buy you 3 pairs of earrings without noticing it in my bank balance." He looked round proudly. "How nice for you," said Sir Donald. "Well, gentlemen, I think I'll turn in now," said Blundell. "Good night." Young Hurst went with him. The other 4 smiled at one another, as though in sympathy over some thought. "Well," drawled Sir Donald, "it's nice to know he wouldn't miss the money. Purse-proud hog," he added viciously. "They have too much money, these Americans," said Dubosc. "It is difficult," said Mr. Parker Pyne gently, "for a rich man to be appreciated by the poor." Dubosc laughed. "Envy and malice?" he suggested. "You are right, monsieur. We all wish to be rich, to buy the pearl earrings several times over, except perhaps monsieur here." He bowed to Dr. Carver, who, as seemed usual with him, was once more far away. He was fiddling with a little object in his hand. "Eh?" He roused himself. "No, I must admit I don't covet large pearls. Money is always useful, of course." His tone put it where it belonged. "But look at this," he said. "Here is something 100 times more interesting than pearls." "What is it?" "It is a cylinder seal of black hematite, and it's got a presentation scene engraved on it. A god introducing a suppliant to a more enthroned god. The suppliant is carrying a kid by way of an offering, and the august god on the throne has the flies kept off him by a flunky who wields a palm branch fly-whisk. That neat inscription mentions the man as a servant of Hammurabi, so that it must have been made just 4,000 years ago." He took a lump of plasticine from his pocket and smeared some on the table. Then he oiled it with a little Vaseline and pressed the seal upon it, rolling it out. Then, with a penknife, he detached a square of the plasticine and levered it gently up from the table. "You see?" he said. The scene he had described was unrolled before them in the plasticine, clear and sharply defined. For a moment, the spell of the past was laid upon them all. Then, from outside, the voice of Mr. Blundell was raised unmusically. Say, you men, change my baggage out of this damn cave and into a tent. The no-see-ums are biting good and hard. I shan't get a wink of sleep." "No-see-ums?" Sir Donald queried. "Probably sandflies," said Dr. Carver. "I like no-see-ums," said Mr. Parker-Pine. "It is a much more suggestive name." The party started early the following morning, getting under way after various exclamations at the colour and marking of the rocks. The rose-red city was indeed a freak invented by nature in her most extravagant and colourful mood. The party proceeded slowly, since Dr. Carver walked with his eyes bent on the ground, occasionally pausing to pick up small objects. "You can always tell an archaeologist, so," said Colonel Dubosc, smiling. "He regards never the sky, nor the hills, nor the beauties of nature. He walks with head bent, searching." "Yes, but what for?" said Carol. "What are the things you're picking up, Dr. Carver?" With a slight smile, the archaeologist held out a couple of muddy fragments of pottery. "Oh, that's rubbish," cried Carol scornfully. "Pottery is more interesting than gold," said Dr. Carver. Carol looked disbelieving. They came to a sharp bend and passed 2 or 3 rock-cut tombs. The ascent was somewhat trying. The Bedouin guards went ahead, swinging up the precipitous slopes unconcernedly without a downward glance at the sheer drop on one side of them. Carol looked rather pale. One guard leaned down from above and extended a hand. Hurst sprang up in front of her and held out his stick like a rail on the precipitous side. She thanked him with a glance, and a minute later stood safely on a broad path of rock. The others followed slowly. The sun was now high, and the heat was beginning to be felt. At last they reached a broad plateau almost at the top. An easy climb led to the summit of a big square block of rock. Blundell signified to the guide that the party would go up alone. The Bedouins disposed themselves comfortably against the rocks and began to smoke. A few short minutes, and the others had reached the summit. It was a curious, bare place. The view was marvellous, embracing the valley on every side. They stood on a plain rectangular floor with rock basins cut in the side and a kind of sacrificial altar. "A heavenly place for sacrifices," said Carol with enthusiasm. "But my, they must have had a time getting the victims up here." "There was originally a kind of zigzag rock road," explained Dr. Carver. "We shall see traces of it as we go down the other way." They were some time longer, commenting and talking. Then there was a tiny chink, and Dr. Carver said, "Oh, I believe you dropped your earring again, Miss Blundell." Carol clapped a hand to her ear. "Why, so I have." Dubosc and Hurst began searching about. "It must be just here," said the Frenchman. "It can't have rolled away because there is nowhere for it to roll to. The place is like a square box." "It can't have rolled into a crack?" queried Carol. "There's not a crack anywhere," said Mr. Parker-Pine. "You can see for yourself the place is perfectly smooth." "Ah, you have found something, Colonel." "Only a little pebble," said Dubosc, smiling and throwing it away. Gradually, a different spirit, a spirit of tension, came over the search. They were not said aloud, but the words $80,000 were present in everybody's mind. "You're sure you had it, Carol?" snapped her father. "I mean, perhaps you dropped it on the way up." "I had it just as we stepped onto the plateau here," said Carol. "I know because Dr. Carver pointed out to me that it was loose, and he screwed it up for me. That's so, isn't it, Doctor?" Dr. Carver assented. It was Sir Donald who voiced the thoughts in everybody's mind. "This is rather an unpleasant business, Mr. Blundell," he said. "You were telling us last night what the value of those earrings is. One of them alone is worth a small fortune. If this earring is not found, and it does not look as though it will be found, every one of us will be under a certain suspicion." "And, for one, I ask to be searched," broke in Colonel Dubosc. "I do not ask, I demand it as a right." "You search me, too," said Hurst. His voice sounded harsh. "What does everyone else feel?" asked Sir Donald, looking round. "Certainly," said Mr. Parker-Pine. "An excellent idea," said Dr. Carver. "I'll be in this too, gentlemen," said Mr. Blundell. "I've got my reasons, though I don't want to stress them." "Oh, just as you like, of course, Mr. Blundell," said Sir Donald courteously. "Carol, my dear, will you go down and wait with the guides?" Without a word, the girl left them. Her face was set and grim. There was a despairing look upon it that caught the attention of one member of the party at least. He wondered just what it meant. The search proceeded. It was drastic and thorough, and completely unsatisfactory. One thing was certain. No one was carrying the earring on his person. It was a subdued little troop that negotiated the descent, and listened half-heartedly to the guide's descriptions and information. Mr. Parker Pyne had just finished dressing for lunch when a figure appeared at the door of his tent. "Mr. Pyne, may I come in?" "Certainly, my dear young lady. Certainly." Carol came in and sat down on the bed. Her face had the same grim look upon it that he had noticed earlier in the day. "You pretend to straighten things out for people when they're unhappy, don't you?" she demanded. "I am on holiday, Miss Blundell. I am not taking any cases." "Well, you're going to take this one," said the girl calmly. "Look here, Mr. Pyne. I'm just as wretched as anyone could be." "What is troubling you?" he asked. "Is it the business of the earring?" "Well, that's just it. You've said enough. Jim Hurst didn't take it, Mr. Pyne. I know he didn't." "I don't quite follow you, Miss Blundell. Why should anyone assume he had?" "Because of his record. Jim Hurst was once a thief, Mr. Pyne. He was caught in our house. I was sorry for him. He looked so young and desperate." "And so good-looking," thought Mr. Parker Pyne. "I persuaded Pop to give him a chance, to make good. My father will do anything for me." "Well, he gave Jim his chance, and Jim has made good. Father's come to rely on him and to trust him with all his business secrets, and in the end he'll come around altogether. Or would have, if this hadn't happened." "When you say, come around—" "I mean that I want to marry Jim, and he wants to marry me." "And Sir Donald?" "Sir Donald is Father's idea, he's not mine. Do you think I want to marry a stuffed fish like Sir Donald?" Without expressing any views as to this description of the Englishman, Mr. Parker Pyne asked, "And Sir Donald himself?" "I dare say he thinks I'd be good for his impoverished acres," said Carol scornfully. Mr. Parker Pyne considered the situation. "I should like to ask you about two things," he said. "Last night the remark was made, 'Once a thief, always a thief.'" The girl nodded. "I see now the reason for the embarrassment that remark seemed to cause." "Yes, it was awkward for Jim, and for me and Pop, too. I was so afraid Jim's face would show something that I just trotted out the first remarks I could think of." Mr. Parker Pyne nodded thoughtfully. Then he asked, "Just why did your father insist on being searched today?" "Well, you didn't get that? I did. Pop had it in his mind that I might think the whole business was a frame-up against Jim. You see, he's crazy for me to marry the Englishman. Well, he wanted to show me that he hadn't done the dirty on Jim." "Dear me," said Mr. Parker Pyne, "this is all very illuminating. In a general sense, I mean. It hardly helps us in our particular inquiry." "You're not going to hand in your checks?" No. He was silent a moment. Then he said, "What is it exactly you want me to do, Miss Carroll?" "Prove it wasn't Jim that took that pearl." "And suppose, excuse me, that it was?" "If you think so, you're wrong, dead wrong." "Yes, but have you really considered the case carefully? Don't you think the pearl might prove a sudden temptation to Mr. Hurst? The sale of it would bring in a large sum of money, a foundation on which to speculate, shall we say, which will make him independent so that he can marry you with or without your father's consent." "Jim didn't do it," said the girl simply. This time Mr. Parker Pyne accepted her statement. "Well, I'll do my best." She nodded abruptly and left the tent. Mr. Parker Pyne in his turn sat down on the bed. He gave himself up to thought. Suddenly he chuckled. "I'm growing slow-witted," he said. At lunch he was very cheerful. The afternoon passed peacefully. Most people slept. When Mr. Parker Pyne came into the big tent at 4:15, only Dr. Carver was there. He was examining some fragments of pottery. "Ah," said Mr. Parker Pyne, drawing up a chair to the table, "just the man I want to see. Can you let me have that bit of plasticine that you carry about?" The doctor felt in his pockets and produced a stick of plasticine, which he offered to Mr. Parker Pyne. "Oh, no," said Mr. Parker-Pine, waving it away. "That's not the one I want. I want that lump you had last night. To be frank, it's not the plasticine I want. It's the contents of it." There was a pause, and then Dr. Carver said quietly, "I don't think I quite understand you." "I think you do," said Mr. Parker-Pine. "I want Miss Blundell's pearl earring." There was a minute's dead silence. Then Carver slipped his hand into his pocket and took out a shapeless lump of plasticine. "Clever of you," he said. His face was expressionless. "I wish you'd tell me about it," said Mr. Parker-Pine. His fingers were busy. With a grunt, he extracted a somewhat smeared pearl earring. "Just curiosity, I know," he added apologetically. "But I should like to hear about it." "I'll tell you," said Carver, "if you'll tell me just how you happened to pitch upon me." "You didn't see anything, did you?" Mr. Parker-Pine shook his head. "I just thought about it," he said. "It was really sheer accident to start with," said Carver. "I was behind you all this morning, and I came across it lying in front of me. It must have fallen from the girl's ear a moment before. She hadn't noticed it. Nobody had. I picked it up and put it into my pocket, meaning to return it to her as soon as I caught her up, but I forgot. And then, halfway up that climb, I began to think. The jewel meant nothing to that fool of a girl. Her father would buy her another without noticing the cost, and it would mean a lot to me. The sale of that pearl would equip an expedition." His impassive face suddenly twitched and came to life. "Do you know the difficulty there is nowadays in raising subscriptions for digging? No, you don't. The sale of that pearl would make everything easy. There's a site I want to dig, up in Baluchistan. There's a whole chapter of the past there waiting to be discovered. What you said last night came into my mind about a suggestible witness. I thought the girl was that type. As we reached the summit, I told her the earring was loose. I pretended to tighten it. What I really did was to press the point of a small pencil into her ear. A few minutes later, I dropped a little pebble. She was quite ready to swear then that the earring had been in her ear and had just dropped off. In the meantime, I pressed the pearl into a lump of plasticine in my pocket. That's my story. Not a very edifying one. Now for your turn." "There isn't much of my story," said Mr. Parker-Pine. "You were the only man who'd picked things up from the ground. That's what made me think of you, and finding that little pebble was significant. It suggested the trick you'd played. And then—" "Go on," said Carver. "Well, you see, you talked about honesty a little too vehemently last night, protesting over much. Well, you know what Shakespeare says. It looked somehow as though you were trying to convince yourself, and you were a little too scornful about money." The face of the man in front of him looked lined and weary. "Well, that's that," he said. "It's all up with me now. You'll give the girl back her geejaw, I suppose? Odd thing, the barbaric instinct for ornamentation. You find it going back as far as Paleolithic times, one of the first instincts of the female sex." "I think you misjudge Miss Carroll," said Mr. Parker-Pine. "She has brains, and what is more, a heart. I think she will keep this business to herself." "Father won't, though," said the archaeologist. "I think he will. You see, Pop has his own reasons for keeping quiet. There's no $40,000 touch about this earring. A mere $5 would cover its value." "What you mean?" "Yes. The girl doesn't know. She thinks they're genuine, all right. I had my suspicions last night. Mr. Blundell talked a little too much about all the money he had. When things go wrong, and you're caught in the slump, well, the best thing to do is to put a good face on it and bluff. Mr. Blundell was bluffing." Suddenly, Dr. Carver grinned. It was an engaging, small boy grin, strange to see on the face of an elderly man. "Then we're all poor devils together," he said. "Exactly," said Mr. Parker-Pine, and quoted, "'A fellow feeling makes us wondrous kind.'" The Man from the Sea. Mr. Satterthwaite was feeling old. That might not have been surprising, since in the estimation of many people he was old. Careless youths said to their partners, "Old Satterthwaite? Oh, he must be 100. or at any rate about 80. And even the kindest of girls said indulgently, "Oh, Satterthwaite. Yes, he's quite old. He must be 60. Which was almost worse, since he was 69. In his own view, however, he was not old. 69 was an interesting age, an age of infinite possibilities, an age when at last the experience of a lifetime was beginning to tell. But to feel old, that was different, a tired, discouraged state of mind, when one was inclined to ask oneself depressing questions. What was he, after all? A little, dried-up, elderly man, with neither chick nor child, with no human belongings, only a valuable art collection, which seemed, at the moment, strangely unsatisfying. No one to care whether he lived or died. At this point in his meditations, Mr. Satterthwaite pulled himself up short. What he was thinking was morbid and unprofitable. He knew well enough, who better, that the chances were that a wife would have hated him, or alternatively that he would have hated her, that children would have been a constant source of worry and anxiety, and that demands upon his time and affection would have worried him considerably. To be safe and comfortable, said Mr. Satterthwaite firmly, that was the thing. The last thought reminded him of a letter he had received that morning. He drew it from his pocket and reread it, savouring its contents pleasurably. To begin with, it was from a duchess, and Mr. Satterthwaite liked hearing from duchesses. It is true that the letter began by demanding a large subscription for charity, and but for that would probably never have been written, but the terms in which it was couched were so agreeable that Mr. Satterthwaite was able to gloss over the first fact. "So, you've deserted the Riviera," wrote the Duchess. "What is this island of yours like? Cheap? Canotti put up his prices shamefully this year, and I shan't go to the Riviera again. I might try your island next year, if you report favourably, though I should hate 5 days on a boat. Still, anywhere you recommend is sure to be pretty comfortable. Too much so. You'll get to be one of those people who do nothing but coddle themselves and think of their comfort. There's only one thing that will save you, Satterthwaite, and that is your inordinate interest in other people's affairs." As Mr. Satterthwaite folded the letter, a vision came up vividly before him of the Duchess, her meanness, her unexpected and alarming kindness, her caustic tongue, her indomitable spirit. Spirit. Everyone needed spirit. He drew out another letter, with a German stamp upon it, written by a young singer in whom he had interested himself. It was a grateful, affectionate letter. "How can I thank you, dear Mr. Satterthwaite? It seems too wonderful to think that in a few days I shall be singing Isolde." A pity that she had to make her debut as Isolde. A charming, hard-working child, Olga, with a beautiful voice but no temperament. He hummed to himself, "Nay, order him. Pray understand it. I command it. I, Isolde." No, the child hadn't got it in her. The spirit, the indomitable will, all expressed in that final Ich, Isolde. Well, at any rate, he had done something for somebody. This island depressed him. Why, oh why, had he deserted the Riviera, which he knew so well, and where he was so well known? Nobody here took any interest in him. Nobody seemed to realize that here was the Mr. Satterthwaite, the friend of duchesses and countesses and singers and writers. No one in the island was of any social importance, or of any artistic importance either. With a deep sigh, Mr. Satterthwaite proceeded down from the hotel to the small, straggling harbour below. His way lay between an avenue of bougainvillea, a vivid mass of flaunting scarlet that made him feel older and greyer than ever. "I'm getting old," he murmured. "I'm getting old and tired." He was glad when he had passed the bougainvillea and was walking down the white street with the blue sea at the end of it. A disreputable dog was standing in the middle of the road, yawning and stretching himself in the sun. Having prolonged his stretch to the utmost limits of ecstasy, he sat down and treated himself to a really good scratch. He then rose, shook himself, and looked round for any other good things that life might have to offer. There was a dump of rubbish by the side of the road, and to this he went sniffing in pleasurable anticipation. True enough, his nose had not deceived him. A smell of such rich putrescence that surpassed even his anticipations. He sniffed with growing appreciation. Then, suddenly abandoning himself, he lay on his back and rolled frenziedly in the delicious dump. Clearly, the world this morning was a dog paradise. Tiring at last, he regained his feet and strolled out once more into the middle of the road, and then, without the least warning, a ramshackle car careered wildly round the corner, caught him full square, and passed on unheeding. The dog rose to his feet, stood a minute regarding Mr. Satterthwaite, a vague, dumb reproach in his eyes, then fell over. Mr. Satterthwaite went up to him and bent down. The dog was dead. He went on his way, wondering at the sadness and cruelty of life. What a queer, dumb look of reproach had been in the dog's eyes. "O world," they seemed to say, "O wonderful world in which I have trusted, why have you done this to me?" Mr. Satterthwaite went on, past the palm trees and the straggling white houses, past the black lava beach where the surf thundered, and where once long ago a well-known English swimmer had been carried out to sea and drowned, past the rock pools where children and elderly ladies bobbed up and down and called it bathing, along the steep road that winds upwards to the top of the cliff. For there on the edge of the cliff was a house, appropriately named La Paz, a white house with faded green shutters tightly closed, a tangled, beautiful garden, and a walk between cypress trees that led to a plateau on the edge of the cliff, where you looked down, 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 to the deep blue sea below. It was to this spot that Mr. Satterthwaite was bound. He had developed a great love for the garden of La Paz. He had never entered the villa. It seemed always to be empty. Manuel, the Spanish gardener, wished one good morning with a flourish, and gallantly presented ladies with a bouquet, and gentlemen with a single flower as a buttonhole, his dark face wreathed in smiles. Sometimes Mr. Satterthwaite made up stories in his own mind about the owner of the villa. His favourite was a Spanish dancer, once world-famed for her beauty, who hid herself here so that the world should never know that she was no longer beautiful. He pictured her coming out of the house at dusk and walking through the garden. Sometimes he was tempted to ask Manuel for the truth, but he resisted the temptation. He preferred his fancies. After exchanging a few words with Manuel and graciously accepting an orange rosebud, Mr. Satterthwaite passed on down the cypress walk to the sea. It was rather wonderful sitting there, on the edge of nothing with that sheer drop below one. It made him think of Tristan and Isolde, of the beginning of the third act, with Tristan and Courvenal, that lonely waiting, and of Isolde rushing up from the sea and Tristan dying in her arms. No, little Olga would never make an Isolde. Isolde of Cornwall, that royal hater and royal lover. He shivered. He felt old, chilly, alone. What had he had out of life? Nothing. Nothing. Not as much as that dog in the street. It was an unexpected sound that roused him from his reverie. The footsteps coming along the cypress walk were inaudible. The first he knew of somebody's presence was the English monosyllable, "damn." He looked round to find a young man staring at him in obvious surprise and disappointment. Mr. Satterthwaite recognized him at once as an arrival of the day before, who had more or less intrigued him. Mr. Satterthwaite called him a young man because, in comparison to most of the diehards in the hotel, he was a young man, but he would certainly never see 40 again, and was probably drawing appreciably nearer to his half-century. Yet, in spite of that, the term young man fitted him. Mr. Satterthwaite was usually right about such things. There was an impression of immaturity about him. As there is a touch of puppyhood about many a full-grown dog, so it was with the stranger. Mr. Satterthwaite thought, "This chap has really never grown up. Not properly, that is." And yet there was nothing Peter Panish about him. He was sleek, almost plump. He had the air of one who has always done himself exceedingly well in the material sense, and denied himself no pleasure or satisfaction. He had brown eyes, rather round, fair hair turning grey, a little moustache, and a rather florid face. The thing that puzzled Mr. Satterthwaite was what had brought him to the island. He could imagine him shooting things, hunting things, playing polo or golf or tennis, making love to pretty women, but in the island there was nothing to hunt or shoot, no games except golf croquet, and the nearest approach to a pretty woman was represented by elderly Miss Barbara Kindersley. There were, of course, artists, to whom the beauty of the scenery made appeal, but Mr. Satterthwaite was quite certain that the young man was not an artist. He was clearly marked with the stamp of the Philistine. While he was resolving these things in his mind, the other spoke, realizing, somewhat belatedly, that his single ejaculation so far might be open to criticism. "Oh, I beg your pardon," he said with some embarrassment. "As a matter of fact, I was, startled. I didn't expect anyone to be here." He smiled disarmingly. He had a charming smile. Friendly, appealing. "It is rather a lonely spot," agreed Mr. Satterthwaite, as he moved politely a little further up the bench. The other accepted the mute invitation and sat down. "Oh, I don't know about lonely," he said. "There always seems to be someone here." There was a tinge of latent resentment in his voice. Mr. Satterthwaite wondered why. He read the other as a friendly soul. Why this insistence on solitude? A rendezvous, perhaps? No, not that. He looked again with carefully veiled scrutiny at his companion. Where had he seen that particular expression before quite lately? That look of dumb, bewildered resentment. "You've been up here before, then?" said Mr. Satterthwaite, more for the sake of saying something than for anything else. "I was up here last night, after dinner." "Really? I thought the gates were always locked." There was a moment's pause, and then, almost sullenly, the young man said, "I climbed over the wall." Mr. Satterthwaite looked at him with real attention now. He had a sleuth-like habit of mind, and he was aware that his companion had only arrived on the preceding afternoon. He had had little time to discover the beauty of the villa by daylight, and he had so far spoken to nobody. Yet after dark he had made straight for La Paz. Why? Almost involuntarily, Mr. Satterthwaite turned his head to look at the green-shuttered villa, but it was, as ever, serenely lifeless, close-shuttered. No, the solution of the mystery was not there. "And you actually found someone here, then?" The other nodded. "Yes. Must have been from the other hotel. He had on fancy dress." "Fancy dress?" "Yes, a kind of harlequin rig." "What?" The query fairly burst from Mr. Satterthwaite's lips. His companion turned to stare at him in surprise. "Oh, they often do have fancy dress shows at the hotels, I suppose." "Oh, quite," said Mr. Satterthwaite. Quite. He paused breathlessly, then added, "You must excuse my excitement. Do you happen to know anything about catalysis?" The young man stared at him. "Never heard of it. What is it?" Mr. Satterthwaite quoted gravely, "A chemical reaction depending for its success on the presence of a certain substance which itself remains unchanged." "Oh," said the young man uncertainly. "I have a certain friend. His name is Mr. Quinn, and he can best be described in the terms of catalysis. His presence is a sign that things are going to happen, because when he is there, strange revelations come to light, discoveries are made, and yet he himself takes no part in the proceedings. I have a feeling that it was my friend you met here last night." "Oh, he's a very sudden sort of chap, then. He gave me quite a shock. One minute he wasn't there, and the next minute he was, almost as though he came up out of the sea." Mr. Satterthwaite looked along the little plateau and down the sheer drop below. "That's nonsense, of course," said the other. "But it's the feeling he gave me. Of course, really there isn't the foothold for a fly." He looked over the edge. "A straight clear drop. If you went over, well, that would be the end right enough." "An ideal spot for a murder, in fact," said Mr. Satterthwaite pleasantly. The other stared at him, almost as though for the moment he did not follow. Then he said vaguely, "Oh, yes, of course." He sat there, making little dabs at the ground with his stick and frowning. Suddenly Mr. Satterthwaite got the resemblance he had been seeking. That dumb, bewildered questioning. So had the dog looked, who was run over. His eyes, and this young man's eyes, asked the same pathetic question with the same reproach. "O world that I have trusted, what have you done to me?" He saw other points of resemblance between the two. The same pleasure-loving, easy-going existence, the same joyous abandon to the delights of life, the same absence of intellectual questioning. Enough for both to live in the moment. The world was a good place, a place of carnal delights, sun, sea, sky, a discreet garbage heap, and then, what? A car had hit the dog. What had hit the man? The subject of these cogitations broke in at this point, speaking, however, more to himself than to Mr. Satterthwaite. "One wonders," he said, "what it's all for." Familiar words. Words that usually brought a smile to Mr. Satterthwaite's lips. with their unconscious betrayal of the innate egoism of humanity, which insists on regarding every manifestation of life as directly designed for its delight or its torment. He did not answer, and presently the stranger said with a slight, rather apologetic laugh, "I've heard it said that every man should build a house, plant a tree, and have a son." He paused and then added, "I believe I planted an acorn once." Mr. Satterthwaite stirred slightly. His curiosity was aroused. That ever-present interest in the affairs of other people of which the Duchess had accused him was roused. It was not difficult. Mr. Satterthwaite had a very feminine side to his nature. He was as good a listener as any woman, and he knew the right moment to put in a prompting word. Presently he was hearing the whole story. Anthony Cosden, that was the stranger's name, and his life had been much as Mr. Satterthwaite had imagined it. He was a bad hand at telling a story, but his listener supplied the gaps quite easily enough. A very ordinary life. An average income, a little soldiering, a good deal of sport, whenever sport offered, plenty of friends, plenty of pleasant things to do, a sufficiency of women, the kind of life that practically inhibits thought of any description and substitutes sensation. To speak frankly, an animal's life. But there are worse things than that, thought Mr. Satterthwaite from the depths of his experience. Oh, many worse things than that. This world had seemed a very good place to Anthony Cosden. He had grumbled, because everyone always grumbled, but it had never been a serious grumble. And then, this. He came to it at last, rather vaguely and incoherently. Hadn't felt quite the thing. Nothing much. Saw his doctor, and the doctor had persuaded him to go to a Harley Street man. And then, the incredible truth. They'd tried to hedge about it, spoke of great care, a quiet life, but they hadn't been able to disguise that that was all eyewash, letting him down lightly. It boiled down to this. 6 months. That's what they gave him. 6 months. He turned those bewildered brown eyes on Mr. Satterthwaite. It was, of course, rather a shock to a fellow. One didn't somehow know what to do. Mr. Satterthwaite nodded gravely and understandingly. It was a bit difficult to take in all at once, Anthony Cosden went on. How to put in the time? Rather a rotten business, waiting about to get pipped. He didn't feel really ill, not yet, though that might come later, so the specialist had said. In fact, it was bound to. It seemed such nonsense to be going to die when one didn't in the least want to. The best thing, he had thought, would be to carry on as usual. But somehow that hadn't worked. Here Mr. Satterthwaite interrupted him. Wasn't there, he hinted delicately, any woman? But apparently there wasn't. There were women, of course, but not that kind. His crowd was a very cheery crowd. They didn't, so he implied, like corpses. He didn't wish to make a kind of walking funeral of himself. It would have been embarrassing for everybody. So he had come abroad. You came to see these islands, but why? Mr. Satterthwaite was hunting for something intangible but delicate that eluded him, and yet which he was sure was there. You've been here before, perhaps? Yes, he admitted it almost unwillingly. Years ago, when I was a youngster. And suddenly, almost unconsciously so it seemed, he shot a quick glance backward over his shoulder in the direction of the villa. I remember this place, he said, nodding at the sea. 1 step to eternity. And that is why you came up here last night, finished Mr. Satterthwaite calmly. Anthony Cosden shot him a dismayed glance. Oh, I say, really, he protested. Last night you found someone here. This afternoon you have found me. Your life has been saved twice. Well, you may put it that way if you like, but damn it all, it's my life. I've a right to do what I'd like with it. That is a cliché, said Mr. Satterthwaite wearily. Well, of course I see your point, said Anthony Cosden generously. Naturally, you've got to say what you can. I'd try to dissuade a fellow myself, even though I knew deep down that he was right. And you know that I'm right. A clean, quick end is better than a lingering one, causing trouble and expense and bother to all. In any case, it's not as though I had anyone in the world belonging to me. "If you had?" said Mr. Satterthwaite sharply. Cosden drew a deep breath. "I don't know. Even then, I think this way would be best. But anyway, I haven't." He stopped abruptly. Mr. Satterthwaite eyed him curiously. Incurably romantic, he suggested again that there was, somewhere, some woman. But Cosden negatived it. He oughtn't, he said, to complain. He had had, on the whole, a very good life. It was a pity it was going to be over so soon, that was all. But at any rate he had had, he supposed, everything worth having. Except a son. He would have liked a son. He would like to know now that he had a son living after him. Still, he reiterated the fact he had had a very good life. It was at this point that Mr. Satterthwaite lost patience. Nobody, he pointed out, who was still in the larval stage could claim to know anything of life at all. Since the words larval stage clearly meant nothing at all to Cosden, he proceeded to make his meaning clearer. "You have not begun to live yet. You are still at the beginning of life." Cosden laughed. "Why, my hair's grey. I'm 40. Mr. Satterthwaite interrupted him. "That has nothing to do with it. Life is a compound of physical and mental experiences. I, for instance, am 69, and I am really 69. I have known, either at first or second hand, nearly all the experiences life has to offer. You are like a man who talks of a full year, and has seen nothing but snow and ice. The flowers of spring, the languorous days of summer, the falling leaves of autumn, he knows nothing of them. Not even that there are such things. And you are going to turn your back on even this opportunity of knowing them?" "You seem to forget," said Anthony Cosden dryly, "that in any case I have only 6 months." "Time, like everything else, is relative," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "That 6 months might be the longest and most varied experience of your whole life." Cosden looked unconvinced. "In my place," he said, "you would do the same." Mr. Satterthwaite shook his head. "No," he said simply. "In the first place, I doubt if I should have the courage. It needs courage, and I am not at all a brave individual. In the second place, well, I always want to know what is going to happen tomorrow." Cosden rose suddenly with a laugh. "Well, sir, you've been very good in letting me talk to you. I hardly know why. Anyway, there it is. I've said a lot too much. Forget it." "And tomorrow? When an accident is reported, I am to leave it at that, to make no suggestion of suicide?" "Well, that's as you like. I'm glad you realize one thing, that you can't prevent me." "My dear young man," said Mr. Satterthwaite placidly, "I can hardly attach myself to you like the proverbial limpet. Sooner or later you would give me the slip, and accomplish your purpose. But you are frustrated at any rate for this afternoon. You would hardly like to go to your death leaving me under the possible imputation of having pushed you over." "Well, that is true," said Cosden. "If you insist on remaining here—" "I do," said Mr. Satterthwaite firmly. Cosden laughed good-humouredly. "Then the plan must be deferred for the moment. In which case I will go back to the hotel. See you later, perhaps." Mr. Satterthwaite was left looking at the sea. "And now," he said to himself softly, "what next? There must be a next. I wonder." He got up. For a while he stood at the edge of the plateau, looking down on the dancing water beneath, but he found no inspiration there. And turning slowly, he walked back along the path between the cypresses and into the quiet garden. He looked at the shuttered, peaceful house, and he wondered, as he had often wondered before, who had lived there, and what had taken place within those placid walls. On a sudden impulse, he walked up some crumbling stone steps and laid a hand on one of the faded green shutters. To his surprise, it swung back at his touch. He hesitated a moment, then pushed it boldly open. The next minute, he stepped back with a little exclamation of dismay. A woman stood in the window facing him. She wore black, and had a black lace mantilla draped over her head. Mr. Satterthwaite floundered wildly in Italian, interspersed with German, the nearest he could get in the hurry of the moment to Spanish. He was desolated and ashamed. He explained haltingly, "The signora must forgive." He thereupon retreated hastily, the woman not having spoken one word. He was halfway across the courtyard when she spoke, 2 sharp words like a pistol crack. "Come back!" It was a barked-out command, such as might have been addressed to a dog, yet so absolute was the authority it conveyed that Mr. Satterthwaite had swung round hurriedly and trotted back to the window almost automatically, before it occurred to him to feel any resentment. He obeyed, like a dog. The woman was still standing motionless at the window. She looked him up and down, appraising him with perfect calmness. "You are English," she said. "I thought so." Mr. Satterthwaite started off on a second apology. "If I had known you were English," he said, "I could have expressed myself better just now. I offer my most sincere apologies for my rudeness in trying the shutter. I'm afraid I can plead no excuse save curiosity. I had a great wish to see what the inside of this charming house was like." She laughed suddenly, a deep, rich laugh. "If you really want to see it," she said, "you had better come in." She stood aside, and Mr. Satterthwaite, feeling pleasurably excited, stepped into the room. It was dark, since the shutters of the other windows were closed, but he could see that it was scantily and rather shabbily furnished, and that the dust lay thick everywhere. "Not here," she said. "I do not use this room." She led the way, and he followed her, out of the room, across a passage, and into a room on the other side. Here the windows gave on the sea, and the sun streamed in. The furniture, like that of the other room, was poor in quality, but there were some worn rugs that had been good in their time, a large screen of Spanish leather, and bowls of fresh flowers. "You will have tea with me," said Mr. Satterthwaite's hostess. She added reassuringly, "It is perfectly good tea, and will be made with boiling water." She went out of the door, and called out something in Spanish. Then she returned and sat down on a sofa opposite her guest. For the first time, Mr. Satterthwaite was able to study her appearance. The first effect she had upon him was to make him feel even more grey and shriveled and elderly than usual, by contrast with her own forceful personality. She was a tall woman, very sunburnt, dark and handsome, though no longer young. When she was in the room, the sun seemed to be shining twice as brightly as when she was out of it, and presently a curious feeling of warmth and aliveness began to steal over Mr. Satterthwaite. It was as though he stretched out thin, shriveled hands to a reassuring flame. He thought, "She's so much vitality herself that she's got a lot left over for other people." He recalled the command in her voice when she had stopped him, and wished that his protégée, Olga, could be imbued with a little of that force. He thought, what an Isolde she'd make. And yet she probably hasn't got the ghost of a singing voice. Life is badly arranged. He was, all the same, a little afraid of her. He did not like domineering women. She had clearly been considering him, as she sat with her chin in her hands, making no pretence about it. At last she nodded, as though she had made up her mind. "I'm glad you came," she said at last. "I needed someone very badly to talk to this afternoon, and you are used to that, aren't you?" I don't quite understand." "I meant, people tell you things." "You knew what I meant. Why pretend?" "Well, perhaps—" She swept on, regardless of anything he had been going to say. "One could say anything to you. That is because you are half a woman. You know what we feel, what we think, the queer things we do." Her voice died away. Tea was brought by a large, smiling Spanish girl. It was good tea. China. Mr. Satterthwaite sipped it appreciatively. "You live here?" he inquired conversationally. "Yes, but not altogether. The house is usually shut up, is it not? At least, so I have been told. I'm here a good deal, more than anyone knows. I only use these rooms." "You have had the house long?" "It has belonged to me for 22 years, and I lived here for a year before that." Mr. Satterthwaite said rather inanely, or so he felt, "That is a very long time." "The year or the 22 years?" His interest stirred. Mr. Satterthwaite said gravely, "That depends." She nodded. "Yes, it depends. They are 2 separate periods. They have nothing to do with each other. Which is long, which is short. Even now I cannot say." She was silent for a minute, brooding. Then she said with a little smile, "It is such a long time since I've talked with anyone. Such a long time. I do not apologize. You came to my shutter. You wished to look through my window, and that is what you were always doing, is it not?" pushing aside the shutter and looking through the window into the truth of people's lives, if they will let you, and often if they will not let you. It would be difficult to hide anything from you. You would guess, and guess right. Mr. Satterthwaite had an odd impulse to be perfectly sincere. "I am 69, he said. "Everything I know of life I know at second hand. Sometimes that is very bitter to me, and yet, because of it, I know a good deal." She nodded thoughtfully. "I know. Life is very strange. I cannot imagine what it must be like to be that. Always a looker-on." Her tone was wondering. Mr. Satterthwaite smiled. "No, you would not know. Your place is in the center of the stage. You will always be the prima donna." What a curious thing to say. But I am right. Things have happened to you. Will always happen to you. Sometimes I think there have been tragic things. Is that so? Her eyes narrowed. She looked across at him. "If you are here long, somebody will tell you of the English swimmer who was drowned at the foot of this cliff. They will tell you how young and strong he was, how handsome, and they will tell you that his young wife looked down from the top of the cliff and saw him drowning." "Yes, I have already heard that story." "That man was my husband. This was his villa. He brought me out here with him when I was 18, and a year later he died, driven by the surf on the black rocks, cut and bruised and mutilated, battered to death." Mr. Satterthwaite gave a shocked exclamation. She leant forward, her burning eyes focused on his face. "You spoke of tragedy. Can you imagine a greater tragedy than that? For a young wife, only a year married, to stand helpless while the man she loved fought for his life and lost it, horribly?" "Terrible," said Mr. Satterthwaite. He spoke with real emotion. "Terrible. I agree with you. Nothing in life could be so dreadful." Suddenly, she laughed. Her head went back. "You are wrong," she said. "There is something more terrible. And that is for a young wife to stand there and hope and long for her husband to drown." "But, good God," cried Mr. Satterthwaite, "you don't mean—" "Yes, I do. That's what it was, really. I knelt down on the cliff and prayed. The Spanish servants thought I was praying for his life to be saved. I wasn't. I was praying that I might wish him to be spared. I was saying one thing over and over again: God help me not to wish him dead. God help me not to wish him dead. But it wasn't any good. All the time I hoped. And my hope came true." She was silent for a minute or two, and then she said very gently, in quite a different voice, "That is a terrible thing, isn't it? It's the sort of thing one can't forget. I was terribly happy when I knew he was really dead and couldn't come back to torture me any more." "My child," said Mr. Satterthwaite, shocked. "I know. I was too young to have that happen to me. Those things should happen to one when one is older, when one is more prepared for beastliness. Nobody knew, you know, what he was really like. I thought he was wonderful when I first met him, and was so happy and proud when he asked me to marry him. But things went wrong almost at once. He was angry with me. Nothing I could do pleased him, and yet I tried so hard, and then he began to like hurting me, and above all to terrify me. That's what he enjoyed most. He thought out all sorts of things, dreadful things. I won't tell you. I suppose, really, he must have been a little mad. I was alone here, in his power, and cruelty began to be his hobby." Her eyes widened and darkened. "The worst thing was my baby. I was going to have a baby. Because of some of the things he did to me, it was born dead. My little baby. I nearly died too, but I didn't. I wish I had." Mr. Satterthwaite made an inarticulate sound. "And then I was delivered, in the way I've told you. Some girls who were staying at the hotel dared him. That's how it happened. All the Spaniards told him it was madness to risk the sea just there, but he was very vain. He wanted to show off, and I saw him drown, and was glad. God oughtn't to let such things happen." Mr. Satterthwaite stretched out his little dry hand and took hers. She squeezed it hard as a child might have done. The maturity had fallen away from her face. He saw her without difficulty, as she had been at 19. At first it seemed too good to be true. The house was mine, and I could live in it, and no one could hurt me any more. I was an orphan, you know. I had no near relations, no one to care what became of me. That simplified things. I lived on here in this villa, and it seemed like heaven. Yes, like heaven. I've never been so happy since, and never shall again, just to wake up and know that everything was all right. No pain, no terror, no wondering what he was going to do to me next. Yes, it was heaven. She paused for a long time, and Mr. Satterthwaite said at last, "And then?" "I suppose human beings aren't ever satisfied. At first, just being free was enough. But after a while I began to get, well, lonely, I suppose. I began to think about my baby that died. If only I had had my baby. I wanted it as a baby, and also as a plaything. I wanted dreadfully something or someone to play with. It sounds silly and childish, but there it was." "I understand," said Mr. Satterthwaite gravely. "It's difficult to explain the next bit. It just, well, happened, you see. There was a young Englishman staying at the hotel. He strayed in the garden by mistake. I was wearing Spanish dress, and he took me for a Spanish girl. I thought it would be rather fun to pretend I was one, so I played up. His Spanish was very bad, but he could just manage a little. I told him the villa belonged to an English lady who was away. I said she had taught me a little English, and I pretended to speak broken English. It was such fun, such fun. Even now I can remember what fun it was. He began to make love to me. We agreed to pretend that the villa was our home, that we were just married and coming to live there. I suggested that we should try one of the shutters, the one you tried this evening. It was open, and inside the room was dusty and uncared for. We crept in. It was exciting and wonderful. We pretended that it was our own house." She broke off suddenly, looking appealingly at Mr. Satterthwaite. "It all seemed so lovely, like a fairy tale. And the lovely thing about it to me was that it wasn't true, it wasn't real." Mr. Satterthwaite nodded. He saw her perhaps more clearly than she saw herself, that frightened, lonely child, entranced with her make-believe that was so safe because it wasn't real. He was, I suppose, a very ordinary young man, out for adventure, but quite sweet about it. We went on pretending." She stopped, looked at Mr. Satterthwaite, and said again, "You understand? We went on pretending." She went on again in a minute. "He came up again the next morning to the villa. I saw him from my bedroom through the shutter. Of course, he didn't dream I was inside. He still thought I was a little Spanish peasant girl. He stood there looking about him. He'd asked me to meet him. I'd said I would, but I never meant to. He just stood there, looking worried. I think he was worried about me. It was nice of him to be worried about me. He was nice." She paused again. "The next day, he left. I've never seen him again. My baby was born 9 months later. I was wonderfully happy all the time, to be able to have a baby so peacefully with no one to hurt you or make you miserable. I wish I'd remembered to ask my English boy his Christian name. I would have called the baby after him. It seemed unkind not to. It seemed rather unfair. He'd given me the thing I wanted most in the world, and he would never even know about it. But of course I told myself that he wouldn't look at it that way, that to know would probably only worry and annoy him. I had just been a passing amusement for him, that was all." "And the baby?" asked Mr. Satterthwaite. "He was splendid. I called him John. Splendid. I wish you could see him now. He's 20. He's going to be a mining engineer. He's been the best and dearest son in the world to me. I told him his father had died before he was born." Mr. Satterthwaite stared at her. A curious story, and somehow a story that was not completely told. There was, he felt sure, something else. 20 years is a long time," he said thoughtfully. "You've never contemplated marrying again?" She shook her head. A slow, burning blush spread over her tanned cheeks. "The child was enough for you," Always?" She looked at him. Her eyes were softer than he had yet seen them. "Such queer things happen," she murmured. "Such queer things. You wouldn't believe them. No, I'm wrong. You might, perhaps. I didn't love John's father. Not at the time. I don't think I even knew what love was. I assumed, as a matter of course, that the child would be like me, but he wasn't. He mightn't have been my child at all. He was like his father. He was like no one but his father. I learnt to know that man through his child. Through his child, I learnt to love him. I love him now. I shall always love him. You may say that it's imagination, that I've built up an ideal, but it isn't so. I love the man, the real human man. I'd know him if I saw him tomorrow, even though it's over 20 years since we met. Loving him has made me into a woman. I love him as a woman loves a man. For 20 years, I've lived loving him. I shall die loving him." She stopped abruptly, then challenged her listener. "Do you think I'm mad? To say these strange things?" "Oh, my dear," said Mr. Satterthwaite. He took her hand again. "You do understand?" "I think I do. But there's something more, isn't there? Something that you haven't yet told me." Her brow clouded over. "Yes, there's something. It was clever of you to guess. I knew at once that you weren't the sort one can hide things from, but I don't want to tell you. And the reason I don't want to tell you is because it's best for you not to know." He looked at her. Her eyes met his bravely and defiantly. He said to himself, "This is the test. All the clues are in my hand. I ought to be able to know. If I reason rightly, I shall know." There was a pause. Then he said slowly, "Something's gone wrong." He saw her eyelids give the faintest quiver and knew himself to be on the right track. Something's gone wrong. Suddenly. After all these years. He felt himself groping in the dark recesses of her mind where she was trying to hide her secret from him. The boy. It's got to do with him. You wouldn't mind about anything else. He heard the very faint gasp she gave, and knew he had probed correctly. A cruel business, but necessary. It was her will against his. She had got a dominant, ruthless will, but he too had a will hidden beneath his meek manners, and he had behind him the heaven-sent assurance of a man who was doing his proper job. He felt a passing, contemptuous pity for men whose business it was to track down such crudities as crime. This detective business of the mind, this assembling of clues, this delving for the truth, this wild joy as one drew nearer to the goal. Her very passion to keep the truth from him helped her. He felt her stiffen defiantly as he drew nearer and nearer. "It is better for me not to know, you say. Better for me? But you are not a very considerate woman. You would not shrink from putting a stranger to a little temporary inconvenience. It is more than that, then. If you tell me, you make me an accomplice before the fact. That sounds like crime. Fantastic. I could not associate crime with you. Or only one sort of crime. A crime against yourself." Her lids drooped in spite of herself, veiled her eyes. He leaned forward and caught her wrist. "It is that, then? You are thinking of taking your life?" She gave a low cry. "How did you know? How did you know? But why? You are not tired of life. I never saw a woman less tired of it, more radiantly alive." She got up, went to the window, pushing back a strand of dark hair as she did so. "Since you have guessed so much, I might as well tell you the truth. I should not have let you in this evening. I might have known that you would see too much. You are that kind of a man. You were right about the cause. It's the boy. He knows nothing, but last time he was home, he spoke tragically of a friend of his, and I discovered something. If he finds out that he is illegitimate, it will break his heart. He is proud, horribly proud. There is a girl. Oh, I won't go into details. But he is coming very soon, and he wants to know all about his father. He wants details. The girl's parents naturally want to know. When he discovers the truth, he will break with her, exile himself, ruin his life. Oh, I know the things you would say. He is young, foolish, wrong-headed to take it like that. All true, perhaps. But does it matter what people ought to be? They are what they are. It will break his heart. But if, before he comes, there has been an accident, everything will be swallowed up in grief for me. He will look through my papers, find nothing, and be annoyed that I told him so little, but he will not suspect the truth. It is the best way. One must pay for happiness. And I have had so much, oh, so much happiness. And in reality the price will be easy, too. A little courage to take the leap, and perhaps a moment or so of anguish. But, my dear child, don't argue with me. She flared round on him. I won't listen to conventional arguments. My life is my own. Up to now it has been needed for John, but he needs it no longer. He wants a mate, a companion. He will turn to her all the more willingly because I am no longer there. My life is useless, but my death will be of use. And I have the right to do what I like with my own life. Are you sure? The sternness of his tone surprised her. She stammered slightly. If it is no good to anyone, and I'm the best judge of that, he interrupted her again. Not necessarily. What do you mean? Listen. I will put a case to you. A man comes to a certain place, to commit suicide, shall we say? But by chance he finds another man there, so he fails in his purpose and goes away, to live. The second man has saved the first man's life, not by being necessary to him or prominent in his life, but just by the mere physical fact of having been in a certain place at a certain moment. You take your life today, and perhaps some 5, 6, 7 years hence, someone will go to death or disaster simply for lack of your presence in a given spot or place. It may be a runaway horse coming down a street that swerved aside at sight of you, and so fails to trample a child that is playing in the gutter. That child may live to grow up and be a great musician or discover a cure for cancer. Or it may be less melodramatic than that. He may just grow up to ordinary, everyday happiness. She stared at him. You are a strange man. These things you say, I've never thought of them. You say your life is your own, went on Mr. Satterthwaite, but can you dare to ignore the chance that you are taking part in a gigantic drama under the orders of a divine producer? Your cue may not come till the end of the play. It may be totally unimportant, a mere walking-on part. But upon it may hang the issues of the play. If you do not give the cue to another player, the whole edifice may crumple. You, as you, may not matter to anyone in the world, but you as a person in a particular place may matter unimaginably. She sat down, still staring. What do you want me to do? She said simply. It was Mr. Satterthwaite's moment of triumph. He issued orders. I want you at least to promise me one thing. To do nothing rash for 24 hours. She was silent for a moment or two. Then she said, I promise. There is another thing. A favor. Yes? Leave the shutter of the room I came in by unfastened, and keep vigil there tonight. She looked at him curiously, but nodded assent. And now, said Mr. Satterthwaite, slightly conscious of anticlimax, I really must be going. God bless you, my dear. He made a rather embarrassed exit. The stalwart Spanish girl met him in the passage and opened a side door for him, staring curiously at him the while. It was growing dark as he reached the hotel. There was a solitary figure sitting on the terrace. Mr. Satterthwaite made straight for it. He was excited, and his heart was beating quite fast. He felt that tremendous issues lay in his hands. One false move. But he tried to conceal his agitation and to speak naturally and casually to Anthony Cosden. A warm evening, he observed. I quite lost count of time sitting up there on the cliff. Have you been up there all this time? Mr. Satterthwaite nodded. The swing door into the hotel opened to let someone through, and a beam of light fell suddenly on the other's face, illuminating its look of dull suffering, of uncomprehending, dumb endurance. Mr. Satterthwaite thought to himself, It's worse for him than it would be for me. Imagination, conjecture, speculation, they can do a lot for you. You can, as it were, ring the changes upon pain. The uncomprehending, blind suffering of an animal. That's terrible. Cosden spoke suddenly, in a harsh voice. I'm going for a stroll after dinner. You understand? Third time's lucky. Now, for God's sake, don't interfere. I know your interference will be well-meaning and all that, but take it from me, it's useless." Mr. Satterthwaite drew himself up. "I never interfere," he said, thereby giving the lie to the whole purpose and object of his existence. "I know what you think," went on Cosden, but he was interrupted. "You must excuse me, but there I beg to differ from you," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "Nobody knows what another person is thinking. They may imagine they do, but they are nearly always wrong." "Well, perhaps that's so." Cosden was doubtful, slightly taken aback. "Thought is yours only," said his companion. "Nobody can alter or influence the use you mean to make of it. Let us talk of a less painful subject. That old villa, for instance. It has a curious charm, withdrawn, sheltered from the world, shielding heaven knows what mystery. It tempted me to do a doubtful action. I tried one of the shutters." "You did?" Cosden turned his head sharply. "But it was fastened, of course." "No," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "It was open." He added gently, "The third shutter from the end." "Why," Cosden burst out, "that was the one—" He broke off suddenly, but Mr. Satterthwaite had seen the light that had sprung up in his eyes. He rose, satisfied. Some slight tinge of anxiety still remained with him. Using his favourite metaphor of a drama, he hoped that he had spoken his few lines correctly, for they were very important lines. But thinking it over, his artistic judgment was satisfied. On his way up to the cliff, Cosden would try that shutter. It was not in human nature to resist. A memory of 20-odd years ago had brought him to this spot. The same memory would take him to the shutter. And afterwards? "I shall know in the morning," said Mr. Satterthwaite, and proceeded to change methodically for his evening meal. It was somewhere round 10 o'clock that Mr. Satterthwaite set foot once more in the garden of La Paz. Manuel bade him a smiling "Good morning," and handed him a single rosebud, which Mr. Satterthwaite put carefully into his buttonhole. Then he went on to the house. He stood there for some minutes, looking up at the peaceful white walls, the trailing orange creeper, and the faded green shutters. So silent, so peaceful. Had the whole thing been a dream? But at that moment one of the windows opened, and the lady who occupied Mr. Satterthwaite's thoughts came out. She came straight to him with a buoyant, swaying walk, like someone carried on a great wave of exaltation. Her eyes were shining, her colour high. She looked like a figure of joy on a frieze. There was no hesitation about her, no doubts or tremors. Straight to Mr. Satterthwaite she came, put her hands on his shoulders, and kissed him, not once but many times. Large, dark red roses, very velvety, that is how he thought of it afterwards. Sunshine, summer, birds singing, that was the atmosphere into which he felt himself caught up. Warmth, joy, and tremendous vigour. "I'm so happy," she said. "You darling, how did you know? How could you know? You're like the good magician in the fairy tales." She paused, a sort of breathlessness of happiness upon her. "We're going over today, to the consul, to get married. When John comes, his father will be there. We'll tell him there was some misunderstanding in the past. Oh, he won't ask questions. Oh, I'm so happy, so happy, so happy." Happiness did indeed surge from her like a tide. It lapped round Mr. Satterthwaite in a warm, exhilarating flood. "It's so wonderful to Anthony to find he has a son. I never dreamt he'd mind or care." She looked confidently into Mr. Satterthwaite's eyes. "Isn't it strange how things come right and end all beautifully?" He had his clearest vision of her yet. A child, still a child, with her love of make-believe, her fairy tales that ended beautifully with two people living happily ever afterwards. He said gently, "If you bring this man of yours happiness in these last months, you will indeed have done a very beautiful thing." Her eyes opened wide, surprised. "Oh," she said, "you don't think I'd let him die, do you? After all these years, when he's come to me? I've known lots of people whom doctors have given up and who are alive today. Die? Of course he's not going to die." He looked at her, her strength, her beauty, her vitality, her indomitable courage and will. He too had known doctors to be mistaken. The personal factor. You never knew how much and how little it counted. She said again, with scorn and amusement in her voice, "You don't think I'd let him die, do you?" "No," said Mr. Satterthwaite at last, very gently. "Somehow, my dear, I don't think you will." Then, at last, he walked down the cypress path to the bench overlooking the sea, and found there the person he was expecting to see. Mr. Quinn rose and greeted him, the same as ever, dark, saturnine, smiling, and sad. "You expected me?" he asked, and Mr. Satterthwaite answered, "Yes, I expected you." They sat together on the bench. "I have an idea that you have been playing Providence once more, to judge by your expression," said Mr. Quinn presently. Mr. Satterthwaite looked at him reproachfully. "As if you didn't know all about it." "You always accuse me of omniscience," said Mr. Quinn, smiling. "If you know nothing, why were you here the night before last?" "Waiting," countered Mr. Satterthwaite. "Oh, that. Yes, that. I had a commission to perform." "For whom?" "You have sometimes fancifully named me an advocate for the dead." "The dead?" said Mr. Satterthwaite, a little puzzled. "I don't understand." Mr. Quinn pointed a long, lean finger down at the blue depths below. "A man was drowned down there 22 years ago." I know, but I don't see, supposing that after all, that man loved his young wife. Love can make devils of men, as well as angels. She had a girlish adoration for him, but he could never touch the womanhood in her, and that drove him mad. He tortured her because he loved her. Such things happen. You know that as well as I do." "Yes," admitted Mr. Satterthwaite, "I have seen such things, but rarely, very rarely. And you have also seen more commonly that there is such a thing as remorse, the desire to make amends, at all costs, to make amends. Yes, but death came too soon." "Death?" There was contempt in Mr. Quinn's voice. "You believe in a life after death, do you not? And who are you to say that the same wishes, the same desires, may not operate in that other life? If the desire is strong enough, a messenger may be found." His voice tailed away. Mr. Satterthwaite got up, trembling a little. I must get back to the hotel," he said. "If you are going that way?" But Mr. Quinn shook his head. "No," he said. "I shall go back the way I came." When Mr. Satterthwaite looked back over his shoulder, he saw his friend walking towards the edge of the cliff.
That was Murder Under the Sun, 13 Summer Mysteries